Chapter 126, Need a new body as soon as possible. Tonight, Konoha was particularly noisy. There were bursts of screams and roars everywhere, mixed with words like snakes. It's really lively. Yuuji looked up. He had originally thought that Orochimaru would come to find him first. Therefore, he had been waiting. After all, no matter how he looked at it, if he successfully possessed him, the benefits would obviously be greater than getting Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, it seemed that the poisonous snake still went to find trouble with Kazue. The only thing that the guy was wrong about was that Kazue had already made preparations. It was impossible for the corpse reincarnation technique to be activated. Yuuji looked into the distance and shook his head. With Izanagi in his hand, he was immune to all forms of attacks. After Orochimaru devoured it, Kazue only needed to instantly rewrite reality. As for his soul being pulled into his soul space, as long as Kazue did not seek death, Orochimaru would not have a chance. Sure enough, things were indeed as he speculated. A root ninja appeared in front of Yuuji. Lord Yuuji, after Orochimaru was defeated by Kazue, he fled all the way, and finally disappeared. His whereabouts are unknown. Got it. Yuuji nodded. After Root's ninjas disappeared, Yuuji slowly got up and stretched his muscles. That poisonous snake won't let the matter go so easily. It caused such a big commotion and yet ended up empty-handed, but it really doesn't seem like his style. Yuuji muttered to himself for a moment before rushing to Anko's house at the first possible moment. Rumble. He raised his hand and smashed the door. Sure enough, he saw the unconscious Anko on the ground. This posture was very similar to sleeping. At first glance, nothing could be seen. However, when Yuuji approached, he looked at the strange runes that were constantly squirming around Anko's neck, and immediately revealed a look of realization. Seal of the heavens, Orochimaru, that guy really left a backup plan. Without a backup plan, he would definitely not take action. It fits his style. Yuuji checked and confirmed that there were no other traps on Anko's body. He squatted down and patted Anko's face. Yuuji? Hurry up and inform the village. Sensei wants to. Anko had a high fever and his mind was blurry. His words were intermittent. He defected, right? It's too late. That guy attacked Kazue. After he was beaten back by Kazue, he made a lot of noise in the village. Yuuji helped Anko up, sizing up this curse seal with interest. This was a good thing to attract natural energy. Yuuji had always had thoughts about Senjutsu's chakra, and now there was a chance. However, the present situation was not suitable. You look like you are in great pain. Since that's the case, I'll seal the thing on your neck for now. I'll help you deal with it when the situation is over. Yuuji separated a few clones and quickly carved runes on the ground. His main body raised his hand and slapped Anko's neck. Sealing art, evil sealing art. Along with Anko's scream, a large number of runes began to gather at Anko's neck. Finally, they turned into a strange circle and bound the curse seal at the center. This is enough. There won't be any risk of losing control. Yuuji raised his hand. Anko had already fainted. Swish. At this time, Anbu's members pushed the door open and rushed in. When they saw Yuuji and Anko, they were immediately stunned. Lord Yuuji. It's fine now. This girl is also a victim. Orochimaru wanted to take her away, but she refused. Yuuji stood up and said indifferently. Anbu looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Orochimaru and Danzo were very close, and Yuuji was Danzo's disciple. Now that Orochimaru defected, and Yuuji appeared here, what exactly? There were too many things that happened tonight, and Anbu's elites did not know who to believe. They just stood there silently. After a long time, Sandaime Hokage's order came late. Orochimaru secretly conducted human experiments and has defected. This sentence set off a huge wave in the entire Konohagakure. Countless people were stunned, unable to accept this result. Why did the heroes of the village defect? The ninjas that disappeared before were done by Orochimaru? For a time, heroes turned into traitors, and countless people scolded them. Many elite ninjas gathered in the Hokage building. When Yuuji followed behind Anbu and pushed the door open, the place was already full of people. Since everyone is here, I will announce an order. Orochimaru has been listed as Konoha's S-class traitor. We must kill him. Sandaime Hokage sat on the deputy seat, his face expressionless. I don't need to say much about how dangerous Orochimaru is. In a one-on-one fight, there are not many people in this room who are his match. Therefore, if you meet him, report to the village immediately. The village will send a strong team to chase him. Sandaime Hokage said in a deep voice. Yandame remained silent, and Danzo also stood there indifferently, as if he had not heard anything. After a long time, Sandaime Hokage sighed and was about to announce the end of the meeting. At this time, the window was suddenly opened. The white-haired ninja who had just taken half of the materials came in through the window, and his body was still emitting an inexplicable smell. Why didn't you tell me that Orochimaru became like this, old man? I could have stopped him earlier. Jiraiya had obviously just run over from the gentle countryside. Sandaime Hokage's face darkened. No one expected him to do such a thing. He openly attacked his fellow villagers. If not for the fact that Kazue was strong enough, that guy would have already succeeded. Everyone subconsciously looked at Kazue. However, Kazue only consciously stood beside Yuuji, leaning against the wall, not showing any expression. It was this kind of calm that made people feel more shocked. He was attacked by the big snake pill and could even expel it. Mangekyo Sharingan's strength was strong to such an extent. And the guy who could suppress this kind of power and let Kazue spontaneously surround him, the Yuuji who was called the strongest freshman in the past, when he exploded with full strength, with his strength. Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly. Old man, I'm going to chase after Orochimaru. I'll bring him back to Konoha. At most, I'll throw him into prison and lock him up for a lifetime. Everyone was silent. Jiraiya was indirectly pleading for Orochimaru. If we capture him, he will just be imprisoned? Normally, he should be executed immediately. At this time, Koharu turned around and said, Jiraiya, Orochimaru has already defected. No matter how you try to persuade him, it is impossible to make him change his mind. It is better to stay in the village. Old man, I am leaving. Without waiting for Sandaime to say anything, Jiraiya nodded at Minato and immediately left. She directly turned to Koharu and left him there, which made her very angry. All of you, go away. Orochimaru is my disciple, and I can't escape the blame for his betrayal. Minato, I'll leave the village to you. Sandaime Hokage sighed, got up and left. Homura's expression changed. Wait, Hiruzen, this is not just your problem. There is no need to do this. Koharu was also very anxious when he turned to sleep. What should they do if Sandaime openly threw his hand away? Could it be that they were really going to retire? What kind of joke was this? When Jiraiya left the village, Tsunade had a phobia of blood and was useless. The strength of Sandaime's faction had been severely weakened. Yandame was still so young. He clearly needed their help and help to manage the village. Now that Sandaime had completely retreated, how could they intervene in the affairs of the village? Sandaime Hokage paused and his heart softened. He whispered, Minato, Menyan and Koharu are very good at dealing with various situations. They can help you very well if they stay. I understand. I also need 2 consultants to help me share the pressure. Minato nodded. This made Koharu and Homura heave a sigh of relief. Sandaime felt a little comforted and slowly walked out of the conference room. Many people were looking at him, looking at the former Hokage who had led Konoha to defeat World War II and World War III. Yandame, if there is nothing else, I will leave. Danzo said coldly, leaning on his walking stick, and slowly walked out of the conference room. Yuuji also moved to follow, and motioned to Kazue. Kazue pondered for a moment, glanced at Fugaku, and followed behind Yuuji. The 3 of them did not say a word along the way. Kazue, you defeated Orochimaru. You did very well. I am very satisfied with the power of your eyes. Danzo said slowly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan's strength was truly fascinating. If not for the eye technique of this pair of eyes being Izanagi, Root wouldn't have been able to seize it, and Danzo would have already made his move. Even if he had to use all the strength of the entire Root clan, he still had to dig out Kazue's eyes. Lord Danzo is too kind, I also didn't expect him to be so crazy. Moreover, the technique of turning into a white phosphorus snake and the like happened to be restrained by my Susanoo. Kazue said calmly. Danzo nodded slightly and said calmly, I don't know anything about Orochimaru's secret research, let alone the alabaster devil snake. He attacked you because he saw your eyes. If there is a chance in the future, kill him. He really wasn't lying. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. Where did Orochimaru get the confidence to attack Kazue, who controlled Izanagi? What kind of forbidden technique could make Orochimaru so brave and advanced, wanting to steal Kazue's eyes? That bastard, how many things did he secretly do behind Root's power? The more he thought about it, the darker Danzo's face became. There were too many things that Orochimaru hid from him. Kazue, you go back first. I still have something to discuss with sensei. At this time, Yuuji said. Then you should be more careful. Orochimaru might attack you. Kazue nodded and disappeared with a swish. Danzo stopped. You saw what happened just now. Sandame's family is still interfering with the power of Yondaime. This is the struggle of power. Indeed, the two consultants were a bit too anxious just now. Sandaime just showed the intention to retreat, and they were anxious. Humph, there is no need to say more about the abilities and awareness of Koharu and Homura, but there is also a lot of greed and desire. Danzo sneered. Yuuji agreed with this point. In the original work, after the 5th generation of primary instructors, they were still trying their best to meddle in the affairs of the village, and it was not just once or twice that they were attacked by Tsunade. Orochimaru defected. While we are wary of this poisonous snake, we absolutely cannot take advantage of him. Danzo said in a deep voice, using him to bring benefits to Konoha is enough. Yuuji, you go in secret and find a way to help him escape. The relevant secret signals are in this seal scroll. Understood, Danzo-sensei. Yuuji took the scroll, opened it and quickly browsed through it, memorizing a lot of information in his mind. These were the secret signals of Danzo and Orochimaru communicating in secret. Yuuji took the scroll and disappeared in a flash. Only Danzo was left alone, walking under the dim street lights. Orochimaru, Hirako. These geniuses of human experiments can't be used by me. After we squeeze out their value, we can find a chance to kill them all. Danzo had a cold face. He had the confidence to do so. Yuuji secretly left the village. Along the way, Root followed the signal left by Orochimaru and quickly shuttled back and forth. When such a thing happened in the village, the former candidate of Yondaime, one of the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, defected, which really stimulated Konoha ninjas. Finally, in a secret stronghold. It's here. Orochimaru, that guy, still has the mood to be in Fire Country. Yuuji sneered. He directly broke through the rock wall and walked in. Looking around, a large amount of clouds and mist lingered in this huge cave, as if they were alive. These smoke all carry chakra. Yuuji raised his head and looked at the smoke that was intentionally gathering over. This smoke quickly drew closer. If one did not know, it was very easy to ignore these things and then fall into the trap. A large amount of smoke surged, carrying chakra, and was about to enter Yuuji's body through his pores. This is the secret art of smoke transformation, is the Iberi clan, because Orochimaru helped you stabilize your physical condition, so I am grateful to Orochimaru. Yuuji made a series of hand seals, and in the next moment, a large amount of radiation particles spread out and collided with the dense fog. At first, there was nothing much, but after a while, the smoke immediately began to stir restlessly, and in the rapid squirming, there was a faint cry. A large amount of smoke became restless, and instinctively wanted to escape, but it was useless. Clouds of smoke fell down one after another, twisted, and gathered into a human shape. It struggled in pain. So painful. What kind of technique is this, to actually be able to break our clan's smoke technique? My body. What exactly is going on? Please stop, my clansmen have no ill intentions. Yuuji just sneered at these guys who turned from smoke to human. No malice? You turned into smoke and approached me, just looking for an opportunity to subdue me. It is really a terrible thing for Orochimaru to take you fools, who don't know the gravity of the situation, as his subordinates. Yuuji forced all the smoke into human form. From beginning to end, he remained indifferent and did not intend to stop in the face of pleading. Only when the last cloud of smoke condensed into a human did he stop. The Iberi clan who has mastered the smoke transformation secret art is just so, Yuuji said. At this time, a staggering figure slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. Aya, Yuuji's words are too hurtful. I value the strength of this clan very much. Orochimaru slowly walked out, looking extremely terrible, as if his entire body was full of flaws. Only his pair of snake eyes were still filled with dense greed and desire. This body is too broken, and it needs an even younger body. Chapter 127, insignificant cannon fodder. At this time, Jiraiya was still running around like a headless fly, searching for Orochimaru. In this secret stronghold, Yuuji had found Orochimaru. As expected, Danzo sent you here. This is similar to what I expected. Only you can make Danzo, that suspicious fellow, feel at ease. Orochimaru sneered and licked his tongue. Looking at all the ninjas in Danzo's faction, including the entire Root tribe, no one was more reliable than Yuuji in terms of strength or temperament. This proved that Orochimaru had made the right choice. He risked staying in this stronghold, waiting for Yuuji to come. Kazue had Susanoo and Izanagi. Not to mention seizing, Root had no way to start. Although the cautious Kazue was conceited, she was not as arrogant as the other Uchiha clansmen, giving Orochimaru a chance. Then there was no other way. Orochimaru, who was seriously injured, could only turn his attention to Yuuji. If I had known that I shouldn't have attacked Kazue from the beginning, I would never have thought that I would end up in this kind of situation. Humph, humph, humph. Orochimaru slowly walked out, surrounded by more than 10 people from the Iberi clan. Yuuji, aren't you curious as to why I attacked Kazue? Not only do you covet that pair of eyes, but Danzo-sensei also wants to dig them out and put them on his body. It's just that none of you can do it. Yuuji sized up this huge cave, as well as the many people of the Iberi clan who had faces full of fear and hatred. According to the memories of his previous life, the body of the Iberi clan was unstable due to the smoke transformation secret technique, causing their clan to go extinct. Orochimaru discovered the Iberi clan and helped them stabilize their bodies, thus obtaining the loyalty of the clan. However, this kind of loyalty had to be paid a price. The clan would eventually be exterminated by Orochimaru, and all the blood of the clan would be taken away by Orochimaru for experiments. The Iberi clan, who had just escaped from the abyss and thought that they had found their savior, devoted themselves to Orochimaru and devoted themselves to him. This was just falling into an even more desperate abyss. The person who made a deal with the poisonous snake. You are destined to be bitten by a poisonous snake, but since you have made your choice, there is no problem. Just bear the consequences yourself. Yuuji glanced at these guys who showed fear and hatred in their eyes and said indifferently. Then, Yuuji directly threw a scroll to Orochimaru. This is the escape route that Danzo-sensei arranged for you. He is very concerned about the life and death of you. He is afraid that you will be killed. Yuuji sneered. Orochimaru threw out a snake, swallowed the scroll, and laughed in a low voice. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yuuji, but are you going to leave now? I don't plan to leave. It seems that we have thought of the same thing. Danzo-sensei asked me to help you escape, but I have never been an obedient person, so I have to turn around and kill you here. Phew. Godzilla Coat instantly appeared. The thick chakra cloak turned into a thick armor. Fierce snake step. 2 thick snakes suddenly attacked, tightly wrapping around Yuuji. Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, Yuuji and I are indeed the same kind of people. It was a mistake for me to look for Kazue from the beginning. I should have looked for you directly. Whoosh! From Godzilla Coat, 2 chakra claws suddenly stretched out, tearing the 2 snakes into pieces. The next moment, Yuuji took a step forward, and the long tail behind him suddenly swung out. Tail whip! Rumble! Orochimaru was immediately sent flying by a single blow. Help Orochimaru-sama, kill him! The Iberi clan also fell into a riot, their eyes glowing with blood, and they all rushed over. These people all turned into smoke and rolled over, looking for an opportunity to infiltrate. Unfortunately, this was only to speed up their destruction. Elemental essence conversion is very interesting, but compared to the Hojiki clan's water transformation secret technique, the smoke transformation secret technique does not reveal anything that can make people's eyes light up. Yuuji looked at the smoke, and in the next moment, he directly activated the secret technique, the radiation world. A large amount of thick fog rushed out and mixed with the smoke. It also brought along a large amount of radiation clouds, brewing a strong aura of death, and tangled together with the whistling. Before the Iberi clan could show their loyalty, they had already fallen into a terrible, unavoidable, deadly situation. The fog was mixed with killing intent. Soon, the Iberi clansmen screamed in pain. It's this power again. What is going on? Isn't this Kirigakure's technique? Why is it like this? Orochimaru-sama, save me. The bodies of the Iburis, who were already extremely unstable and had not dispersed due to Orochimaru, collapsed under the crazy attacks of the radiation particles. Some people lost their self-consciousness on the spot and turned into smoke. There were also half human and half smoke, and they died miserably. The entire cave seemed to have been massacred. Get out here, Orochimaru. There's no point in using these trash to stall for time. Or do you think I'll hold back against these enemies who attacked me? Yuuji stood where he was, looking at the dissipating smoke, listening to the painful wails and malicious curses, his face expressionless. Soon, the entire clan was dead, only broken corpses, silently telling the traces of their existence. The Iberi clan had been exterminated. The moment the last puff of smoke dissipated, Shua! Orochimaru's figure grew crazily, like a snake, constantly winding and reaching for Yuuji's neck at an exaggerated speed. Whoosh! A part of Godzilla Coat was suddenly pierced through. In the next moment, Orochimaru stretched out his other hand, and spread his fingers. His fingertips burned with different attributes of chakra, and he ruthlessly smashed toward Yuuji's stomach. Bang! This is 5 Elements Seal. Yuuji was startled, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Orochimaru, this guy, really thought of him as Jinchuriki, and wanted to disrupt the power that Godzilla had leaked out? Alright, it was indeed a bit useful. The chakra outer layer of his body became obscure for a moment, and the 5 Elements Seal was like a nail that nailed onto Yuuji's body, causing 5 fine partitions to appear on his chakra outer layer. But, it wasn't of much use. Yuuji sneered, and under Orochimaru's unsightly gaze, he raised his hand and ruthlessly grabbed it. With a loud bang, half of Orochimaru's body was torn in half. Damn it, what's going on with the companion beast in your body? You can't even interfere with it in this way. Orochimaru's figure shrank, and his new body emerged from his old shell. Along with the dripping mucus, it was disgusting. In front of my power, you are powerless. Orochimaru, just be obedient and let me kill you. As long as you fight me, it will be a slow suicide. No matter how many bodies you have, I will destroy them. Hey! Yuuji slowly walked towards Orochimaru. At this time, his movements suddenly stopped, and he revealed a surprised expression. Because he found that the radiation particles that he had invaded and destroyed Orochimaru's body, had weakened. Under the circumstances that Orochimaru did not use any chakra, he was weakened. Could it be? Yuuji looked ahead with a strange expression. Orochimaru was forced to shed another layer of skin, abandon his old body, and his whole body was covered with wet mucus. You discovered it. In order to deal with your nuclear release secret technique, I made thorough preparations. These mucus are the protective liquid that I specially made, which can weaken your radiation attack. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice, his eyes full of fear. Seriously? Good fellow. At this moment, Yuuji stared at Orochimaru, who was in front of him, and was shocked. This is Ninja World Anti-Radiation Coat? Biology Master, Mechanical Engineering Master, Physics Master, Orochimaru. Did you really research it? Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, Yuuji's power is really hard to deal with. It directly involves the microscopic level. I dissected many hostile and village ninjas to find a way to resist radiation. Even so, it can only be temporarily weakened and cannot be completely blocked. Orochimaru, you're really amazing. I really understand why Danzo-sensei couldn't bear to kill you and insisted on working with you. Yuuji directly called out. Even in the previous world, there were anti-radiation drugs that were commonly used in medicine like anti-radiation. But for Orochimaru to actually research this thing, it was already very awesome. Such an awesome person had to die. Yuuji directly made a hand seal. Nuclear release, white-hot light. Rumble. A terrifying white-hot line suddenly shot out, turning into an unparalleled high-temperature ray that rumbled towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru had already retreated to dodge at the first possible moment. Rumble. The huge cave began to collapse. Wherever white-hot light attacked, all matter began to melt, turning from a solid state into liquid and flowing. The huge rock fell, melting and evaporating the moment it touched white-hot light. When Orochimaru escaped from the cave in a sorry state, the terrible white-hot light attacked him directly. Crack! Orochimaru bit his thumb, used the psychic spell, and summoned the strongest defensive ninjutsu he could take out. Triple Rashomon. Bang! 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 3 huge ghostly gates suddenly appeared on the ground and faced white-hot light head-on. Crash! Ear-piercing explosions rang out one after another. A few seconds later, the first Rashomon was pierced through, and the demon's face began to twist and deform. The Rashomon technique is really useful. Yuuji stopped attacking and looked up into the distance. A broken door and 2 complete doors stood upright. If Yuuji maintained white-hot light, it would not be a problem for him to melt through all 3 doors. However, that would be too silly. He, as expected of Lord Yuuji. To actually be able to do this. Orochimaru panted slightly. His body, which had been repeatedly modified by the cell activation technique and the Great Serpent Flow technique, felt a little tired. He was not in his peak state. Now, he had to face Yuuji's attack. This kind of movement will definitely attract the attention of the pursuers. We have to end this quickly. Orochimaru looked at the horrifying appearance of melting, and the greed on his face became more and more obvious. Whether it was the anti-radiation liquid from before or the Rashomon against white-hot light, it was essentially nothing. As long as he could seize Yuuji's body, all the ninjutsu would be his. In the distance, Anbu had already noticed the movement and looked in a certain direction. The attack that hit the sky just now. It can't be wrong, it's Lord Yuuji's forbidden technique, white-hot light. To be able to force him to use this level of forbidden technique, it can only be Orochimaru. Immediately report to the Hokage. Everyone else, follow me to help Lord Yuuji. No matter what, we must stop a dangerous ninja like Orochimaru. The captain of the Anbu branch shouted, and brought his people to speed up. Even if they had no confidence in stopping Orochimaru, as long as Yuuji was here, it was enough. They only needed to support Yuuji, stall for time, and wait for the powerful ninjas in the village to arrive. In the distance, Jiraiya sensed the movement and immediately changed his direction, shuttling back and forth rapidly. Orochimaru, you bastard! Jiraiya gritted his teeth. He wanted to catch that guy and beat him up. Then, he asked him why he did this kind of thing. Swish! Yuuji looked up at Orochimaru, no longer hesitating, and also began to activate summoning technique. Summoning technique? I've never heard of this guy signing a powerful contract. Orochimaru's heart sank. Looking at Yuuji's decisive and confident actions, he had a bad feeling. How powerful was a summoned beast that Yuuji could summon? With a bang, white smoke appeared. Orochimaru's solemn gaze suddenly froze. Looking at the familiar figure, his face stiffened. Isn't this guy? Hirako looked at the scene in front of him with a confused face, looking left and right, revealing a deep sense of loss. Hey, isn't that Orochimaru? Why are you fighting with this guy? Humph, anyway, I'm no longer a mediocre person. I'm a powerful ninja, so let me solve it. Ah, sorry, Senior Hirako. Wrong summon. I didn't want to call you. The next moment, with a bang, Hirako, who was ready to go all out and teach Orochimaru a lesson, disappeared again, with deep resentment and anger. I found something interesting. Hirako, who has been missing since his defection, was actually killed by you. Even Danzo didn't know about it. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh, and his gaze became incomparably terrifying. This time, it should be right. Yuuji activated summoning technique once again, sensing another psychic tactic to summon him. Boom! 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 A coffin suddenly emerged from the ground and stood on the spot with a bang. A huge AO character was engraved on the coffin board, and it was extremely eye-catching. What is this? Could it be Edo Tensei? Danzo even taught him this kind of skill. Orochimaru felt a burst of fear, and he did not dare to hesitate. He activated summoning technique again, and the huge 10,000 snake was summoned from the dragon hole. It stretched half its body, and the 40-meter-tall manda stood tall like a mountain, spitting letters. This was the strongest summoned beast that Orochimaru could summon. Orochimaru, I'll kill you. It wasn't easy for me to get a good night's sleep, and I was even disturbed by you. Remember to sacrifice 50 humans to appease my anger. As soon as Manda appeared, he immediately vented his dissatisfaction, his irritable and difficult to get along with personality, which made his reputation stinky in the Dragon Cave. If not for necessary, Orochimaru would not be willing to summon this guy. 50 people? I have 50 people, why would I need to secretly kidnap the ninjas in the village? Orochimaru's face was ugly, and he coldly said, that will have to wait until the matter is done. That little devil is very difficult to deal with, be careful. Manda stared with the huge snake eyes, looking at Yuuji. The main point was to look at the coffin next to Yuuji. To be able to make Orochimaru treat him so seriously, even if he was a little brat, he could not be underestimated. And what was in that coffin? Whoosh! The lid of the coffin opened and slammed into the ground with a bang. A strange figure stepped out of the coffin. He wore a strange mask with a long tail behind him. It's not an undead from Edo Tensei, but a living body. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and observed, "AO character, mask, living body. Could it be that spell? Orochimaru, your doomsday is here." Ninja summoning technique Kumonjiu. AO was a spirit beast that had fused with Hashirama's cells. It possessed an unimaginably powerful vitality and the ability to activate God Tree's bloodline, Mokuton. Shua. AO's spirit beast immediately rushed towards Orochimaru. "Such a small thing is not enough for me to swallow in one bite." Manda opened its mouth wide and directly bit down. Crack! Its giant mouth closed with a loud bang, as if it had closed the entire world, and was about to crush the tiny AO spirit beast. However, the strength of AO's spirit beast was beyond imagination. He used his head to block the upper jaw, and his legs stepped on the lower jaw. He managed to hold on. As for why he did not raise his hands above his head to support himself, the reason was very simple. His hands were too short, and he could not reach it. Why is this little thing so powerful? Manda were shocked. It was like a human biting a beetle, but his teeth were broken, and he could not bite down. At this time, the spirit beast, AO, suddenly raised its head and let out a hissing sound. Mokuton, the art of cutting. A row of tough wooden strips suddenly drilled out, accompanied by bursts of puchi, and nailed into the mouth of the snake. The snake raised its head and let out an angry roar. He can actually activate Mokuton. "Yuuji, how many things have you researched behind my back?" Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot. The first time Yuuji came into contact with Hashirama's cells, he was clearly in his laboratory. However, how long had it been? A summoned beast that could activate Mokuton had been created by this guy. And from the looks of this creature, it's a man-made creature made from the life tissues of a companion beast, combined with Hashirama's cells. It's really a genius creation. Strength, speed, vitality, chakra, control, and ninjutsu are all impeccable. It can take into account the length of both. Orochimaru's mentality was somewhat unstable, and he actually had a faint feeling of jealousy. Not to mention anything else, if he could cultivate such a body, he would not hesitate to use the corpse reincarnation technique to seize it. This kind of summoned beast. He also wanted it. What was even worse was that although Orochimaru had never learned Kuman Sao-Aika's technique, he still remembered some of the introduction information of this technique. The complete Kumonjiu was clearly trying to create 9 different intermediary spirit beasts. The intermediary spirit beast of AO had already fused with Hashirama's cells, so what about the other 8? They must have fused with 8 types of rare blood inheritance. 9 types of summoned beasts that control different blood restrictions in their hands, the power that erupted in an instant. "Yuuji, you always bring me surprises. I can't wait to take everything from you." Orochimaru looked at him, suppressing the discomfort in his heart. This was the first time that someone could make him, a genius, feel unhappy in terms of scientific research and innovation. If it wasn't for the fact that he took a fancy to this young body with unlimited potential, he might be able to regard Yuuji as a person who is exploring the unknown road, a parallel person. Chapter 128, Stronger than Bijuu. Orochimaru had no time to be jealous. Die! Yuuji charged over. AO also charged out, charging straight for Orochimaru. "Looks like I've been underestimated." Orochimaru spoke. Manda was furious. She looked up at the sky and let out a terrifying hiss. Then, she suddenly lowered her head and looked at the 2 little bugs. "You have angered me." Manda began to roll around. Her terrifying figure continued to roll over. It was as if a mountain had rolled over and crushed all the barriers. The earth shook. Mokuton, explosive spear tree. A large number of trees grew out of AO's spirit beast's body, and the wooden vines were even more dense, continuously grabbing at Manda. AO raised its right hand, and its entire arm began to expand, turning into a giant tree that blocked the 10,000 snakes on the spot. An existence that was like a small mountain was stopped on the spot by the densely packed and proliferating trees. At this time, Yuuji activated his half-Godzilla transformation. He swung his tail and ruthlessly struck at the giant beast in front of him. Nuclear release, particle cut. The entire tail surged with a bluish-purple light, condensing a powerful edge that suddenly struck towards the myriad snakes. Particle cut was a technique that could directly harm Bijuu. With a single strike, it slashed towards the manda that was temporarily obstructed by Ao. That terrifying blue brilliance turned into a long ray of light that hacked over. Little demon, you! Manda felt a strong sense of crisis. It wanted to dodge, but that Ao spirit beast had tightly bound it. Every time an old tree broke, new trees would immediately grow. The next moment. Puchi! With a loud sound, the flesh and blood of the 10,000 snakes were severely injured on the spot by the particles, and a deep wound was cut out. A large amount of blood, along with minced meat, poured out. The long body was divided into two, and flesh and blood splashed everywhere. The scene was spectacular. I will remember you, you damn brat, I will kill you sooner or later. The snake screamed. Half of her body was cut off by this attack, and she was seriously injured. The giant snake stared at Yuuji with vicious eyes, and deeply engraved the appearance of Yuuji in its mind. Then, it disappeared with a bang, dragging half of its body, and barely escaped back to the Dragon Earth cave to recuperate. As long as it was in a dragon cave with a large amount of natural energy, it would not die, but its strength would definitely drop greatly. This would severely reduce its status in a weak place like the dragon cave. Presumably, the other snakes in the dragon cave would be happy to take the opportunity to kill the 10,000 snakes and devour everything. You don't need to remember me. Sooner or later, I will go to the dragon cave. Yuuji was calm. This was the problem with the summoned beast. Once the situation was unfavorable, the summoned beast could immediately escape back to its nest. After the snake escaped, only a mess was left on the ground. Looking around, there were traces of chaos everywhere. At this time, Orochimaru finally seized the opportunity. Evil snake fist explosion. A few large snakes suddenly appeared and immediately bit down on Ao. In the next moment, Orochimaru made a seal with one hand and shouted. Explode! Rumble! A huge explosion sounded, and a terrifying heat wave engulfed Ao. We've temporarily delayed one of them. Next, we'll have to deal with you. Orochimaru's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. There's no time left. Those guys chasing him must have sensed the movement and are rushing over frantically. Every second they delay, the more dangerous his situation will be. However, as long as we can get Yuuji's body, all of this risk is worth it. Come, Yuuji, merge with me and give me everything you have. The malice in Orochimaru's eyes almost turned solid. In the face of Yuuji's grab, it was enough to tear him to shreds. This poisonous snake exhausted the last of its body to withstand this attack, dragging its tired body to wrap around Yuuji. He once again abandoned a layer of shell. In a short period of time, he used multiple body doubles to exhaust all of his preparations before he defected. Later on, he had no choice but to consume a large amount of chakra to stimulate the cells in his body to temporarily reproduce. In other words, his current body's lifespan had been rapidly shortened and it was basically crippled. After this battle, he had to change a new body. It was imperative to activate the undead reincarnation technique to seize Yuuji's body. It's useless. With your weak strength, you shouldn't have been able to cause me any harm. Yuuji looked at Orochimaru, who had coiled around him several times, and his expression didn't change at all. He was now in semi-Godzilla mode, and his body shape had already turned into a small Godzilla. With this level of attack, none was unable to break through the surface of his body. Wang! Yuuji planned to use another particle cutter to end this poisonous snake. However, Orochimaru circled around his tail and wrapped it around him twice, barely stopping him for a moment. Yuuji! You're wrong, Yuuji. I never planned to use this method to get rid of you. I'm afraid you haven't realized what will happen. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide, and his entire mouth widened to a ridiculous degree. A wounded alabaster devil snake crawled out from his mouth. This is my true body. You are mine. Orochimaru was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He had spent so much effort and taken such a great risk, finally reaching this final step. He was going to seize this young body with unlimited potential. Orochimaru opened his mouth and impatiently swallowed Yuuji in one gulp. Guji, Guji. The alabaster devil snake barely managed to swallow Yuuji. From the outside, it looked like something was sliding into the stomach of the alabaster devil snake. The next moment. This is... Yuuji looked up. It was incomparably empty. There was only endless darkness in the sky. The ground cracked, but upon closer inspection, the ground looked like scales on the skin of a snake. In all directions, there was only endless emptiness, and there was no one or object. In this space, consciousness and mind had become somewhat blurry and changed. Yuuji wanted to move, but found that his body had been bound by a large amount of strange substances. Humph, humph, humph. Welcome to my world, Yuuji. In front of Yuuji, a bulge suddenly appeared on the ground. Orochimaru came out from it. He stuck out his long tongue, looked at Yuuji with infatuation, and slowly walked over. Finally, at this moment, you are too arrogant, actually giving me a chance. This is the undead reincarnation technique, I will devour your soul. Come, give me your body, along with your talent, your bloodline, give it to me. Orochimaru grabbed Yuuji, with a hysterical desire to get what he wanted. Arrogant? Orochimaru, the one who is truly arrogant is you. Yuuji raised his head and calmly looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Yuuji said lightly, although you've been hiding this technique from Danzo-sensei and using Root's power to develop it, I've always been watching you in silence. If you seize your body, I won't be surprised. After all. A terrifying smile appeared on Yuuji's face. You are not the first person to covet my body. The last one to do this is still that Hirako. His chimera technique can perfectly fuse with the blood limit realm. What? Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. That guy, Hirako, a close friend of his childhood, could actually develop this kind of technique, a technique that perfectly fused with the blood limit realm. Humph, chimera technique, it's impossible for him to compare to my corpse reincarnation technique. This is not just a technique to seize the body, it's also a forbidden technique for eternal life. So what? Your body is mine, no one can save you. Orochimaru pounced on Yuuji. He wanted to kill and devour Yuuji's soul, and then replace Yuuji. In this way, the corpse reincarnation art would be completed, and he would inherit everything from Yuuji perfectly. But unfortunately... Godzilla. Yuuji said calmly. Orochimaru held Yuuji's soul tightly. A part of him had already merged into Yuuji's soul. It's useless even if I summon that beast. It's too late. Ka. A strange sound spread throughout the empty and dead world. Orochimaru's fanatical whisper stopped abruptly. In the next moment, this spiritual world that was supposed to be under his control, the world that was used for the reincarnation ceremony, suddenly squeezed in an indescribable behemoth. The specific outline could not be seen. Even if it was just a shadow, even if it just stood there, it had already caused the spiritual world to crack like a mirror. What is this? What is this? This is the companion beast in your body? But how can my spiritual world? Orochimaru let out a roar of disbelief. The next moment, he planned to activate the four-symbol seal to stop Godzilla's invasion. Unfortunately, in the end, it was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With ease, this spiritual world had already been torn open by Godzilla. Orochimaru also saw the appearance of this monster. Fat belly, small hands, but the size is so big that it's exaggerated. Is this thing that interfered with my ceremony? This kind of pressure, even by Bijuu. Orochimaru's body began to show signs of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot. In the next moment, Yuuji had broken through the restraints and stood in front of Orochimaru. What a pity, the ritual failed. The spiritual space you created is so fragile that it can't withstand a single blow. I only moved a little, and you won't be able to hold on. Yuuji slowly raised his head. Behind him, the planet Godzilla stepped on the ground, accelerating the collapse of the world. The spiritual world created by Orochimaru had a lot of loopholes. In the original work, even Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan could not withstand it. Not to mention facing Yuuji at this moment. Disappear, Orochimaru, this dead end was chosen by you yourself, and you are going to die soon. Yuuji raised his hand and was about to destroy Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru let out an unwilling roar. He had thought of many kinds of situations, but he had never expected this kind of result. He was going to face a monster that seemed to be even stronger than Bijuu. This kind of monster, why would Ninja World have this kind of monster? Orochimaru's face was full of fear. Yuuji said lightly, there's nothing we can do about it. I didn't expect you to come and fight a monster like the Juub. He was about to be destroyed by Yuuji. At this time, Godzilla, who was behind Yuuji, suddenly opened his mouth, Who? Orochimaru was sucked away and eaten. Planet Godzilla fell asleep again. Alright, although the process is different from what I predicted. Forget it, at least the result will be the same. Orochimaru is really unlucky. Chapter 129, She only listens to that person. The intense battle between the two caused a huge change in the terrain. The dense primeval forest was flattened by the terrifying attack that had erupted in succession. The ground was overturned a few layers, uneven and messy. This terrible change in terrain was just an insignificant part of the battle just now. Shoo! In the distance, many figures were rushing over. This intense battle alarmed many people. Swish! Many figures arrived and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. The terrain has been changed. This is too terrifying. I found it hard to imagine what kind of attack would cause this kind of situation. Lord Yuuji is over there. There is also that great white phosphorus snake. Many figures stood beside Yuuji. At this time, Yuuji had just put the AO spirit beast back into the coffin. Behind him, the great white phosphorus snake had already been cut into several pieces, its corpse lying on the ground. Yuuji, where's Orochimaru? That guy just summoned Manda, right? And this white snake, exactly. The first thing Jiraiya said after rushing over was to ask about Orochimaru's whereabouts, and he saw the white phosphorus great snake that was broken into pieces. His heart thumped, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. Orochimaru-sama, who knows? His life-saving skills have always been very terrifying. Yuuji calmly removed the summoning spell, and with a rumbling sound, Ao's coffin was filled back into the ground and disappeared. Then, in front of everyone, he directly took out the seal scroll and sealed the white phosphorus corpse left behind by Orochimaru. One of Anbu was shocked. Lord Yuuji, could it be that you really killed Orochimaru? The others looked at Yuuji in shock. Yuuji rolled up the scroll again and held it in his hand. He said lightly, I told you, why didn't you listen? I don't know. It's hard to say if Orochimaru-san has other skills, but his life-saving skills are definitely the best. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Jiraiya sighed, as if there was a big stone in his heart. He said in a deep voice, then, Yuuji, can you tell me the process? I just want to confirm his final fate. Simply put, Orochimaru-san has mastered a secret technique that can seize other people's bodies, transforming his own body into the shape of an alabaster devil snake, and then devour enemy's soul and occupy the enemy's body as a new container. Yuuji put the scroll on his waist, raised his head and glanced at the battlefield. This was also the reason why he attacked Kazue before. He didn't try to escape, but instead attacked me crazily. This is also the reason. Greed makes people crazy, so Orochimaru-san was defeated. Yuuji didn't tell him how he countered soul attacks. Jiraiya also didn't ask. He and several Anbu were already shocked by this shocking news. The forbidden technique to seize other people's bodies? Is this reason why Orochimaru has been so strange and crazy recently? He wants to seize two of the stronger blood limit realms of the new generation. Unfortunately, he was first injured by Kazue, then killed and dismembered by Yuuji. Since the alabaster devil snake is Orochimaru's original body, doesn't that mean? Anbu muttered in a low voice. I can't be sure about this. Orochimaru-san has never been an easy person to die. Yuuji's expression was calm, but even so, it made the others feel more and more shocked. Even Jiraiya only felt empty in his heart at this moment. He looked at the messy battlefield in a daze and finally sighed deeply. What could he say? Even if Orochimaru really died. No matter how he looked at it, he deserved it. His comrades and opponents from when he was young were actually just like this. No, maybe he was still alive, but the probability was very low. It's better to return to the village as soon as possible and report this matter to Lord Yondaime. The rest is not something I can decide. Yuuji's voice was flat. Was Orochimaru dead? Of course, he was not dead. Even though most of his soul had been swallowed by Godzilla, he still had not died. Orochimaru, that guy, had already mastered the curse of the heavens, and Anko had been planted in his body. This meant that Orochimaru had taken advantage of the seal, who he had hidden somewhere, and had conducted many experiments in the direction of the curse. There was a high chance that there were other experimental monsters, and they also had heaven's curse on them. These were all Orochimaru's backup plans. As long as he had a soul fragment, he would be able to revive in minutes. The news of Orochimaru's death caused a huge uproar. Everyone who heard the news revealed deep shock on their faces, and their faces were filled with deep disbelief. As a result, everyone who heard the news was stunned at the first moment, and Root had not been able to react in time. They were still immersed in the fact that Orochimaru had defected, and they could not understand why Orochimaru would do this. But now, it was followed by the news that Orochimaru had been killed. The one who had killed him was the strongest freshman of Konoha's generation, and even the strongest freshman in history. Shiranui Yuuji. This shocking news spread wildly, shaking the entire Konoha. It even caused a huge sensation among Ninja World. From Orochimaru's betrayal to Orochimaru's death, it was too fast, so fast that no one could react. It was even more shocking to see the strength displayed by Yuuji. Is that so? Orochimaru, that dangerous ninja, was actually killed by one of his own people. Shiranui Yuuji, to be able to get rid of Orochimaru, what a terrible guy. Continue to raise the bounty. No matter who it is, as long as you can get rid of him, you can get the bounty. Of course, don't post this mission to the Fire Country's bounty. Humph, what a pity. I was going to find a chance to take revenge, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to live until then. How boring. Even Cho, who was in Suna Ninja Village, couldn't help but laugh as he adjusted the two puppet arms. He was in a good mood. I didn't expect that Orochimaru would end up like this. What a pity, she didn't even have a chance to take revenge. Unfortunately, I will never have a chance to kill Orochimaru, ha ha ha. Thinking like this, Chiyo's laughter became even more carefree, as if he had become younger. The news of Orochimaru being killed caused a huge commotion in Ninja World. As the center of all this change, Konoha Village, the higher-ups, even fell into an indescribable atmosphere. Is that so? Orochimaru was killed by Yuuji. Even the main body of the alabaster devil snake was dismembered. When Sandame heard this news, he was silent for a long time. It was hard to say whether it was sorrow or relief. Perhaps there were many complex emotions. After all, Orochimaru was the most outstanding disciple he had cultivated in his entire life. Unfortunately, in terms of thinking, he was gradually drifting away from him. I'm afraid that even you didn't expect this to be the result. The forbidden technique to seize other people's bodies, in the end, you. Sandame Hokage let out a deep sigh. Sitting alone in the corner of the room, he was gradually shrouded in shadows. Even when Biwa pushed the door open and called out to him, Sandame Hokage did not respond. There's no need to be like this. He is just a rebel who has betrayed the Will of Fire. Moreover, didn't that young man Yuuji say that he might not really die? Biwa began to clean up the tea set on the table. Sandame smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, if others say so, Orochimaru might really survive, but the one who did it was Yuuji. Although he was young, he had fought with many experts on the battlefield. He couldn't possibly allow Orochimaru to fake his death and escape. Even the corpse of the alabaster devil snake was put into a seal scroll and brought back. Could he still be alive? Or, would Yuuji be deceived by a clone or a prosthesis? It was almost impossible. And if Orochimaru is still alive, it wouldn't be a good thing. Sandame Hokage couldn't help but shake his head. At the Hokage building, Yandame looked at Namikaze Minato with a solemn face at the people standing in front of him. Is that so? I didn't expect it to be like this. Yuuji, you have grown to a level that no one can ignore. The title of the new generation is leaving you. Minato sighed with emotion. Yuuji was neither servile nor overbearing. Lord Yandame is too kind. I also didn't expect that Orochimaru-san would actually do such a thing. The reason why he attacked me and Kazue is also because he wants to change his new body. Well, if we can even bring back the corpse of Orochimaru, we should be able to verify his life and death. Minato had not finished speaking. Yuuji had already taken out a scroll and respectfully placed it on the table. Hokage-sama, this is the alabaster devil snake. Minato was moved. Such a precious thing was actually taken out without any hesitation. As expected of Yuuji. This kind of awareness was really trustworthy. Don't forget, Yuuji was the disciple of Danzo, the next leader of Root's organization. Root must also be secretly conducting a secret research. Minato knew this, but he could not find any evidence. Danzo definitely needed Orochimaru's corpse very much, but did Yuuji actually hand it over just like that? On the side, Jiraiya also took a look and sighed, Minato, accept it. Orochimaru is a traitor of the village after all. His corpse should be recycled according to the rules. He can make up for Yuuji in other ways. After that, he walked out with a lonely face. No one could truly understand the complexity in his heart. Minato was silent for a moment, then took the scroll. At the same time, he directly summoned the Book of Sealing and opened it on the spot. Orochimaru is an S-class traitor. You killed him and handed over his body. Naturally, you have to get a reward. Ordinary money is nothing to you. I heard that you were desperately trying to make money before. If you casually sell it, you can make a lot of money. Minato teased. He cast a sealing spell and opened the contents of the Book of Sealing. You can choose a forbidden technique from here to learn. Yuuji paused, his face serious. Hokage-sama, you are too polite. We are all working for the village. Then I will choose this summoning technique. He raised his hand and pointed to a certain technique. Intermediary spirit technique, Rashomon. It could be said that this was the strongest defensive technique in the Naruto world. If not for the fact that his agility was too low, this defensive ninjutsu would have been almost perfect. Rashomon is indeed a good technique. It seems that when you fought with Orochimaru, you had already seen the power of this technique. Minato smiled and opened the seal on the Rashomon. Everything about this technique slowly appeared. Ah, when Orochimaru-san used this technique for the first time, he really gave me a fright. He actually stopped my white-hot light. With his powerful memory, Yuuji immediately began to remember the contents. After spending some time, he memorized all the tactics and methods. Minato once again sealed the Book of Sealing. Hokage-sama, if there is nothing else, I will leave. After all, this matter with Orochimaru-sama has caused quite a bit of a commotion. Yuuji smiled and said. That's right, not everyone is as calm as Jiraiya and Sensei. Minato wanted to say something but stopped. Yuuji respectfully left the office and walked down the stairs at the corner. At the same time, a figure was going upstairs. Blonde hair, big breasts. But the moment they brushed past each other. Rumble. Tsunade suddenly threw a punch at him. A strange force burst out, and the punch created a shocking gap in the building. Tsunade-sama, I'll guide you to have a good relationship with Orochimaru-senpai, and now you have an indescribable feeling of depression in your heart. I can understand it, but please understand me. If he doesn't insist on attacking me, he can definitely escape. Yuuji stood still, his face calm. A few centimeters to the left of his face was Tsunade's fist. In the face of this anger, Yuuji was prepared. Don't misunderstand, I don't blame you. Tsunade retracted her hand, her voice devoid of any emotion. Yuuji nodded. I understand. Although Orochimaru-sama defected, the friendship of life and death in the past few decades is real. I don't know how to vent the complicated emotions in my heart. It is understandable. Tisk, what a watertight guy. It makes people feel annoyed. Tsunade turned around expressionlessly and continued upstairs. Yuuji stayed in place for a moment, then continued to go downstairs as if nothing had happened. The punch just now had already sent out the complicated feelings in his heart. Orochimaru, what a complicated guy. Even if he became an enemy, his former companions still remembered him. Yuuji shook his head. Outside the Hokage building, Anbu ninjas had already appeared to prevent innocent civilians from being injured. Many people gathered outside the Hokage building, looking at this scene in shock. Then, they saw Yuuji slowly walking out of the Hokage building. Yuuji-san, did you have a conflict with Tsunade-sama just now? Really, although I feel that there will be a problem, I didn't expect that guy to be so brazen. At some point, Kazue had been standing outside the Hokage building. To be more precise, she had been waiting for the news that Orochimaru had been killed. Just as Kazue was about to activate Susanoo, chakra was surging around her body. Calm down, Kazue. Just now, nothing happened to me. Don't worry too much about it. Hearing this news, even if it's Tsunade-sama, she would inevitably have emotional fluctuations. Yuuji slowly walked over and placed his hand on Kazue's shoulder. In that instant, an extremely oppressive power suddenly dissipated. Kazue patted his head and smiled, that's true. Everyone would be surprised if someone like Orochimaru died in your hands. Everyone made way for the two of them, staring blankly at the figures of the two. After a long time. Only then did those few Anbu gulp down a mouthful of saliva, gasping for breath. In that instant just now, they really felt that this Mangekyo girl would disregard everything, activate her Susanoo and rush into the Hokage building. Then it was impossible for them to stop her. Do you feel it? That suffocating feeling just now? Captain, did she really plan to do that just now? Maybe. If Yuuji didn't suppress her, she might really dare to kill her way in. But then again, Uchiha's people are very impulsive. There are only a few people who can calmly think and weigh the pros and cons. What? Someone actually dared to stand outside the Hokage building and cause trouble? Oh, Uchiha's clan, then it's fine. This clan is like this. They have no principles to help their relatives or not, and they never talk reason with outsiders. However, I still underestimated the influence of Yuuji on Kazue. It's just a small matter, but she didn't hesitate to do this. I'm afraid she won't even listen to the command of the Hokage. The captain of the Anbu branch thought for a moment and immediately returned to the Hokage building to report to Yandame. In this regard, Namikaze Minato just nodded slightly, not surprised. Yuuji had a huge impact on the freshmen and even the younger freshmen. This was not a secret. This kind of appeal had already exceeded the imagination of many people. Senior Tsunade, you almost caused a big trouble just now. Minato looked at the woman in front of him and said helplessly. Tsunade was in an extremely bad mood. She immediately sneered and said, "What? Can't you let me vent my emotions? I don't even know if my current state is more sorrowful or more carefree. Moreover, I didn't pull that kid to the training ground to fight. That is already good enough." Yes, but... Minato had a headache. He could not afford to offend this woman in front of him. This was not a question of whether he could beat her or not. Tsunade snorted coldly, however, you have to pay attention to the Uchiha clan, this clan is very strange, both Kazue and Shisui are trying their best to get close to Yuuji, and Fugaku seems to value him very much. The kid's teacher is the one who hates the Uchiha clan the most. Minato nodded. Indeed, this is very complicated, but now it seems that it is not a bad thing. With Yuuji in the middle, no one can force him to do things that he doesn't want to do as long as he can maintain his own strength. At least, Minato felt that as long as he caught Yuuji, things would not worsen to the worst situation. Not long after. Roots base. Danzo-sensei, I have already given the alabaster devil snake to the Hokage, but I have brought back the most essential part for you. Yuuji smiled. The next moment, his body squirmed and immediately stripped out a piece of body tissue. The cells in this body tissue belonged to Orochimaru, dying. This was the result of Yuuji's deliberate isolation and protection. Chapter 130, Organization Assembly. Orochimaru's white phosphorus snake, which part of it is the most valuable thing? The answer was obvious, it was the part that was swallowed by Sasuke in the original work. Orochimaru activated his undead reincarnation, wanting to possess Sasuke, but was killed by Sharingan. The original body of the alabaster devil snake was killed on the spot, but the most powerful part of the genes and cells that Orochimaru had researched in his entire life was possessed by Sasuke. Even more powerful cell activity, faster self-healing ability, and more abundant chakra. The most essential parts of Orochimaru's body were all integrated into Sasuke's body. Orochimaru, that guy, used the undead reincarnation technique, wanting to devour my soul, but he didn't expect to ruin this great situation. As Yuuji talked about the process of killing Orochimaru, he smiled and pointed at the piece of meat on the ground. Orochimaru was killed in half, but the most essential part of his genes and cells were not removed by Yuuji in the first place. Now, he could give it to Danzo. Anyway, he did not like this kind of thing. There was nothing that could promote the recovery of the body, which could compare with the bonus that Godzilla gave him. Yuuji did not care much about what Orochimaru was so proud of. So that's how it is. That guy actually dared to attack you. He only has himself to blame. The art of reincarnation. This makes sense. He attacked Kazue first in order to seize her body. Danzo was moved. This was the first time he had heard of the art of reincarnation. He did not expect it to have such a terrifying ability. The forbidden technique to devour original host's soul and occupy the body, damn it, I really want it. No matter what good things there were, Danzo wanted it, especially when it involved the ability to seize Sharingan's blood inheritance. Subconsciously, Danzo glanced at his right hand and inexplicably felt that this arm was not so fragrant. After all, it was a transplanted right arm. Danzo-sensei, but he has already failed. Moreover, he has failed twice in a row. This shows that this technique has a lot of drawbacks. Soul battles are also extremely dangerous. Yuuji naturally knew what Danzo was thinking. He smiled and said. Danzo thought for a moment and snorted, "This is natural. There is no perfect technique in this world, let alone a forbidden technique that is extremely dangerous. And even if he succeeds, at most, he can only possess a body and grasp a type of blood inheritance. This old man is different. This old man is the man who suppressed Ninja World back then, the strongest blood inheritance of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, both in his hands." Thinking like this, Danzo's mood became much better. Orochimaru's body can research many secrets, but unfortunately, there is no way to obtain the undead reincarnation technique. Danzo gestured, and a few of Root's ninjas appeared, taking away the flesh and blood. If he could continuously reproduce Orochimaru's body tissues, he might be able to nurture a few good cannon fodder craftsmen. However, Yuuji was no longer interested. In the next period of time, there is only one important thing, and that is the problem of nine-tailed Jinchuriki's fertility. Currently, we are not sure about Kushina's estimated date of birth, so you can pay attention to it. Danzo said in a low voice, but in fact, he did not pay too much attention to it, because the Hokage would definitely take the strictest measures to solve this problem. It was impossible to include his lineage into the task of protecting nine-tailed Jinchuriki's pregnancy. Yuuji nodded and walked out of Root's base. After taking a deep breath, Yuuji returned home. Orochimaru could no longer do anything for a short period of time. Even if he was resurrected from the curse, he had to rest for a period of time to recuperate his soul. "What? You asked the one that Godzilla swallowed? Don't even think about it. There isn't even any ash left. This wave of big snakes has suffered a loss." He opened the door. The two little ones who had just returned from school sat respectfully with their noses and swollen faces. "This is... What's wrong?" Yuuji looked at the two of them in surprise. "At this time, you should be doing your homework or playing ninja games." Do's face was full of bruises, and half of his glasses were broken. He pushed them and said respectfully, "Nii-san, Senior Kazue is very concerned about our cultivation and is very enthusiastic about giving us pointers." Yamato also sat upright in a serious manner and said in a low voice, "That's right, that's it. Senior Kazue is really too powerful. It is an honor to have such a beautiful and generous senior." If his nose was not bleeding, these words were barely convincing. Kazue, who was sitting opposite them, still moved gracefully and said gently, "Yuuji-san, you are back. The two of them said that I hindered them and even praised me as an old woman, so I taught them." Yuuji was silent. Old woman? Do and Yamato are honest people, how could they say such words? It's Senior Enko. She wanted to find Nii-san before, but she was chased away by Senior Kazue. We met her after school and heard her talk about old women along the way. Yamato finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She covered her face and her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Enko? Understood. She must have come to me because of the curse seal." Yuuji waved his hand and chased the two little boys out. Although he used the evil sealing seal to suppress the restlessness of the curse seal. However, this level of curse seal was obviously not perfect. It was even more violent and difficult to control. The evil sealing seal was only a method to treat the symptoms and not the root. It suppressed the intensity of the curse seal. However, Enko is also unlucky. According to the normal timeline, Orochimaru has already developed the curse seal to a more perfect level. At least the first stage of the curse seal is like this. But now, it's probably because of the accelerated research of the undead reincarnation. Yuuji mourned for Enko for a second. In the original story, when Orochimaru defected, he invited Enko to go with him. After being rejected, he left the curse mark, and then sealed Enko's memory. Now, Enko did not have this kind of treatment. She was so unlucky that she could not catch up with the good thing, and all the bad things were shouldered. Yuuji-san seems to be very interested in Enko. Kazue's face was gentle, and there was no sign of joy or anger. However, Yuuji dared to bet that Kazue, who seemed calm, was actually extremely jealous, and had already set her eyes on Enko, and would definitely find an opportunity to beat her half to death. Well, of course, I have to pay more attention to it. The curse on Enko's neck is very important, and it involves Orochimaru's resurrection. Resurrection? Kazue frowned. As expected, it was not that easy to get rid of one of the three ninjas who had shocked Ninja World. Do you need me to kill Anko in secret? No one will notice. No need, and it is meaningless. Orochimaru will never put the hope of resurrection on one person. Yuuji said lightly. To be honest, as long as Yuuji wanted to, he could start now and try to revive Orochimaru. As long as he had Orochimaru's flesh, along with a bit of Senjutsu's chakra, he would be able to hit the curse, and Orochimaru would be alive. This guy definitely had the best life-saving ability, and even Rikuta Sennin wasn't as good at life-saving as Orochimaru. If that's the case, then forget it. Kazue laughed softly, then took out the long sword on her back and placed it in front of Yuuji. This was the legendary artifact, Kusanagi sword. Yuuji-san, I took this from Orochimaru. I haven't had the time to give it to you. When there are outsiders, I don't dare to take it out, for fear that it will be taken by the village. Kazue said. Kusanagi sword. Yuuji grabbed the sword and looked at it for a moment. This Kusanagi sword had the ability to stretch and shrink. It was just like the Jinggu staff that the Inma had turned into, but it had a strong hardness that even the Inma could not withstand. Kusanagi sword that can freely stretch and shrink, is very suitable for your Susanoo. Yuuji looked at it for a while, chuckled, and then threw back this divine artifact that was known as Ninja World. When you were dealing with Orochimaru, I heard that the second form of Susanoo was used. Using this Kusanagi sword as the prototype, it created a chakra katana. This artifact is very suitable for you. Keep it for yourself. Yuuji said lightly. There were 3 Kusanagi sword that appeared in the Hokage, this one was a katana made of Kusanagi sword. Its hardness was amazing, and it could also be extended and shortened. Later, the Kusanagi sword that Sasuke got was more like a long sword. For the time being, there was nothing special about it. It was hard to tell that it was stronger than Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, and there was no other ability, if the transmission of chakra was also a type of ability. Lastly, there was the Totsuka no Tsurugi, a spirit weapon that had mastered, which had its own powerful sealing technique. To be honest, other than the Totsuka no Tsurugi that could attract Yuuji's interest, Yuuji was not interested in the other 2 Kusanagi sword at all. Weapons were not necessary for him. If that's the case, then I will not be polite. Kazue did not refuse and directly put away this Kusanagi sword. She activated the second form of Susanoo and needed to create a powerful weapon. Using Kusanagi sword as a template would save a lot of strength. Yuuji said, how much has your eyesight decreased during this period of time? In terms of vision, it is indeed somewhat reduced, but it is still able to hold on. Merely using the second form of Susanoo, it can still hold on for a long time, but if I frequently use the power of Izanagi and Izanami, it will greatly shorten the life of my eyes. Kazue said. While speaking, she displayed Mangekyo Sharingan. This was a pair of powerful eyes, but at the same time also suffering from the curse of blindness. Especially, Kazue's left and right eye technique, although powerful, could change the reality of the area outside of her. But in Kazue's own words, the consumption of eye power was very astonishing. Unless it is absolutely necessary, don't use the 3rd stage of Susanoo. The 3rd stage of Susanoo can absolutely confront Bijuu head-on, and can even temporarily suppress some weak Bijuu. The price is to accelerate the blindness of your eyes. Yuuji touched his chin. He couldn't afford to lose her eyes. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Remember to use Mangekyo's power. Yuuji said lightly. After Kazue left, Yuuji sat on the spot, silently thinking about what was happening. A few days later, the aftermath of Orochimaru's death spread. Yuuji's name completely resounded throughout the entire ninja world. This was also the first person he killed. And Konoha, as the center, welcomed an even worse matter. Jiraiya greeted Namikaze Minato and asked him to travel around to collect materials. Sorry, Minato. I need to go out and relax. Otherwise, I would not have any inspiration when composing. Jiraiya pretended to laugh cheerfully. It's good to go out for a walk. I am looking forward to Jiraiya's new work. Well, is the name of the child ready? Jiraiya looked at Kushina who came in and suddenly asked. Kushina touched his stomach with a satisfied face. Yes, he's called Naruto. Naruto? That's a good name. Then, you two have to be good. I'm leaving. The first stop is to go to the fire country first. Jiraiya laughed loudly. Finally, he took a deep look at Kushina's stomach. Naruto? Maybe he can become a great ninja. Speaking of which, I don't know how Nagato is, he should be the most likely person to be the prophesied child. Jiraiya thought and left the village. This was not the end. Not long after, Tsunade also left the village with her disciples on silent. Even if Sandaime Hokage personally came out, he still wouldn't be able to stop them. At this point, one died and two left. Konoha lost 3 of his top combat strength in one go. Only Sandaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Shiranui Yuuji, and Uchiha Kazue were left. This kind of loss was a huge blow. The other 4 great enduring villages were extremely happy when they heard this news. However, after looking at the strength of their own village and comparing it with Konoha's current strength, they could only endure it. Even if they couldn't defeat him, Konoha was still too strong. He really left. Hearing this news, Yuuji only shook his head. These 3 people, during Sandaime's time, had already lost their hearts. Soon, Yuuji was summoned by Danzo. Humph, the strength of the village has inexplicably dropped a lot. This is Hiruzen's problem. Danzo snorted coldly. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. So, sensei, what do you plan to do? Yandere will start to rely on your strength. This is a good opportunity for you. Konoha's position in the first ninja village cannot be shaken. Danzo slowly raised his head. He knew very well that even if all 3 of them attacked, as long as Yandere was still there, and the 9-tailed Jinchuriki was still there, he could only stay idle. The deterrent force of Minato and Kushina was too strong. In a way, it was even harder to deal with than the 3 ninjas. Danzo and Root would never have a chance. So, Orochimaru is dead, and many forbidden experiments have to be suspended. But I thought of a person who can help Konoha. Danzo said in a low voice, that is Konoha's A-class rebel, Hirako. Yuuji did not speak. Danzo said in a deep voice, Hirako's talent in human experiments is incomparable to Orochimaru. Before this guy attacked you behind my back, I also cooperated with him. As long as we can find this guy and use him, we can continue to advance many taboo experiments. As expected of sensei. He actually thought of this method. Yuuji had a look of admiration on his face. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. If we use Orochimaru's body as a bargaining chip, I think we can attract that idiot Hirako to take the bait, squeeze his value, and work for Konoha. Don't get involved in this matter. I will arrange for Root's ninjas to look for him and contact him. I heard that he is now in the country of Earth. Very quickly, orders were sent out. The ninjas of Root's department were secretly moving to Earth country. In this regard, Yuuji could only say that Danzo-sensei was really smart to think of this method. Only. The current Hirako has probably completely mastered the scorching and rapid escape. His strength has reached the level of elite superior ninja. There is a high chance that these Root ninjas will not return. Yuuji shrugged and did not say anything to stop him. It was time to find something for the arrogant Hirako guy to do. It seemed that Hirako was now wandering around in the country of Earth, planning to find Mes Kakuzu's bounty hunting job. In short, as Sunen's combat strength disappeared, Ninja World, which had finally calmed down, became unstable again. Some small conflicts on the border also suddenly began to intensify. This kind of endless probing and killing of small teams were destined to last for a few years. Yuuji and the others even received orders to regularly be sent to the border area to carry out missions and kill the enemy teams. Pucci! The sword light flashed. Several heads flew into the sky. This is Uchiha Kazue. Damn it, it's actually this person. Run. I can't run anymore, something is wrong with my body. This is Shiranui Yuuji's power, he actually affected me. Youth springtime, all of you, stay behind. Damned bastards. Guy's loud shout was especially ear-piercing amidst the panic. He charged over fiercely and knocked down many unlucky fellows. When Yuuji appeared, he only raised his hand and turned all of these enemies into corpses. Speaking of which, the 3 of us haven't acted together for a long time. This time, we can be considered to be reminiscing about our weak hours in the past. Yuuji rubbed his shoulders and smiled. He casually sat on the corpse of Suna Ninja. Indeed. Thinking about it, I really miss it. We have grown up. Kazue slowly retracted her Kusanagi sword. Guy clenched his fists. Your strength is already too strong, but I am already far behind you guys. Don't say that, Guy, the path we walk is different. Kazue has Mangekyo Sharingan, I have Godzilla, and you are the primary Taijutsu expert. If you can open 7 gates with all your strength and then combine them with powerful arts, it will be enough to fight against us. Maybe you can suppress the 2 of us for a short time. Yuuji waved his hand. Kazue instinctively didn't believe it, but she didn't refute it. Because she remembered that the 8 inner hidden armor technique was too strange. Ever since she heard that Guy's father, Might Do, the 10,000-year-old genin who had always been valued by Yuuji, opened the 8 inner gates to kill 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, she no longer dared to underestimate physical skills. Right, Yuuji-san, I learned a new ninjutsu. Guy suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to show it to Yuuji. A new ninjutsu. Is the Dragon King spitting fire? Yuuji pondered. He saw Guy forming a seal with both hands and then fiercely slapping the ground. Summoning technique. A big turtle appeared in front of the 3 people. Guy, why did you call me out again? The big turtle shouted loudly. I just want to introduce you to my companions. This big tortoise, I remembered that it was a tool turtle that Guy used to step on his feet to achieve the second jump. Yuuji sat at the side with a smile. He looked at the scene of a man and a turtle arguing. Occasionally, he felt that it was not bad. At this time, Yuuji's expression changed. A message came from the space ring. The leader of Akatsuki was gathering them. After such a long time, I've gathered the core members again. If I'm not wrong, it should be that matter. Has Nagato finally made his preparations? Yuuji thought about it and calculated the time. It was not impossible. This period of time was enough for Nagato to gather the 5 prototype characters in Jiraiya's novel and transform them into Pain Rikuta Sennin. This kind of thing that was filled with the sense of ceremony. Chapter 131, Nail Polish? Let the world feel the pain. Regarding the shape of the Kusanagi sword, I checked it again. The manga and anime are indeed different. When Orochimaru fought Sandame, the manga contained a katana, while the anime was a standard long sword. Here, the manga was chosen as the standard. Because more than 10 years ago, I read Naruto manga when I was in primary school, so I had a deep impression of the content of the manga, on the drawing. Yuuji appeared calm on the surface, but in fact, he had already separated a clone to respond to Akatsuki's call. He sent a stream of chakra into his sky ring. In the next moment, several figures appeared on the 10 fingers of the Gedo statue in Akatsuki's base. A total of 6 people. After such a long time, we finally meet again. Kisame looked at the chakra images in front of him and smiled. Zetsu said loudly, "What's the matter this time?" Tendo Pain slowly raised his head, and a terrifying pressure brewing in his eyes. I have already gathered the 6 paths of pain. Now, it is time to make a move against the country of rain. With our Akatsuki's strength, we will rule the entire country of rain. We are finally going to make a move. I thought you would wait until when? Su slowly raised his head and sized up the Tendo Pain in front of him. Well, using his body to shape him into the shape of Yahiko always feels a little weird. However, this was not a big deal. Tendo Pain said, there are a total of 6 members of Akatsuki. Conquering Omegakure is Akatsuki's first mission. We are absolutely not allowed to fail. The crowd laughed softly and nodded. Failure? It was impossible to fail. Anyone who could stand here had powerful strength and confidence that matched it. Although Omegakure had a top expert like Hanzo, the other 6 people present didn't feel that they were much worse than Hanzo. Konan said in a deep voice, Hanzo, who is a demigod, has ruled over Omegakure for decades. When he was young, the Sunin were defeated by him. Be careful not to be killed by him. Ha, Sunin? Those 3 gangsters. One was killed by the ninjas of his own village, and the other 2 ran away one after another. Defeating them when they were young was not worthy of praise. Obito slowly raised his head, and the Sharingan in his eyes surged with a terrifying light of light. Moreover, on the surface, I am not Akatsuki's core member. I will participate in this mission. After the matter is done, I will hide myself. I cannot let the world know of my existence. Everyone was silent, and some people's eyes became a little strange at this time. Whether it was Pain or Kisame, their eyes moved, constantly swaying between Obito and Su. It doesn't matter if you hide, but your old partner is not hiding? Alright, since the Mokuton is no longer a secret, it is not a bad thing for you to hide yourself, even though it is not of much use. Tendo Pain said coldly. Obito looked at Tendo Pain in surprise. What does it have to do with Mokuton? Moreover, he also knows Mokuton. When do we start? Kisame said, my same hata can't wait to taste new chakra. No hurry. Tendo Pain's eyes suddenly widened, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. They only heard Tendo Pain say in a deep voice, the members of our Akatsuki are only had uniforms right now, but it's not enough. This organization that wants to achieve world peace needs to be dressed differently. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Tendo Pain took out a few small boxes with a ghastly expression on his face. It was filled with cosmetics. After careful consideration, all of Akatsuki's core members have to apply nail polish. This way, even if we take off our clothes, we will still be able to recognize the identity of our Akatsuki members. Tendo Pain's voice was ice cold, emitting a powerful pressure. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in silence, their faces full of question marks. Ha 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 ha. What kind of ridiculous order is this? The official order issued by Akatsuki's leader is to smear nail polish on all members? Ha ha ha. White Zetsu couldn't help but laugh. Black Zetsu's face also twitched, and deep confusion was revealed in his empty eyes. What was this? Was this kind of order serious? Shut up, laugh again and kill you. Tendo Pain moved his eyes and a cold killing intent burst forth. Zetsu immediately shut his mouth. Everyone was silent for a moment. Kisame suddenly sighed, it's not a big problem to apply nail polish. Although I still feel strange. I am very close to the base, so I came here to carry out the mission. Obito took a deep breath and said, I don't understand how can this improve my combat power. But since the leader insists. Soon, Obito activated his Kamui and found Zetsu and Su respectively. The three people appeared in Akatsuki's base. Soon, the six of them stood on the fingers of the Gedo statue. The other four wore grave expressions as they received the exquisite makeup case from Pain. I can teach you if you don't know how to apply it. I'm familiar with this, Konan took the initiative to say. No one paid any attention to her. A few men who were strong enough to fight against Bijuu and the cage of a village opened the makeup box in dead silence. Very good, very delicate, this kind of oil, it was obvious at a glance that it was top quality goods. Let's start quickly. We are existences that bring peace to the world. We can't waste time because of such a small matter. Su urged. Bastard. Then why don't you start? Bloodshots appeared in Obito's Sharingan. Su tilted his head, I'm really sorry, I don't have hands, so I can't apply this. If you don't have hands, then make a few hands. Ha, don't even think about it. Madara, you won't back down when things come to an end. Su's eyes were extremely vicious. At this time, Kisame had already started to apply it. Obito gritted his teeth and began to apply it himself. Ever since he became Madara, he has never suffered this kind of grievance. Zetsu stared at it for a while, shrugged his shoulders, and directly began to apply it. Black Zetsu applied it for White Zetsu, and White Zetsu applied it for Black Zetsu. Shua, shua, shua. For a time, in the empty and dim cave, there was a group of men who were seriously dressed up. After everyone's nails were shiny. Konan muttered to herself for a moment, everyone, I still have eyeshadow here. Shut up! Obito shouted. The honest man, Kisame, also quit, leader, when will we start to act and achieve world peace? We can't just stay here and study how to apply nail polish and eyeshadow, right? Tendo Pain watched Obito strictly implement his orders, and the tight string in his heart suddenly loosened. Humph, it looks like these two really came to assist me with sincerity. Unfortunately, I didn't make Hashirama submit and only this undead was fooled. Since that's the case. Tendo Pain opened his arms, all core members of Akatsuki are here. From now on, we will officially launch an attack on Omegakure. We will make the world feel pain. Everyone was relieved. Kisame was about to smash the makeup box, but Tendo Pain suddenly looked over and immediately stopped. I like the environment of the country of rain very much. It is very suitable for my performance. Tendo Pain ordered, everyone wears bamboo hats, Zetsu is responsible for collecting information and getting the information of Omegakure troops, Su, Madara, Konan and the others attack Omegakure from the north, northeast, and east respectively. He slowly raised his head. The other 5 slumbering Pain all woke up and walked out of the darkness. Every single individual had Rinnegan in their eyes. As for me, I will launch an attack from several other directions. We only have one target. Kill Hanzo, Kill all those who resist, and let the remaining people welcome their gods. Tendo Pain gave the order, and the members of Akatsuki began to move. Although the 6 members are attacking together now, in essence, they are still fighting one-on-one. Fight in groups? No. The leader himself is a guy who likes to fight one-on-one. Even if the enemy is very tricky, his enemy will fight 6 Pain alone. In the country of rain, the rain poured down, and the endless rain fell, embellishing the country with a sad color. It was as if all of Ninja World's rain had gathered here, crying to their heart's content. This unlucky place had always been the battlefield and buffer zone for the various great powers in Ninja World War. As long as there was a war, the country of rain would be attacked by the ninjas of other villages. There were refugees everywhere, and food was scarce. This was a country that was always in pain. Even if a top expert like Hanzo appeared, he was still unable to change the current situation. And now, Omegakure had invaded. The members of Akatsuki were in charge of one direction and instantly dispersed to launch attacks. On the spot, Tendo Pain directly began to summon the other 5. Hanzo is a very scary guy. Be careful. A trace of worry flashed through Conan's eyes. Don't worry. No matter how strong Hanzo is, he can't be stronger than me. Tendo Pain's eyes surged with terrifying eye power. As soon as he mentioned Hanzo, he recalled Yahiko's death. If, at that time, he had already awakened and risked his life to develop the power of these eyes, Yahiko would not have been killed. The mistake has already happened. Then I will personally redeem everything. Tendo Pain said in a low voice. Just take it as the first step to correcting this wrong world. Who? 6 figures suddenly moved, charging towards Omegakure from the west. Conan watched the 6th figure disappear into the distance. Her whole body turned into countless pieces of paper and disappeared from where she was. She was also responsible for the task of invading Omegakure, but because she was the weakest, she could not fight against Hanzo. She only needed to be responsible for investigating like Zetsu. Soon, Omegakure welcomed an all-out attack. However, the ninjas in the village knew nothing about this. They carried out their tasks as usual. Under Hanzo's strict rule, every one of the AIM ninjas was a screw, and they strictly guarded their positions. Are there any problems with your side? An AIM ninja walked over. Everything is normal. Ever since Konoha defeated Iwa and Suna, our lives have been much better. Another ninja sighed with emotion. As long as the big countries started a war, the small countries would be unlucky, and the one who would suffer the most was precisely their country of rain. The country was weak, their strength was weak, their military strength was small, and they could not resist. They could only passively retreat and allow several big countries to fight in their own territory. Hey, do you feel that there is something wrong with Hanzo-sama? I haven't seen him for a long time. This year, he has been living in seclusion, it's very strange, and has gathered a large number of elite ninjas to protect himself. The ninja who spoke in the beginning said in a low voice. The other people's eyes narrowed and they fell silent. Indeed, in the recent year, Hanzo had performed very strangely. It seems that from that time when Hanzo personally led a team to carry out a mission and only he himself came back, he became like this. He was more cautious than before and would never show his face easily. Many people had doubts on their faces. Who was it that could kill so many elite ninjas in front of Hanzo and force Hanzo to return alone? It was destined that no one could answer this question. Other than Hanzo, all the other AIM ninjas who knew the truth had died. Just as they had guessed, Hanzo indeed felt uneasy. This year, he had always been in such great anxiety and suffering. Hanzo sat in the center of the village and set up the best defense system around him. He also arranged for several substitutes to show up for him in a few public places. He will definitely come back. Hanzo was extremely agitated. Rinnegan. The legendary sage's eyes. That little brat with red hair would definitely come to find him for revenge. Bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew about these eyes, I wouldn't kill Yahiko at all. Hanzo gritted his teeth. Only a fool would kill a useless Yahiko if he had the chance. Even if he did, he would have killed the owner of Sage's eyes. The greater possibility was that, it's simply not necessary to go this far. Rumble. An astonishing loud explosion erupted. Then, in every direction of Omegakure, a series of loud explosions erupted. What's going on? Hanzo suddenly stood up, his eyes revealing shock. Is it Konoha? Or Iwa or Suna? Hanzo's face was extremely ugly. Publicly attacking a megakure, even the 5 great countries had never done this before. My lord, an unknown enemy has entered our village. Our ninjas were already unable to stop them. There is a guy in the north wearing a mask and robe as if he has no body. In the northeast, there is also a masked man. I can't confirm their origins. I can't see their forehead protector. There are also a few guys in the west attacking us. Hanzo hurriedly asked, is there any red hair? No, Hanzo-sama. Is that so? Hanzo's anxious heart calmed down a little. If it were that sage, there was no need for him to put on a mask. Attacking from multiple directions, is it simply to disperse our military strength, or is it to have the intention to destroy a megakure? Hanzo stood up and immediately gave the order to organize the AIM ninjas to form a defensive line. At the same time, he personally made his move. Kill a group of enemies as soon as possible and find a way to determine the advantage. As long as it's not that red-hair brat, no matter who it is, I am confident that I can kill them. A trace of gloominess flashed through Hanzo's eyes. Although he no longer possessed the sharpness he had during the Second Ninja World War, the strength of a demigod was still there. Since some fellows don't know how to live or die, then kill them all. Hanzo arranged his substitute ninjas one after another. He himself carefully left. Which one should I kill first? Hanzo thought for a moment and decided to kill the few enemies who acted alone first. He went first, to the north of the village. Chapter 132, Deep Forest Emergence? You are embarrassing me, Hanzo. Su chose the northern part of a megakure. With his own strength, he directly launched an attack. Along the way, he traveled at an astonishing speed. He was like a ghost wearing a white mask and black clothes with red clouds. As for the bamboo hat, he had thrown it away from the beginning. A megakure, from now on, it will have a different master. What a pity! In the pouring rain, Su was slapped by countless raindrops. He looked up into the distance and saw a megakure's gate. A few ninjas were faithfully carrying out the task of guarding the gate. What a heavy rain! It's rare to see this level of rain in the whole year. It's like the sky has collapsed. Yes, in this terrible weather, we have to come to watch the gate. It's good to hide in the house and heat up some wine. I secretly brought a pot of wine. What? This is against the rules of the village. If you are discovered, you will be finished. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you will expose me? We only need to drink a little secretly. We won't be discovered. Hey, wait! Look over there! Something is there! The ninja was stunned and turned his head to look at it. Then, his eyes widened. They saw a ghost-like figure standing in the pouring rain and looking at them with his head tilted. What is that thing? He moved, he moved. Alert, it's an enemy, there is an enemy. Pucci. This guy who had not even shouted a single word had his chest pierced through by a thorn that extended from afar. Don't shout. Otherwise, all the enemies will be attracted here. The other guys will be relaxed. It will only add to my burden. Su's body moved up and down continuously and floated over. According to the time agreement, the others should also make a move at this time. As everyone knew, Akatsuki couldn't play in a group. It was always a one-on-one fight. Su seemed to be as light as a balloon, but in fact, his movements were even more swift to the point of frightening people. At the very least, it almost scared the AIM ninjas to death. Attack, kill him! Quickly inform the Anbu-sama. Humph, only one person dares to attack a megakure. You're courting death. The remaining few people roared and took out their weapons. Although their hearts were filled with fear, they still gritted their teeth and charged at the strange person in front of them. One of the AIM ninjas took out Kunao and ruthlessly slashed at the thorns, intending to rescue his poor companion. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out, and the Kunao immediately broke off. What kind of weapon is this? It's actually so hard. This AIM ninja was stunned. In the next moment, the thorn suddenly swung and extended. Its direction suddenly makes a turn and pierces through this person as well. In fact, as long as you lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, I have no interest in killing you. But not only did you not lie down, you even resisted. Then there is no way. Su's body swayed slightly. Swish, swish, swish. The thorny vine instantly began to go berserk. The terrifying plant that was enough to pierce through everything swayed wildly at a terrifying speed. Under the heavy rain, it quickly extended out. Pucci! 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 One voice after another rang out. It was the sound of their bodies being pierced through. One brave aim ninja after another was pierced through in the chest, like candied fruit, strung together. Swish! The thorns were constantly swaying in the air, and large amounts of blood mixed with the falling rain. The few ninjas that were strung on it let out miserable screams and died one after another. Su controlled the thorn to casually throw the body out. He was not interested in this form of human art at all. He always strung a bunch of corpses, which was boring. At this time, a large number of aim ninjas were alarmed and roared as they attacked. At this time, there was also a loud roar in the other direction. The other members of Akatsuki had already made their move. Well, it seems that the timing of my attack is right. Then I can kill them all. If I don't work hard and get blamed by Nagato, then it will be boring. Su slowly raised his head and looked at the screaming aim ninjas. The intruder in the north is a masked man. Attack! No matter how strong this guy is, he can't fight against over 100 of us. The numerous aim ninja looked at the slain companion angrily, and then they roared and attacked. Senbon Shower. Summoning Technique. A large number of Senbon suddenly rained, and an elite ninja summoned an ordinary salamander and sprayed poison on these Senbon. Countless Senbon, as if denser than rain, all attacked Su. This guy is dead for sure. No one can survive this attack. As long as he is injured, he will be poison. Even if the rain weakens the poison, it will still affect him. Many of aim ninjas' faces revealed a cruel expressions. But very quickly, their expressions completely changed. They only saw that countless Senbon rained on Su's body, but it was accompanied by a ding sound that made their scalp tingle. Those Senbon were unable to even pierce through the other party's clothes and mask. A large number of Senbon fell crookedly to the ground, and a large number of them were broken. This horrifying scene stunned the aim ninjas. Even my coat can't be pierced. Since that's the case, then it's my turn to make a move. Mokuton, Deep Forest Emergence. Rumble. Countless black trees appeared and rushed out from the ground crazily. In an instant, they covered a large area. Even a leaf on these black trees was far sharper beyond imagination, and it can easily cut or even cut off a human body. Not to mention, the large number of black trees had turned into a black forest that covered hundreds of square meters on the spot. Moreover, it was expanding at an astonishing speed. In a split second, Amegakure's ninjas were all stunned and their minds rumbled. This is Mokuton. How could it be, Mokuton? This is a technique that the legendary ninja god has mastered. Such a large-scale attack, run, run. Go and call Hanzo-sama. Many people revealed deep fear on their faces. They turned around and began to flee in panic. But even so, it was already too late. The ground beneath their feet suddenly rose, and one after another, protrusions appeared. One black tree after another emerged, and the moment they caught them, they killed them on the spot. With a light roll, their bodies split and they died on the spot. This bloody and ghastly scene made these people feel a bone-piercing chill. In the midst of roaring and screaming, they used all their strength to protect themselves and launched all kinds of ninjutsu. However, in the face of this level of attack, it was completely useless. These aim ninjas used their lives to attack, intending to cut off these trees and escape. But even if they used their most powerful ninjutsu, they could only cut off a thin branch. In the face of the endless black trees, they could only be crushed into meat paste in endless despair. In an instant, Amegakure's northern gate has become black jungle and shattered. Even the huge wall that covered the entire northern part of Amegakure was penetrated and destroyed by a large number of growing black trees. Rumble. The northern part of Amegakure was lost, and a large number of ninjas died. Some of the frightened survivors fled into the village with their lives on the line and intending to find Hanzo to fight this terrible man. The white masked man from Northern Gate is in control of Mokuton. The north has been lost, and more than 100 ninjas have been killed. Hanzo-sama, where is Hanzo-sama? Soon, screams came from other directions. There were panicked ninjas who ran in like crazy. In the northeast direction, there is a guy with a brown mask. We feel that he is not human. Our attacks are completely ineffective. Many of the people he touched disappeared on the spot. This is an evil ghost. A guy with half black and half white face is also very troublesome. He created more than a dozen white things, and many of our companions were devoured. There was a guy with a broadsword at the east gate that killed many people. It was suspected to be Kirigakure's S-rank missing nin, Hoshigaki Kisame. As for the west, it was the fastest to fall, and the power it erupted with was no less than that of the North Gate. Shinra Tensei. A voice that did not contain any emotion was heard. The entire western area was razed to the ground by this Shinra Tensei. In the face of the village controlled by the enemy who killed Yahiko, Tendo Pain was incomparably fierce at this moment. Anyone who dared to stand in front of him would die. Human Path, search for the whereabouts of Hanzo. Tendo Pain ordered in a low voice. The 6 of them were clearly alone. In principle, they did not need to communicate with each other, but the leader of the Akatsuki was a very ceremonial man. Especially at the moment when Omegakure was destroyed and a new rule was established, the strong impulse in his heart was even more irrepressible. Human Path nodded and immediately rushed out to hold down an injured AIM ninja. Let me go. Please let me go. Where is Hanzo? Hanzo-sama? He never revealed his whereabouts to outsiders. It's impossible for me to. Human Path activated Rinnegan's eye technique to search for memories related to Hanzo. No. The Human Path said dryly. The guy whose memories had been forcibly searched died on the spot. Continue searching. No matter what, we have to find that fellow, Hanzo. The Rinnegan in Tendo Pain's eyes surged with an ominous color, brewing an ominous glint. The others had caused quite a commotion, but it was not enough. They needed to kill even more rebels, leaving behind those who were truly willing to obey his will. Swish! Paper after paper flew and gathered into Konan. Konan said, in the north, the disturbance was the largest. He directly launched large-scale Mokuton ninjutsu and created a forest full of corpses. Tendo Pain nodded indifferently. I can feel the strong chakra fluctuation in the North Gate. First Hokage is showing me his sincerity. This is very good. Originally, I was worried that he would have an old problem and be soft-hearted. But now it seems that he has already made up his mind to support me with all his strength. In comparison, Madara is almost interesting. Humph, what a dangerous guy. During this period of time, besides taking the best-selling works that Jiraiya wrote in the past, he went crazy to find the prototype of the characters in the book to create the 5 pain. He also spent some time gathering some information about First Hokage and Uchiha Madara. According to the credible information he had, in addition to being careless, First Hokage was also quite soft-hearted. Considering his strength in sweeping the ninja world, this is an advantage. But he could not do it now. Tendo Pain hated soft-heartedness the most. Yahiko was like this back then. He pitied every unfortunate person, even strangers, and held the greatest kindness. So Yahiko died. He had the first Hokage's wisdom and temperament, but he did not have his strength. Konan, you continue to gather information. If you find Hanzo, immediately tell me, absolutely do not attack him. Tendo Pain said in a deep voice. Konan looked at him worriedly and nodded. She then turned into countless pieces of paper and disappeared. Tendo Pain looked at the several groups of AIM ninjas who rushed over again, and his eyes' eye power became more terrifying. Rage and hatred allowed him to further develop Rinnegan's strength. Shinra Tensei. An even more powerful Shinra Tensei burst out, killing dozens of people in front of him. The terrifying slaughter continued. The entire Omegakure suffered an all-around attack, collapsing thousands of miles away and unable to organize an effective counterattack. Any enemy they faced was at least an existence standing on Cage Level's side. Moreover, they also grasped techniques that far surpassed ordinary people, and their lethality was terrifying. A large number of AIM ninjas died, and some were lucky enough to escape. But they were extremely terrified and lost the courage to continue fighting. They didn't even know who the enemy was, and they didn't even know why these ridiculously strong fellows attacked Omegakure. All the AIM ninjas had gone crazy and desperately hoping that the strongest ninja in their minds, the guardian god of Omegakure, the demigod Hanzo, would kill all the invaders. And now, Lord Hanzo was also riding a tiger. He was aggressive, and according to his original plan, he wanted to kill a few intruders as soon as possible, intimidate the enemy, and then, negotiate. Don't doubt Hanzo is like this now. After recognizing this cruel reality and deeply realizing that the ninja world is the plaything of the 5 major ninja villages, he completely lay flat. As long as you didn't push him too far, Hanzo wouldn't fight to the death for glory and belief as he did in Second Ninja World War or even younger. He, who had lost all of his energy, just lay flat on the ground and guarding his own land, numbly watching this bloody and cruel world. Moreover, he was known as a demigod, and he indeed had battle power that matched his name. Generally, no one would be crazy enough to provoke him. The guy in the north is even more troublesome than I expected. Hanzo stood on a water pipe on the wall of a tall building and looked forward with an ugly expression. A large black forest from nothing was like a surging flood, crushing everything. A large number of AIM ninjas were swallowed up. Why did Mokuton appear in such a damn place? And this Mokuton ninjutsu, after it was activated, it quickly created a large forest. Could it be that the legendary deep forest emergence? This was the first Hokage's technique. After the first Hokage died, no one could master Mokuton, let alone use this level of Mokuton's ninjutsu. Hanzo sat in contemplation. Instinctively, he looked in the other direction. That's right, each one was fiercer than the other. No matter how hard Hanzo racked his brains, he couldn't figure out when he had offended this group of dangerous fellows. It couldn't be that little brat with Rin-Egan. From the time Yahiko died to now, how could Akatsuki rope in so many powerful fellows in just a little over a year? If he ran in another direction now, it wouldn't be good either. This guy in front must be the one who appeared in the past 2 years. Now that he has launched such a large range of Mokuton's ninjutsu, his chakra must have been consumed a lot. But the risk is still too high. Why don't I go in another direction? Hanzo gritted his teeth and turned to leave. But at this time, a fleeing AIM ninja raised his head and saw the man standing on the water pipe on the side of the building. At this moment, in the eyes of this panicked AIM ninja, Hanzo-sama's heroic posture was so great, like a boulder welcoming the incoming storm. The storm had arrived. In the pouring rain, the village collapsed as if it were the world's end. Hanzo-sama was still calmly standing on the high ground, overlooking everything. The strong wind whistled, blowing up Hanzo-sama's long hair, domineering and compelling. This kind of spirit, this kind of awareness, was worthy of being demigod of Ninja World. This ninja was filled with tears. Ah! It's Hanzo-sama! Hanzo-sama has appeared. What? Hanzo-sama is over there. Everyone, quickly run in that direction. With Hanzo-sama here, we will definitely be able to easily kill these fellows. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. A bunch of AIM ninjas, who were like headless flies, felt their spirits rise. They only felt their courage return. They shouted loudly and rushed to where Hanzo was. Hanzo lowered his head and glanced at the guy who was the first to roar. You have a narrow road. After I kill the enemy, I will be the first to deal with you when I come back. Hanzo took a deep breath and looked at the AIM ninjas, rushing over from all directions. He snorted coldly, suppressed his anger, and jumped down. He directly rushed towards the dense forest in front of him. This black forest gave him a strong sense of unease. Intruder, why did you attack my village? Hanzo shouted. His figure slowly emerged from a tree trunk. Are you Hanzo? I finally found you. It was the leader who ordered us to do this. It can only be said that you are unlucky. He looked at the guy in front of him, but he didn't know whether this guy was Hanzo himself or he was specially trained to be a substitute. Hanzo was very afraid of death. Leader. Who is your leader? Hanzo had a bad feeling in his heart. But Su was no longer interested in responding to the words of a dead person. Give me your life, Su said in a low voice. A large amount of chakra erupted, and the black forest began to expand again. Chapter 133, You Dare to Claim to be a God. Mokuton, Deep Forest Emergence. The black forest that was brewing with terrifying killing intent once again began to expand wildly. Countless large trees quickly drilled out and rose from the ground. In a very short period of time, they became towering trees. Not only that, but the many large black trees grew horizontally and crazily expanding the scope of the tree world. This dense forest at this moment, roared as it charged toward Hanzo. It really is the deep forest emergence. Hanzo's eyelids twitched wildly. It couldn't be wrong. This level of Mokuton's ninjutsu could easily create a large forest. This ability was something only the legendary deep forest emergence could do. Su, who are you? Why are you attacking my village? What is your relationship with Nagato? Hanzo could not help but roar. However, Su clearly had no intention of responding to him. This dangerous masked man, who seemed to have no body, only tilted his head as if he was very interested in all of his actions. Hanzo quickly retreated and nimbly avoided the giant trees that were coming at him. Rumble. The scene was extremely savage. In his field of vision, countless thick tree trunks were like giant hands, overlapping each other as they pounced at him at different speeds. Hanzo retreated continuously, which directly caused the black forest to begin invading Omegakure in a large area. The countless tall buildings, along with the dense water drainage pipes, were so fragile in front of this forest that were expanding like it was alive. Just a slight touch would shatter them. My village, bastard, don't look down on me. Hanzo waved his weapon. Hagama no Mai, Rockik no Yaiba, Dance of the Sickle Blade, Falling Descent Blade. Kaka. A crisp sound rang out. With Hanzo's ability and powerful chakra and body technique, he cut off several tree trunks in one breath, but his weapon also suffered damage. More trees came crashing down, but they were all cut off by Hanzo. Although he was old, he still showed strong physical skills and amazing combat experience. This hardnesses it really would. Hanzo felt like his scalp was going to explode. After cutting open empty space, it quickly recovered. Now, he realized that cutting these trees was the worst decision he could make. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Hanzo raised his head and glanced, and in the gaps where countless tree trunks moved and intertwined, he looked at Su. If I delay any longer, the others will be attracted over. I must kill that guy as soon as possible. Hanzo looked up and saw that the distance was too far. He gritted his teeth and formed a seal with his hands. He activated his summoning technique and summoned his most powerful weapon. Giant brown salamander, Ibus. Bang! A huge monster suddenly appeared. Ibus, hide underground, the deeper the better. Ibus swallowed Hanzo in one gulp and buried its head deep into the ground. Soon, the giant salamander rushed out again, covered in wounds, and pounced on Su. Giant summoned beast, this kind of thing is the most useless against me. You can't be unaware of this, right? As he spoke, many black trees instantly wrapped around this giant summoned beast. Mokuton was best at dealing with this kind of big fellow. Ibus hissed and used its ridiculously strong strength to crazily tear the trees, but even more black trees surged over. The trees began to pierce through Ibus's body, causing a large amount of poisonous blood to flow out. It was one of Ninja World's most poisonous poisons, and when it touched the trees, it actually produced a sizzling sound. Ibus, poison mist! Hanzo shouted. The dying Ibus opened its mouth. Then, it used the last of its strength to spit out a terrifying poisonous mist. The salamander poison. The terrifying poisonous mist turned into thick smoke that could be seen with the naked eye and surged to Su. After spitting out this attack, Ibus almost lost all its strength and let out a wail. Hanzo's heart ached to death. He could become the strongest in the hearts of countless ninjas. One of the important factors was that he relied on this extremely poisonous salamander, Ibus. Now, in order to deal with this Mokuton ninja, Ibus would probably not be able to survive this. Naturally, Hanzo's overall strength would drop by a large margin. Die here. No matter who it is, even if you are Senju Hashirama, you will die in this level of poisonous mist. Hanzo's eyes were bloodshot. A large amount of poisonous mist spread out. Not to mention this super concentrated poisonous mist released by Ibus, just Ibus's blood carried a poison that ordinary people could not bear. The poisonous mist began to spread. Even if there were a downpour, it would not be able to erase the spreading poisonous mist truly. Some of the poison mixed into the water and flowed out. Many of the AIM ninjas who were standing in the distance hoped to see Hanzo kill the enemy, but they became the first group of people affected by the poison. Ah! Not good, hold your breath. Everyone, hold your breath. There is poison in the water, but it can penetrate the skin. Run to a higher place. Retreat. Everyone, stay away from the battlefield immediately. The farther the better. However, it was too late. The ninja earlier quickly fell and died on the spot. More people held their breath and ran a few steps before dying on the spot. The many AIM ninjas fled in fear. They hoped that Hanzo could make a move, but unfortunately, Hanzo was no longer in the mood to care about their lives. Everything was worth it as long as he could kill this terrifying Mokuton ninja. Under Hanzo's expectant gaze, the extremely strong poison from the poisonous mist sprayed toward Su. The poison spread and passed layer upon layer of trees. Very good, this fellow is too arrogant. As long as he is poisoned. A hint of malice appeared in Hanzo's eyes. Why didn't he immediately control a large number of trees to form a wall to stop his poisonous fog? Hat. Su raised his head and looked at the violent poisonous mist that was rushing toward him. The poison that shocked Ninja World, this kind of thing. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the dense poisonous mist. The moment he came into contact with it, the cells on his body began to die on a large scale. It's really amazing. This kind of poison can actually kill a layer of my cells. Su nodded repeatedly, his face full of praise. Soon, his body began to shrink, and a large number of cells died. In the end, with a clatter, his mask fell to the ground, as if he was dead. Humph, is he dead? This guy is too arrogant. That's why I got him. Hanzo took a deep breath. A look of relief appeared on his face. He turned around and looked at his giant salamander. Many big trees had pierced through it, and its body was strung into a mess. Poisonous blood and internal organs poured out continuously. It had already lost its life. My salamander. Hanzo's eyes revealed a pained expression. What a pity, your big lizard is dead. A voice was heard, and Hanzo's face changed greatly. Su slowly grew out of a black tree trunk, looking completely intact. How could it be? Is it a genjutsu or? Hanzo looked at the original place and found that the white mask that had fallen there had disappeared quietly. Why aren't you dead yet? Hanzo's voice was cold. Su tilted his head and looked at him. It's very simple, because I can't die at all. Even if he were killed to the point that only a single cell remained, he would still be resurrected on the spot in minutes. He only needed to scatter some cells in this forest randomly, and he would be able to reproduce new bodies at any time. Hanzo's eyes flashed with uneasiness. He picked up the sickle and suddenly slashed out. Kenjutsu, flash. A vicious attack, the speed was extremely fast, and it struck Su. Kaka. A violent collision occurred. The black robe was cut in half, but Su only swayed slightly and floated up again. He stood where he was as if he had not suffered any damage. After breaking the black robe, I did not come into contact with the real body. Is this a water form secret technique similar to the Hojiki clan hydrification, or? Hanzo's eyes were bloodshot. Swish! Large amounts of brambles suddenly merged together and grabbed Hanzo. Whoosh! Dozens of brambles attacked, and Hanzo hurriedly dodged. However, a huge wound still appeared on his chest. In the first place, Hanzo's body was already severely damaged because of the large amount of poisonous mist that spread out. Damn it! Hanzo took out the antidote and injected it into his body. He then hurriedly retreated. Su only looked at him. It's really sad, even my own body can't bear this kind of poison. Hanzo gritted his teeth. The scene of him being injured and retreating was seen by some people in the distance. Their expressions changed greatly. This, Hanzo-sama is actually injured. He is a demigod, but he was actually. Who is the enemy who can use Mokuton to resist the salamander poison? Many AIM ninjas felt their faith collapse. Hanzo-sama, shouldn't he be invincible? Shouldn't he be the strongest? But why was he injured? The myth was shattered. Looking out, there was only the endless black forest that seemed to have emerged from the pure land of the underworld. It was surging with the aura of death. Damned fellow! Hanzo clutched his chest, his eyes were bloodshot. With a roar, he turned around and was about to retreat. He really felt uneasy. This fellow in front of him was too strange. It's useless. You can't escape. Our organization has surrounded the entire Omegakure. Ah, our leader is already here. They were chasing after him frivolously. The other members of Akatsuki also attacked, targeting Hanzo. These few people were all people with astonishing combat strength. Along the way, they killed countless AIM ninjas. In this village full of tall buildings and drain pipes. No matter how Hanzo tried to escape, he was already locked and targeted. Shinra Tensei. Boom! An astonishing shockwave instantly struck him. Several buildings were blasted around him. Hanzo, who was shuttling through the air, was hit in the face. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he stepped on a few pieces of gravel and barely escaped from Shinra Tensei's direct attack. Bang! A corpse was thrown in front of Hanzo. You actually fell to such a degree and even specially cultivated a substitute ninja. Tendo Pain blasted out a straight line of flat ground and descended from the sky. Then, the other 5 figures also appeared here. You are Akatsuki's Yahiko. You should be dead already, and these eyes. Hanzo's expression changed greatly, and he looked at the guys in front of him in disbelief. 6 people, 6 pairs of Rin-Egan. Leader, it took me a lot of effort to stop this guy. Su floated over. Tendo Pain glanced at him. Your type has always restrained him. Moreover, dealing with this kind of guy is not a problem for you, right? My god, are you so confident in me? Tendo Pain looked at Su with a look that said, "You don't have to explain, I won't listen. I already know all your secrets. Su, you step down. I will deal with this guy. I will personally deal with him and bring true peace to Omegakure." Tendo Pain ordered. At this time, more and more members of Akatsuki killed their way through Omegakure and rushed over. They were now looking at the miserable Hanzo with interest. Is this legendary demigod? There doesn't seem to be anything strange about him. White Zetsu said in a strange tone. Obito said coldly, "Don't let your guard down. This guy's poison shocked the ninja world. If it gets swept in, even you won't be able to stop it." Whoosh! Kisame split open a wall and stood on the roof. He casually hung same hata and said, "Yeah, it looks like there will be a good show to watch. Is the leader going to take action personally?" These few core members of Akatsuki had no intention of interfering at all. They stood there with interest, ready to watch the show. What? Rush over to help and kill Hanzo? Stop joking around. If you want to fight, then fight one-on-one. If you lose, then another one will replace it. In any case, it's impossible to play in group. These guys. Hanzo flipped backward, distancing himself from 6 paths of pain. He raised his head and looked at these people warily. He had already been surrounded by the members of Akatsuki. Although this encirclement looked very loose, the tangible pressure was real. So that's how it is. You are all members of the same organization, Akatsuki. Hanzo's expression was extremely ugly. He covered his shoulder with one hand and continuously took out antidotes to inject them into his body. Akatsuki's Yahiko. So it was revenge. Hehe, if it were you guys, this old man wouldn't have any doubts. But what exactly is going on with those eyes of yours? Are you really Yahiko? Hanzo wanted to buy some time and adjusted his body as much as possible. In this world, there is no longer Yahiko. Tendo Pain opened his hands, and his eyes slowly widened. The terrifying Rinnegan exuded a ruthless aura. I am Pain. Tendo Pain that will bring peace to this wrong world. Tendo Pain looked down at Hanzo and said in a low voice, "You are known as a demigod, but you are still only a mortal. You are trapped in the old shackles and cannot break free to see a new light. Under the endless dark clouds, people like you are the strongest haze in the world and need to be eradicated." Hanzo gritted his teeth and said, "You are not Yahiko, but you have Rinnegan. Who exactly are you?" The other 5 Pain also took a step forward and rushed towards Hanzo. Tendo Pain raised his arm, and powerful chakra began to gather. Then with a voice full of endless majesty, he slowly opened his mouth. I am God. Chapter 134, Chibaku Tensei, Planetary Devastation. God. This was the first time that Pain had announced his identity to the world in this manner. He boasted of being a god, acting in the name of a god, using the power of a god to erase the mistakes in this world, and rewrite the tragedy of everything. Thinking about it carefully, only the legendary gods could do these things. He actually thinks of himself as a god. What an arrogant guy. Hanzo slowly raised his head and looked at the guy in front of him with an ugly expression. What were the identities of these people in front of him? Why did they all have Rinnegan? What was their relationship with Nagato? Hanzo, you, who are as humble as an ant, can be crowned as a demigod in the dirty world because of the world's ignorance. In front of me, a true god, everything about you will disappear. Tendo Pain said indifferently, being constantly invaded by your own poison. Change into a new filter and fight with me. In front of the power of God, you will personally feel your own weakness. Hanzo widened his eyes. He felt that he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. In his anger, he took out a sealed scroll on the spot and slapped it hard. Pain, you will regret it. Hanzo shouted angrily. He summoned a new filter as quickly as possible and put it on himself. Ha 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 ha. Is this leader? He is so confident and insists on facing a demigod who is ready. White Zetsu cried out strangely. Black Zetsu said calmly, with his strength, even if his opponent is the young Hanzo, he is nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, Hanzo is already old and no longer as sharp and bold as before. Everyone spread out and watched carefully. Especially the core members of Akatsuki, they wanted to see the power of their leader with their own eyes. Rinnegan. What was the power of these eyes? What level did the 6 puppets created by Nagato have? They wanted to know. Akatsuki's leader. If he only relied on the name of Sage's eyes, it was absolutely impossible to subdue them. The three Tomo and Obito's eyes were constantly spinning as he stared fixedly at the six pain. Rinnegan is the next level of eternal Mangekyo, what kind of power does it possess? Obito silently pondered. It was impossible for him to say that he did not have any thoughts about Rinnegan. He even wanted his eyes to be upgraded to Rinnegan, but this was destined to be impossible. Nagato, I hope that you can truly control these eyes. If you can't do it, then your value is nothing. You really are only worthy of being a vessel that can nourish Rinnegan. The three Tomo and Obito's eyes moved. Tendo Pain said indifferently, all of you, retreat. This is the battle between true gods and false gods. Everyone hesitated and retreated a little. I am talking about you, Su, don't stand by my side. Tendo Pain glared at him. I understand. As expected of the leader. This kind of powerful power is worthy of praise. Su nodded as if nothing had happened. He merged into the ground and soon emerged from the distance. Tendo Pain coldly snorted, and the eye power in his eyes became even more astonishing. In the next moment, the six pain moved. They turned into six sharp arrows, divided into two teams, and attacked Hanzo in a pincer attack. There are 6 enemies, and I am at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Hanzo retreated quickly and observed for a moment. He activated the summoning technique again and summoned several giant salamanders to be cannon fodder. But soon, he realized that this was not the right decision. Summoning technique. Animal Path formed a seal, directly summoning a dog and a bird. What made Hanzo even more alarmed was that these two large summoned beasts also had Rinnegan in their eyes. Can Sage's eyes be wholesale? Rumble. The battle between the summoned beasts was the first to begin. The salamanders directly opened their mouths and spat out a large amount of poison. Although it was several times weaker than the poison of ibus, it still had a miraculous effect when killing ordinary creatures. However, they were not facing ordinary creatures. Who? The poison covered the area, killing the cells in large quantities. Roar! 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 The hell dog began to expand and split into many dogs, which could not be killed no matter how they were killed. That big bird was also very difficult to deal with, it grabbed a salamander into the sky and let it fall to death. Azura Path. The figure of Azura Path Pain changed, his upper body bent and shot out several chakra tracking missiles toward Hanzo. Hanzo waved his sickle, grabbed the chain with one hand, and suddenly threw it out. It draws a huge arc in the air and slashed these missiles in succession. Rumble. A violent explosion occurred. By the time Hanzo withdrew his scythe, Human Path had already attacked him and grabbed him with one hand. These guys are bizarre. There are no traces of ninjutsu casting. Hanzo's face sank. He recalled the scene when Nagato summoned a strange giant statue and devoured a large number of souls. He immediately raised his foot and was about to kick Human Path away. At this moment, Human Path suddenly raised his hand to block this attack. He took a step forward and reached out his hand to grab it. Bang! Hanzo was grabbed on the face. Soon, he felt a strange force begin to invade his brain. So that's how it is. Human Path. This guy's ability is to search for memories. Whoosh! Hanzo turned into a ball of water and disappeared. Water body. At the back. Tendo Pain said coldly. Hanzo suddenly came out and formed a seal with both hands, activating the technique he had already prepared. Katon, Kaibaku engine, fire release, exploding flame formation. There was an explosion at the foot of the Human Path, which immediately blew the Human Path into pieces. I killed one. It seems that your eyes are not very good. At least there is a limit. Hanzo sneered and felt the pressure all over his body suddenly relieved. He looked at the remaining 5 pain and stared at the 5 pairs of Rinnegan. That woman can summon a peculiar summoned beast. The buff man can transform and launch chakra weapons. The leader, Yahiko, can create a repulsive force. If the one who I killed just now can read memories, then I can be sure. Each person at least has a specific ability. It is very tricky. Hanzo pondered for a moment and did not stop. He once again rushed to the other 5 pain. The 6 figures turned into an astonishing afterimage and began to fight fiercely. Hanzo was constantly retreating. He did not dare to get close to these guys, nor did he dare to be surrounded. Pain's ability made him extremely fearful. Finally, Hanzo secretly formed a seal. After luring a pain over, he cast another exploding flame formation. Intense flames rose into the air, devouring everything. If that's the case, then you guys, what? Hanzo's expression changed. He saw that all the explosions suddenly began to shrink and were completely absorbed by the pain. This guy's ability is to absorb ninjutsu. Hanzo looked around with an ugly expression. Even if he killed 6 pain, he would have to face the attacks of Akatsuki's other members. Why would these experts join Akatsuki? Tendo Pain said, the struggles of ants are just the most insignificant thing in the eyes of the gods. Hell Path. The Hell Path was a man with a strange smile on his face. He summoned the head of the King of Hell that ordinary people could not see and threw the corpse fragments into it. The King of Hell chewed a few times and spat out an intact human path. How is this possible? The last pain ability is resurrection. Hanzo's expression changed, and he felt a chill. Feel the pain, Shinra Tensei. Rumble. A terrifying repulsive force suddenly shot out that covered a wide area. The ground instantly caved in and was torn apart. Hanzo roared and summoned a salamander to block it, but it was completely useless this time. The salamander that bore the brunt was crushed into flesh by this repulsive force on the spot, and its flesh splattered. Hanzo himself was sent flying, and his entire body suffered a violent impact. His bones were broken and his internal organs were bleeding. When all the smoke dissipated, everyone saw. With Tendo Pain's outstretched palm as the starting point, a fan-shaped depression appeared in front of him. Everywhere it covered was razed to the ground. This kind of powerful and unreasonable attack was enough to make people's faces change. Damn it! Hanzo stood up, his face covered in dirt. His body was seriously injured. Banch Tenin. Tendo Pain opened his hand. Hanzo, who was 100 meters away, was pulled back by a powerful suction force. It was repulsion just now, and now it's an attraction force. Hanzo gritted his teeth and took off the filter on his mouth. Dakujiri, poison mist. A large amount of poisonous mist was released from Hanzo's mouth. This time, he even extracted the poison from the poison sac buried in his abdomen and spat it out. At this time, Hanzo was the most dangerous. Even if it were just breathing, it carried a poisonous mist that was enough to kill ordinary people. It's impossible for you to dodge at such a close distance. No matter what you are, you will die under my poison. Hanzo's eyes were bloodshot. The poison attacked. Swish. Tendo Pain just coldly said, Hungry Ghost Path. Hungry Ghost Path suddenly appeared in front of Tendo Pain and opened his hands. It was going to absorb it just like before. Hey! The hands of the Hungry Ghost Path started to be soaked with poison and were crippled on the spot. Humph, it's not a ninjutsu, but real poison. Tendo Pain looked indifferent. Hungry Ghost Path can absorb almost all forms of ninjutsu. Whether it is fire release or water release, there is no problem. But the salamander poison that Hanzo extracted from the poison sac in his abdomen was not transformed from chakra. This led to the Hungry Ghost Path being poisoned on the spot. As expected of the fellow known as a demigod. He managed to analyze the characteristics of 6 paths of pain so quickly. Many people revealed expressions of shock. Black Zetsu quickly analyzed, trying his best to grasp as much information as possible about Rinnegan's eye technique. The power of these eyes is quite impressive. Although it is still far from being able to bring out Rinnegan's true power. Nagato must be hiding a trump card. Black Zetsu pondered. After all, this was not Nagato's own eyes, but Madara's. Swish. Hanzo's body was still sucked over by Tendo Pain. You will also die under my poison. Hanzo stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Naive. Tendo Pain calculated the time and suddenly changed his eye technique. Shinra Tensei. The attraction force quickly transformed into a repulsive force in an extremely short period of time, which instantly heavily injured Hanzo. Pucci. Hanzo spat out a large mouthful of blood and lay on the ground, his eyes almost spinning. Looks like it's over. The legend of Ninja World is about to end here. Kisame looked at the battle seriously. To be honest, it was very interesting. Hanzo was indeed strong. Even if he lost his spirit and his body had aged, he was still strong enough. Especially that kind of incurable poison, even Hanzo himself could not bear it. He also poisoned the Hungry Ghost Path and killed the human path. Only. The identity of the leader is too mysterious. Is it really just Yahiko? Kisame laughed in a low voice. During his time in the country of rain, he had also been searching for information. Was this Yahiko really the original Yahiko? If he wasn't, then it would be interesting. First of all, he expended a lot of strength fighting Su, and then he had to face our leader. To a certain extent, these two people are not very afraid of Hanzo's poison. Obito used Sharingan to observe everything. Hanzo was worthy of the title of demigod. He was very strong, but he was relatively unlucky. Because Su and Pain, one was a clone, and the other was a puppet. Even if they were killed, they could recover in minutes. They were not afraid of salamander poison at all. If it were someone like Kisame, it would be really uncomfortable. If Hanzo casually sprayed a mouthful of poison into the rain, Kisame would have to expend a lot of effort to deal with it. If the poison hit them, they would basically die. Even if they were injected with a special antidote in time, it would depend on their luck to survive. Kisame directly sprayed out a water release technique to wash away the rain on the ground along a large amount of poisonous water. Only then did everyone jump down one after another and surround Hanzo in the middle. They looked down at the demigod ninja world who had fallen to the ground. Rumble. A bolt of lightning that tore through the sky appeared and disappeared in a flash. It illuminated everything for a short period of time, but it permanently engraved this tragic scene. Hanzo-sama, lost. Impossible. How could a demigod lose? How could a demigod lose? Many of the AIM ninjas had looks of despair on their faces. Was the legend that had shocked Ninja World for decades about to come to an end at this moment? Hanzo-sama. Many people knelt on the ground and wept bitterly, unable to believe this fact. Hanzo coughed violently. He staggered and tried to stand up. Unfortunately, he couldn't even stand up. The bones in his body had already been shattered. The countdown to death had already entered. Su said, "Your Excellency, please be at ease. Akatsuki will bring unprecedented peace to this dirty world." Su looked at this demigod who was at the end of the road. Was Hanzo strong? Strong, really strong. This was clearly called the man standing at the peak of Ninja World. Unfortunately, the loss of vitality and age had become an important push to push this man into the abyss. Not to mention, being targeted by the young Nagato had already decided his fate. Did you hear that? The entire country of Rain is crying. These people are mourning for you and sending you a sincere funeral. Tendo Pain looked up at the sky. The rain had become lighter, but there was no sign of stopping. This was the tragedy of this terrible country. Even seeing the sun was an extravagant hope. He. Hanzo knelt on the ground and buried his head in the rain. The blood mixed with the heavy rain had turned into a red color. He suddenly laughed. What's so funny about it, you rotten product of the old era? Tendo Pain lowered his head and looked at him. In this new era, it is not impossible to rely on this kind of power. But unfortunately, you have no future. Hanzo grabbed his abdomen with one hand, roared, and used his last strength to pull out the poison sac. When he was young, he dug out the poison sac of a dead poisonous salamander and transplanted it into his abdomen, then let it accumulate. This poison sac helped him become a demigod that shook Ninja World step by step. Pa! Hanzo pulled out the broken poison sac and let out a crazy laugh. Even I can't withstand this kind of poison. All of you must die. Since I'm already dead, I'll let all of you accompany me in death along with this village. The era of demigods has passed, but the age of young people has not yet arrived. The future can never belong to Akatsuki, and it can never belong to you, the so-called god. Hanzo roared, and the luster in his eyes slowly dissipated. Everyone hurriedly looked back, but the poison in the poison sac had already spread. I will dilute this thing with the water colliding wave. Kisame said in a deep voice. Tendo Pain was silent for a moment and shook his head. He stepped back slowly, almost stepping on the edge of the spreading poison. If this poison is allowed to spread, the entire Omegakure will be abandoned and no longer suitable for human habitation. When Konan appeared, she thought of something, and her expression immediately changed. Wait, do you want to use that technique? No. I have to try anyway. Tendo Pain raised a hand. In an instant, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly burst forth. What? Could the leader still have an even stronger power that hasn't been revealed? Kisame was startled. He felt a heavy pressure in front of this fluctuation, and this burst of chakra was also ridiculously strong. Black Zetsu's heart jumped, and he firmly stared at Tendo Pain. Could it be, it was that thing which sealed Mother? Tendo Pain suddenly closed his hands, and terrifying chakra gathered. A chakra ball was created. Hey, isn't this Bijuudama? The leader can't be playing this big, right? White Zetsu shouted. Black Zetsu shouted, shut up, this is obviously not Bijuudama. The next moment, the sphere suddenly rose into the air and flew into the sky. Rumble. The sphere in the sky erupted with an astonishing suction force as if it wanted to absorb the entire world. The earth shook violently as if the entire crust of the earth was about to be overturned, and terrifying cracks that made one's scalp tingle appeared. Countless boulders were sucked up on the spot, gathering towards the chakra sphere in the sky. Chibaku. Tensei, Planetary Devastation. Chapter 135, Otsutsuki. A terrible roar erupted throughout the earth. Everything came to an end in this cataclysmic destruction. This kind of power. Hanzo used the last bit of his strength to look up, his eyes revealing deep confusion. His entire body was sucked up, flying towards that chakra ball, and died completely. The earth that was soaked in poison was forcibly stripped away by Tendo Pain and flew into the air. This terrifying suction force carried an unparalleled power. As a result, the nearby Akatsuki members were also affected by this suction force. However, Tendo Pain had no intention of stopping. What a cold fellow! Everyone used their own methods to evade. Obito, Su, and Zetsu disappeared on the spot and stood in the distance. Konan turned into countless pieces of paper and fled from here. Only Kisame really had no choice and was caught halfway after escaping. At that time, he kept Samehada stabbing into the ground and used Samehada barbs to prevent himself from being sucked away. The ground was scraped up layer by layer. He used his summoning technique to summon the shark to increase its weight and then stabbed Samehada deeper into the ground again and again. In the end, a giant, floating rock ball appeared in the sky. It was constant and motionless. What kind of terrifying forbidden technique is this? It actually created such a huge ball. No, this is not an ordinary sphere. This is a small moon. Planetary devastation. Is this a forbidden technique to destroy and create planets? The members of Akatsuki also looked at this scene in shock. Other than Black Zetsu, they had never seen such a terrifying technique. Creating a small moon with his own hand? Even if the moon was so small that it didn't seem like it. But it was still not something they could imagine. This way, there won't be a problem. Tendo Pain looked up and slowly lowered his hand. His voice was cold. This was the first time he had used the planetary devastation. The effect was unexpectedly good, and the degree of damage to the body was also acceptable. This moon is only used to peel off part of the earth, and it is far from having the power to seal Bijuu. If I really meet a powerful Bijuu in the future and need to use this technique, I have to create an even bigger moon. Tendo Pain calculated repeatedly and couldn't help but look up at the distant sky. On the planet outer space, there was a real moon floating. It was created by the Sage of the Six Paths thousands of years ago. Compared to the Sage of the Six Paths, the moon I created is far from enough. Tendo Pain's voice was cold and seemed very dissatisfied. Kisame took a deep breath and laughed, please don't say it like that. It puts a lot of pressure on us. Isn't the leader a bit too powerful? A god, someone who possesses such power and obviously doesn't use all his strength. It's not unacceptable that he claims to be a god to rule them. Among everyone, only Obito and Su were the calmest. Black Zetsu has a dead face and was without any emotional fluctuations. As expected of the two of you. You can still remain calm in the face of this level of eye technique. It seems that I am still far from it. Kisame thought silently. Omegakure, from now on, it will belong to us, Akatsuki. Now, we will recruit survivors. We will carry out a ban on communication with the outside world for this country of rain. Tendo Pain stared coldly at the severely damaged village. The era of demigod had passed, and the era of true god had arrived. The little moon floating in the sky was the proof of erasing the traces of the old era. A purge began. A large number of people were killed. Blood and screams became a sonar that resounded through the night sky. Similarly, many people survived and obeyed pain. At this moment, the entire Omegakure had become Akatsuki's base. So, what is your next plan? Obito looked at the heavy rain outside. Tendo Pain said coldly, to recruit powerful members. Our goal is the S-rank missing nin in each village and to strengthen the Akatsuki organization. When the time is right, the plan to capture the Bijuu will be officially launched. Are there any targets? Tsunagakure's missing nin, Sasori of Red Sand, Takigakure missing nin, Kakuzu. I heard that there is a guy called Hirako in Mount Shumisen. He is a Konoha's A-rank missing nin and very active lately. We can also observe him. Pain, time is on our side. Once we have accumulated enough power, we will begin to seize Bijuu. It is really simple and crude. But then again, as long as there is enough power, this world will always become much simpler. Obito slowly put on his hood. From now on, I will turn from light to darkness. In the future, the new members will no longer know the name of Akatsuki Uchiha Madara. Tendo Pain said, what about Su? Does Su want to follow you to the dark? No, this has nothing to do with him. Moreover, the two of us are not as compatible as you think. I know. You don't have to explain. After all, from friends to enemies, this kind of change will indeed bring trouble. Tendo Pain snorted coldly and sat on the bench. His cold eyes clearly carried a kind of confidence that he already knew the truth. Obito was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He felt that Nagato was becoming more and more strange. Su, or perhaps Yuuji, would bring him trouble? Don't joke around. That guy was just a tool for him to use. Once he used it enough, he would discard it. Swish! Obito's figure disappeared. Outside, it was raining. Inside, Tendo Pain sat quietly, overlooking everything in the outside world. The entire Omegakure was within his field of vision. What a beautiful village! The power to deter the world is rising from here. Tendo Pain said in a low voice. No matter how much they tried to hide the news of Omegakure's fall, they were still able to send out some vague news. Akatsuki used cruel methods to massacre Omegakure and used the strictest methods to deal with the remaining survivors. This process was inevitable to leak out in vague news. When the other villages received this information, they did not care about it at first. In their opinion, perhaps there was another rebellion in the country of rain. This often appeared in this crying country. As long as Hanzo was here, he could easily kill those rebels. As usual, the big ninja village sent some ninjas to investigate the information about the country of rain. But this time, they were surprised. What? All the people who entered the country of rain have lost contact. Fourth Hokage's heart skipped a beat. He immediately became serious. Not only that, according to the news from our spies in other villages, the other villages also seem to have encountered this kind of thing. The entire country of rain has started to close off and investigate all unfamiliar faces. The Anbu said while kneeling on one knee. Minato pondered for a moment. He then waved his hand and Anbu withdrew. This kind of change in policy is a bit strange. What is Hanzo planning? After thinking for a while, he directly shelved it. It is not a big deal. Moreover, this sudden thing is not strange. If Hanzo can pull himself together, it can also deter other villages. Minato called Kakashi. Kakashi, are you still practicing hard? Minato looked at Kakashi gently. Kakashi, who was wearing Anbu's mask, nodded coldly, I am getting further and further away from the two of them. I must work harder to catch up a little bit. Is that so? You really are training hard. Minato was silent. Kakashi had indeed fallen behind Konoha's three strongest geniuses. But this is also something that can't be helped. The other two are cheating, and Kakashi has nothing. If he wanted to become stronger, he could only rely on the saber technique taught by Konoha Whitefang to achieve the same thing as Konoha Whitefang back then. Kakashi, you will become the person you want to become, but your character also needs to be changed. Minato sighed and took out another document. Daimyo once again sent a document to Konoha, requesting to select the candidates for the 12 guardians. Konoha needs to. Do you need me to go? Kakashi asked. No, but Rin seems to be very interested. In the next few years, you may not be able to meet again. You have to be prepared. Kakashi nodded noncommittally. He did not care about such things at all. Right now, his mind was only filled with saber techniques and missions. Other than that, his life was all grey. Kakashi would not care about Nohara Rin's choice at all. Minato finally decided on the candidates for the 12 guardians, Nohara Rin and Sarutobi Asuma. If there are these two people, I think they would be enough. We need to send the daimyo's people away as soon as possible. Minato signed his name on the document, and the document officially took effect. Rin and Asuma will become the guardians of the country of Fire Daimyo and serve as the 12 guardians. Among them, there was the 3rd Hokage's son and the 4th Hokage student. It should be enough to give a face to the daimyo. Kakashi, there is a new mission for you to do. Minato thought for a while, then said solemnly, "My wife, Kushina, is pregnant. She needs someone to protect her secretly. I hope you can do it." "Mission? Understood. I will use my life to protect Kushina-sama." When the word mission was mentioned, Kakashi was immediately shocked. Now that fourth Hokage mentioned this, he was not sleepy anymore. Minato looked at Kakashi and sighed. He hoped that Kakashi could feel the value and beauty of life through this mission. He didn't know where the problem was, but Kakashi rushed on the bad road. On the street, Kakashi, who had taken off Anbu's mask, put his hands in his pockets and walked indifferently. His pair of eyes looked numbly at the people coming and going, and he always felt that he was incompatible with this world. At this time, there was a loud noise in front of him, and then a large number of people rushed over. "Money release, the art of spending money," a young and tender voice shouted. Immediately after, a large amount of money flew in the air, causing countless people to fight over it. "Ha ha ha, even Konohagakure is just so-so. The first ninja village also needs money." A fat teenager laughed with his hands on his hips. Kakashi glanced at him. "Is he a noble descendant?" Kakashi walked in a straight line, knocking away the villagers who were fighting for money and passing by the young man. From beginning to end, he did not look at the banknotes that were everywhere. "Hey!" The little fatty glanced at Kakashi and frowned. Then, he followed along. "Young master! Shut up! There is nothing in this world that money can't do. If money is in place when you issue missions, even Jonin will rush to execute them." The little fatty's eyes shone. He pondered that this white hair wearing a mask should be the legendary Hitaki Kakashi, the famous Konoha genius. "If I can include such a person among the 12 guardians, I think father will be very happy." The little fatty followed Kakashi and quickly lost him. "Damn it, where is he? Go and find him." "Money release, money clone technique." The little fatty was furious. He took out a handful of money and threw it fiercely. A large number of guards rushed up like evil dogs to grab the money and then quickly searched for Kakashi's whereabouts. Money release. What an interesting game. Kakashi avoided these guys and appeared in Yuuji's house. Yuuji poured a cup of tea for Kakashi. "I heard that you joined Anbu recently. How do you feel?" Yuuji looked at the increasingly cold Kakashi in front of him. This guy's state is much worse than in the original work. He is more and more like an emotionless mission tool, more like a root ninja. "There is a harvest, but the harvest is not as big as I imagined." Kakashi nodded coldly and said in a deep voice, "I can already clearly feel that my progress is slowing down, becoming slower and slower." Is that so? Therefore, I want to ask you to help me to obtain more powerful strength. A few years ago, you said that as long as I encounter a problem, I can come to you." Kakashi placed a short knife on the table. Yuuji nodded. Becoming stronger is really a simple idea. However, how exactly should Kakashi become stronger was actually a difficult problem. At this age, being able to reach the level of Jonin without cheating was already far beyond ordinary people. If you want to become stronger in a short period of time, there are 3 ways: to transplant the bloodline limit, master Senjutsu, and seize Bijuu's chakra. Yuuji raised 3 fingers, and said in a flat voice, "Kakashi, about Senjutsu, don't think about it. That is the technique only taught by the 3 big unexplored sage regions. As for the bloodline limit and Bijuu chakra, I can help you think of a way." He was very optimistic about Kakashi's future. It could be said that in the entire Naruto series, Kakashi was the only one who did not cheat, but stood on an extremely high level. In the legend of Kakashi, even if this guy loses Obito's Sharingan and was unable to use Kamui and Susanoo, the strength displayed by him could be said to be the first echelon under Naruto. Whether it was using the self-created earth release technique to cover a village and protect it for more than a day, or even killing 50 special Jonin ninjas without injuries, or even fighting against the treasured tools of the Sage of 6 Paths, he displayed a ridiculously strong fighting strength. But that was after the age of 30, not this youth who was less than 14 years old. Blood limit and Bijuu chakra. Kakashi lowered his head and fell into deep thought. This was the first time he had heard of Senjutsu, and he didn't know much about it. But since Yuuji said no, then Kakashi wouldn't hesitate any longer. "Yuuji, bloodline limit, either develop a bloodline limit by fusing chakra attributes, or seize other people's ready-made bloodline limit and transplant them to oneself. As for Bijuu's chakra, it's more troublesome, almost impossible." Kakashi fell silent. No, it's not like that. It's possible to obtain Bijuu's chakra, although it's very difficult. I received a mission from Yandere to protect Kushina-sama until she successfully gave birth, Kakashi said indifferently. Yuuji's expression changed, but he did not immediately answer. He just tapped the table with his index finger. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire room was deathly silent. No one knew what Yuuji was thinking, and no one knew what step Kakashi was going to take at this moment. Kushina-senpai is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Once the Kyuubi went berserk, the consequences would be very troublesome. But if you really want Bijuu's chakra, Yuuji muttered. It was not impossible. Suddenly, he asked, I heard that the daimyo's people still hasn't given up. They want to find a strong new generation in Konoha to protect their safety. Kakashi nodded, yes, their descendants are still showing off in the village and causing quite a bit of commotion. Understood. Let's wait a bit longer. Kakashi strictly carries out the mission of Yandere-sama. Yuuji slowly closed his eyes. Kakashi got up and took back the short knife. He turned around and walked out of the room. When he stepped into the ridiculously large courtyard, he saw Yamato practicing. He originally did not care. Mokuton, Daijuran no Jutsu, would release, great forest technique. A big tree quickly grew out from nothing. Kakashi's figure suddenly stopped, and his face slightly changed. This is Mokuton. The legendary Mokuton ninjutsu that only the first Hokage has mastered. Ah, Kakashi-senpai, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to finish talking so quickly. Yamato was flustered, but it was too late to cover it up. Kakashi was silent for a moment and said coldly, You are Yuuji's disciples. I won't harm you. Although I don't know what is going on with your Mokuton, I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. After suppressing the shock in his heart, he pushed open the door and left. After Kakashi left, Yamato walked into the house and looked at Yuuji with a puzzled expression. Brother, didn't you say that no matter what, I can't expose Mokuton ninjutsu? Why did you deliberately let him see it? Orochimaru was temporarily killed. There is no need to hide Mokuton matter any more deliberately. Moreover, Yuuji gulped down the tea in his cup. This is a very interesting thing. What will you do, Kakashi? The next few days were calm and peaceful. No one came to look for Yamato, and no one was monitoring him. I see. It seems that you have made your choice. This is good. Yuuji chuckled. Finally, he used several years to successfully pull Kakashi's will to his side. Even if the Hokage came out, it was useless. The strongest batch in this generation, were all in the palms of Yuuji. In a few years, when these people completely grew up, the situation would be very different. Since that's the case, I should be more concerned about the matter of the 12 guardians. It didn't make that sissy flinch when I said the word daimyo. Yuuji slowly got up. He looked at the scenery outside the window. Akatsuki became more and more active. What about that one? Thousands of years ago, he shrunk himself to enter the monk's ear in order to survive. Otsutsuki is Heike. What are you doing now? There were also a few Otsutsuki who were frantically searching for Ninja World's coordinates and wandering around the universe. Coupled with the Otsutsuki Hamura lineage on the moon, tisk tisk, this Ninja World will only become more and more lively. Chapter 136, Student, Sasuke, Indra. It was rare for Ninja World to welcome a period of peace. Other than the borders of the various big countries that occasionally erupted with small conflicts, there were no other major events that were worth paying attention to. The changes that happened in the country of rain did not cause any waves. They also did not know that Hanzo had been killed. Kushina's stomach was getting bigger and bigger. The Uchiha clan sent news that the second son of the clan leader was born. The mother and son were safe. During this period of time, other than carrying out some killing missions as usual, Yuuji spent most of his time in the laboratory outside the village. Now it is time to create a second mini version, Sharingan. Yuuji pondered for a moment. Yes, the second mini version. Yuuji planned to inject the genes of Uchiha's clan. The first mini version is transplanted with Hashirama's cells. The second one, since I can't get Madara's cells, so I can only use Sasuke. Get Sasuke's genes and obtained a little of Indra's chakra characteristics. Yuuji moved. He went directly to Uchiha's clan. In name, he was going to see Kazue, but he turned around and entered Fugaku's house. I heard that the second son of the patriarch was born. This is my gift. Yuuji casually took out a sealed scroll and handed it to Fugaku. You are too polite. Fugaku took the gift with one hand, expressionless. Well, it really is an empty scroll. As expected of you, Yuuji. Is this Sasuke? It's the same name as the third Hokage's father. He will definitely become an amazing ninja in the future. Yuuji looked at Sasuke, who was in S arms. He praised, you have to work hard. Maybe in more than 10 years, you will be left behind by your brother. Said respectfully, yes, Yuuji-senpai. I will definitely remember Yuuji-senpai's teachings. The 8-year-old was hugging his younger brother tightly. He was extremely fond of him. Fugaku's expression changed slightly. He did not believe that Sasuke's aptitude would surpass S. Was the most talented child he had ever seen. Even Shisui, who was of the same age, might not be able to compare to Sasuke. No matter how talented he is, he shouldn't be able to surpass. In that case, Yuuji, I have a presumptuous request. When Sasuke grows up, can you take him as a student? If Yuuji teaches him, Sasuke will definitely become an amazing ninja. Fugaku touched his chin and said. Student? Isn't this not too good? For things like teaching. Yuuji-senpai, you taught Kabuto and Yamato. Everyone knows their level. In the whole ninja school, no one is better than them. Whether it is strength or theoretical knowledge. Was respectful, he held Sasuke and leaned closer to Yuuji, please give Sasuke a chance. Truly admired Yuuji's ability. Kabuto and Yamato, together with him, had already been regarded as the 3 strongest people of another generation. They were another batch of super newcomers after Yuuji, Kazue, and Kakashi. The entire village had high hopes for the 3 of them. Every bit of improvement that Kabuto and Yamato displayed was what everyone observed and discussed. Knew very well that he could be regarded as a genius because of the guidance of his father and Shisui, not to mention that he came from the Uchiha clan and had the bloodline bonus. However, Kabuto and Yamato were both orphans, so there was no such innate condition at all. Therefore, felt that even if he was at the same level as the 2, he had lost in essence. Looked at Yuuji deep in thought with a face full of expectation, his heart perturbed. If Sasuke can be accepted as senpai's student, he might really surpass me. Thought silently. After a long time, Yuuji nodded, in that case, it's hard to refuse this kindness. When Sasuke is 3 years old, I will officially accept him as my student. Fugaku and his son were overjoyed. Compared to S pure joy, Fugaku thought of more things. After 4th Hokage went on stage, the Uchiha clan's pressure was much less. Now, the only trouble is Danzo. But ever since Yuuji and Kazue rose up, the pressure on Danzo's side has been decreasing. Fugaku thought. He didn't expect Sasuke to surpass because it was almost impossible. At this time, Yuuji had already reached out and carefully carried Sasuke over. For a moment, the few of them talked to each other, looking happy. As time went by, Yuuji stayed behind to eat a meal. After he left the Uchiha clan, he had already obtained Sasuke's hair, skin fragments, and a trace of blood. Is it finally over? It seems that Yuuji-san has already obtained what he wants. Kazue stood at the door and waited patiently. It was only after Yuuji came out that a smile bloomed on her face. Humph, as expected, I can't hide it from you. Even though I didn't intend to hide it deliberately. No one would have thought that I would be interested in a baby's genes. Yuuji smiled faintly. The 2 of them walked out of the Uchiha clan side by side. After a while, they heard a disturbance in front of them. Konoha's patrol surrounded a child who was throwing money everywhere. Wait a minute, I didn't do anything. Do you think we will believe your nonsense? You caused chaos in Konohagakure. Even if you are a child of a noble, don't think about messing around here. The vice-captain of Konoha military police force, Yatsushiro, had an ominous glint in his eyes as he tightly gripped the collar of a little fatty. So what if you had money? Let go of me, I'll give you a lot of money. Damn it, money release, money clone technique. Hurry up and help me teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. The little fatty screamed as he desperately took out the money and threw it out. But this time, the guards showed fear and did not dare to go forward. This was Konoha military police force. Fighting against this group of people. Were they courting death? Please wait, this is a misunderstanding. A white-haired man slowly walked over and said in a deep voice, Ladies and gentlemen of Konoha, this child is a descendant of the Cuman clan. He is rather mischievous. Please forgive him. Yatsushiro's eyes narrowed. You are Kazuma, one of the 12 guardians. A ninja army directly belonged to the daimyo, and the son of the third Hokage also joined. Humph, for the sake of him being a child, we'll let him go this time, but don't do it again. Yatsushiro snorted, turned around, and was about to leave with his people. Ah, Kazue-sama! Yatsushiro saw Kazue, but under Kazue's signal, he just nodded and left. Yuuji and Kazue stood in the crowd and watched. Is Yuuji-san very interested in this guy? Kazue was a little surprised. Well, this guy is very valuable to Kakashi. Yuuji did not say much. Kazuma, this guy is a very important guy. He collected the Kyuubi chakra, sealed it into his son, and then controlled his son to attack Konoha. After Yuuji returned to the laboratory alone, he immediately began to forge the second mini version. According to the previous experience, G cells are refined, cultivated, propagated, and implanted with Sasuke's genes. The failure rate of this experiment was beyond imagination. Snapped. Failed again. Yuuji frowned slightly. This was the 37th failure. The difficulty level of having G cells successfully devour Sasuke's cells was extremely shocking. Is it because of Indra's chakra, or? A trace of doubt appeared in Yuuji's eyes as he continued to reduce the number of Sasuke's cells. In the end, in the 47th experiment, when almost all of Sasuke's cells were used up, he finally managed to succeed barely. The reason why it could be said to be barely was that thanks to the reliable and powerful assimilation ability of G cells, Sasuke's cells are phagocytosed. Soon, a mini version that was slightly different from Hashirama's mini version stood in place. Very good. A smile appeared on Yuuji's face. According to his established thinking, there is no problem with this discovery. Theoretically, this mini version can also open Sharingan. As long as this step can be done, many problems will no longer be problems. Yuuji was deep in thought. Then, he began to inscribe the summoning formula on this mini version and inlaid a mask on this mini version's head. According to Kuman J, 9 masked beasts, S order, the second should be the word white dot. Yuuji carved a Byakko character on the mini version mask head. Then, he slapped the ground and summoned the first mini. The azure character summoned beast and the white character summoned beast, these two mini versions stood in front of Yuuji. Two summoned beasts. In principle, they are the reincarnation of Asura and Indra. Yuuji was satisfied. To be able to do this was already quite good. It could also be considered a method to increase one's combat strength. Yuuji created a coffin with the word white carved on it and put the second mini version in. Kuman J, 9 masked beasts. Yuuji already had a plan for the next summoned beasts. It was only a matter of time. I'm looking forward to the time when I can unleash this forbidden technique to the greatest extent. Yuuji chuckled. He packed up the experimental equipment and slowly walked out of the laboratory. He returned to Konoha. Yuuji continued to live a simple and unadorned life. His greatest pleasure was to guide Kabuto and Yamato's training so that the two of them were far away from their peers. If one were to say that Yamato's main focus was on improving his strength, while stabilizing his strength, Kabuto paid more attention to learning theoretical knowledge. So, in theory, in order to transplant bloodline limit, we must first resolve the conflict of the genetic system, unless it is to transplant some kind of organ, such as Sharingan. Kabuto was facing a strange granulation in front of him, trying his best to observe it. He tried to find as much useful knowledge as possible by combining the things in his head. This was Chimera Technique's granulation tissue. Back when Hirako had attacked Yuuji and wanted to fuse with him, a portion of the granulation tissue had been snatched away by Yuuji and had been preserved until now. Yuuji could not use it directly, but he could use it for practice. This was a good thing that could be used to fuse with the bloodline limit. With theoretical knowledge that far exceeded his peers but still was not enough, the young Kabuto analyzed the mystery of this granulation tissue with great interest. Kabuto walked on a path that made Yuuji feel gratified. You will become a powerful existence in the ninja world, Kabuto. I accepted a student today. In a few years, I will introduce you to each other. You will definitely like him. Yuuji touched his head. Chapter 137, Pain is pleased with the two Konoha dungeon raider. Nohara-rin was very happy about her becoming a guardian. It's just becoming a guardian. Is there a need to be so happy? Moreover, we probably won't be able to meet for many years. With a cigarette in his mouth, Asuma looked at Rin in confusion. Is it necessary? Humph, if not for the conflict in his old man's ideals, I wouldn't have joined this guardian thing. Asuma, your name also means adventurous, right? Are you not happy that you can find another adventure? Nohara Rin said with a smile. Asuma snorted, things like adventure. I will find it with my own hands. Joining the 12 guardians and leaving the Konohagakure ruled by Hokage will surely help him understand the meaning of adventure. Soon, the other 2 guardians also came and scrutinized each other. Kazuma said, since everyone is here, let's get to know each other. For many years to come, we are all partners. If we want to protect the safety of the daimyo, the entire ninja world will know our existence. Kazuma looked at these people calmly. Asuma sneered, so after you came to Konoha for so long, there were only 4 people in the end? Where are the 8 people remaining? Not all guardians can only be recruited from Konoha. In other places in the country of fire, there are also many elite ninjas. A bald man said. Who are you? Chiriku, a monk of the fire temple. Chiriku put his hands together. Kazuma ignored the dispute and said calmly, on Konoha's side, the 2 of you have been introduced to join the guardians, but I'm not going to give up yet. I'll stay in Konoha and see if I can recruit more. No matter what, Konoha was the ninja world's #1 ninja village where many geniuses were born. Only Rin and Asuma were recruited, and it could not be counted as completing the mission. Chiriku, Rin, Asuma, the 3 of you can go to the capital of the country of fire. The daimyo will meet you. Kazuma said. What about you? I want to stay in Konoha and wait for an opportunity. Kazuma said calmly. The other 3 didn't say much. This guy Kazuma was not from Konoha, but he was deeply trusted by the daimyo, so there was no problem in saying that. The 4 of them dispersed. Rin immediately went to the memorial stone. Obito, I am going to the capital of the country of fire. In the future, my mission is to protect the daimyo. I wonder when I will return to Konoha next time. We won't see each other for a long time. Rin placed a bunch of flowers on the memorial stone and spoke in a gentle voice. After she left, Obito's figure slowly emerged from the ground and stared at the figure of Rin, who had left. 12 Guardian. Why did Rin join this kind of team? The 3 Tomo Sharingan in Obito's eyes glowed red. After a long time, he sneered, but forget it, this false and wrong world. They are not important whether it is Rin, Kakashi, or Yuuji. As long as the plan succeeds, all of this will be reborn. Obito's expression was cold. Now, it seemed that only Rin was sincere towards him. Yuuji had been hiding many things from him from the beginning to the end. Kakashi was completely a cold machine, his mind only filled with strength and tasks. But even Rin was going to leave him? Guardian of the country of fire, hehe, what a ridiculous thing. When the new world is established, the real Rin will be resurrected with my hands. Obito clenched his fists tightly and looked at Rin's disappearing back. He made up his mind. There are some things that must be done, and the fetters of the past will be cut off with your own hands. Something like Konoha, hat. Obito's voice was cold. So, have you made up your mind? Yuuji slowly walked out of the forest and smiled at this guy. If you are willing, I will kill Nohara Rin right now. Believe me, if I attack, she will not feel pain. Humph, no need. An ant is not enough to affect the operation of this world. Obito slowly raised his head. He was not surprised at Yuuji's appearance at all, but if we can kill someone important, it will naturally affect this world. For example. Yuuji looked at him. For example, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. So you have your eyes on the Kyuubi. Let me think, the order of the Gedo statue swallowing Bijuu should be according to the order of the tail. Even if you get the Kyuubi, what can you do? Yuuji said. If you seize the Kyuubi in advance. Even if Nagato knows about it, he will definitely agree. But you will lose Nagato's trust. Once you lose trust, it will be a big problem. You might not even have the chance to take back the Rinnegan. Even if he dies, he will use the last of his strength to destroy these eyes. Yuuji said lightly. This time, Obito fell into a short silence. Moreover, the top combat strength of Konohagakure is Sandame, Yandame, Kushina, me, and Kazue. Danzo is also half a person. At least it is not a problem to hold back one cage-level ninja. Even if the Sunin is gone, Konoha is still strong. Yuuji said, therefore if you insist on attacking Kushina, I cannot help you with my identity as Yuuji. At most, I will send Su to follow you. After a long time, Obito nodded, I know what to do. I don't need you to teach me. Finally, he glanced in the direction where Rin had gone. Since Rin was no longer with Konoha, he no longer had any nostalgia for this village. This damned place had broken his heart. Swish! He turned into a vortex and disappeared in place. Yuuji stood in front of Obito's memorial stone for a long time. Those who did not know might think that he was reminiscing about his deceased companions. But in reality, Yuuji almost laughed out loud. Rin's departure made you no longer have any scruples. This is really an ironic thing. The fourth Hokage sent Rin to the daimyo's 12 guardians, and to a certain extent, it pushed Konoha into the pit, even if he did not mean it. Yuuji shook his head. He actually hoped to see this scene happen. The reason was very simple, he needed too many things and could only do it while fishing in troubled waters to get them. Not to mention other things, the Kyuubi chakra was just a part of it, and the crucial thing was Asura chakra. Sasuke could make a move at any time. As for Naruto, the crown prince of Konoha, as long as the fourth Hokage couple was still alive, it would never be easy for Yuuji to make a move. Any move near Naruto would easily arouse suspicion. If you want to do things to Indra and Asura's chakra, or even do what I imagined, the only chance is the Kyuubi rampage. Yuuji didn't care whether the fourth Hokage couple died or not, but he had to get the Kyuubi and Asura's reincarnation chakra no matter what. When I gather all of Bijuu's chakra, I wonder what it will be like. Yuuji chuckled. He turned around and left. That night, Kakashi protected Kushina for a whole day. Kushina watered the flowers, and Kakashi squatted under the windowsill. When Kushina went to the toilet, Kakashi was lying on the roof. He was really an extremely responsible bodyguard. When Minato came back at night, Kakashi would leave silently. There is still no chance today. Kakashi returned home and pondered. Bijuu's chakra. He had to rely on Bijuu's chakra to catch up to the pace of Yuuji and Kazue. But facing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kakashi has always been entangled, struggling, and has no chance to make a move. Do I really have to do this? What exactly does Yuuji want me to do? Kakashi was confused. Even though Kakashi was shocked that Yamato could use Mokuton, he kept the news to himself and did not tell anyone. Is it painful? Kakashi, why don't you let me help you make a decision? A voice suddenly rang out from Kakashi's room. Kakashi's expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan controlled Kakashi's thoughts and will. Kakashi stood rooted to the ground. Kakashi. The expression behind Obito's mask was incomparably awe-inspiring. This fellow had once been regarded as his rival and was the #1 competitor he wanted to defeat. But now, it was no longer important. Tell me, when is Uzumaki Kushina's due date? Obito's voice was cold. October 10, Kakashi replied woodenly. Obito snorted coldly and ignored Kakashi. He turned around and left. A few hours later, Kakashi returned to normal and opened his eyes in surprise. Did I fall asleep just now? No, how could I suddenly fall asleep? A deep sense of uneasiness emerged in Kakashi's heart. However, it was to no avail. Obito had already obtained the information he wanted. Country of Rain, Akatsuki organizes an assembly. 6 figures appeared on 6 fingers. When a Jinchuriki is giving birth, she is at her weakest. We only need to make a move and we can get what we want. Obito explained his plan. Kyuubi? You want to make a move on Kyuubi now? This conflicts with the leader's plan. Kisame looked at Obito and then at Pain, who was silent. Konan frowned and said, Nagato's sage eyes can control Gedo statue. The correct order is to start from the beginning. If you act rashly, even if you succeed, you will expose the existence of our Akatsuki and add difficulty to our follow-up plan. We will not act in the name of Akatsuki. If we can get the strongest Kyuubi first, many problems will no longer be a problem. Moreover, my purpose this time is not the Kyuubi. Obito slowly raised his head. I plan to control the 4th Hokage, just like controlling the 4th Mizukage. This is a very simple matter. I only need to use Mangekyo Sharingan to control him. For this, I plan to use the Kyuubi and capture him. This was Obito's true goal. Controlling the Kyuubi, controlling Konohagakure, and weakening Konohagakure. As long as he could control the fourth Hokage, all of these goals could be achieved. Everyone was silent. Spacetime Ninjutsu vs. Spacetime Ninjutsu. Indeed, if you use Mangekyo Sharingan, it was indeed possible to control the Namikaze Minato. Even the Sanbai Jinchuriki's Yagura was controlled, let alone Minato, who did not have a Bijuu's help. Pain, let's make a decision. At the very least, we can weaken Konoha's strength. The relationship between Uchiha and Konoha. Kazue has the same eyes as me. It will be very convenient for our follow-up actions as long as we can successfully drive a wedge between them. Obito stared at Tendo Pain. Tendo Pain glanced at Obito expressionlessly, then looked at Su. What do you think? If you want to attack Konoha, you can also accept it. I don't mind you doing this. Tendo Pain's voice was cold. Of course, I don't have any objections. Although I don't think this operation will succeed, Su replied. It's good that you don't object. Then you can act. However, the two of you are not allowed to fail. Tendo Pain said in a low voice. Humph, with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara taking action, there is no way they will fail. Moreover, as long as he has Sage's eyes, it is enough to suppress everything. Then, since we have decided to take action, I will also participate. It is just that I did not expect that the one who will take action against Konohagakure is actually, hehe. Kisame looked at Obito and Su from time to time. This was really good luck. Obito really couldn't stand this group of stupid people, one or two of them were inexplicable stupid. Tendo Pain shook his head and said, no, Madara and Su will go to Konoha this time. Kisame and Konan will stay behind to carry out the cleaning mission and eliminate the enemies who sneaked into the country of rain. No outsiders can sneak in. Is that so? I thought I could see something interesting. Kisame felt a little regretful. Konan frowned, but in the end, she did not say anything. Nagato had changed too much, becoming colder and more assertive, trying to make himself the cool version of Yahiko. 2. Obito nodded. Having Su this guy to help him share the pressure was already enough. In any case, Su is equivalent to Yuuji. Rounding up, Obito's plan was absolutely stable. Then their figures disappeared. Tendo Pain also began to move. You two guard Omegakure well. Don't let anything happen to her before I come back. Tendo Pain said coldly. Kisame was surprised. Do you want to? I will go to Konoha myself. Although it is not the time to officially capture Bijuu. Tendo Pain left these words and left. More importantly, he wanted to exist as a backup and keep an eye on these two fellows. After this battle, the news that the two of them were still alive would no longer be a secret. Let me use these eyes to see how far you two, as the founder of Konohagakure, can go. And how far can I trust you? Tendo Pain's eyes slowly widened, emitting a terrifying luster in the darkness. He did not think that these two had the possibility of overturning the car. However, even if they did not overturn the car, they had to take the opportunity to drive. As the leader, Tendo Pain had to stop this behavior strictly. If you control the fourth Hokage and rule Konohagakure again after decades in this way. Tendo Pain sneered. There was nothing that could hide in the eyes of a god like him. Chapter 138, Deep Forest Emergence. As time passed, the entire atmosphere of Konoha became tenser and tenser. Although many ordinary people did not notice it, the real high-level people have long been waiting for it. The day of Kushina's due date was getting closer and closer. The entire Konoha higher UPS were extremely nervous and did their best to prepare. Don't worry, Minato. There won't be a problem. We have already set up a large number of barriers around the delivery room. With Konoha's strength, no one will attack it at this time. Hiruzen comforted. He even arranged for his wife, Biwako, to help Kushina in her delivery. Minato was in charge of guarding the delivery room while Hiruzen brought people outside the barrier. He really didn't believe that anyone could break through this level of defense. The only thing he had to worry about was whether or not Kyuubi would take the opportunity to break through the seal and escape. Understood, Sandaime-sama. I'll be counting on you this time. Minato had a grave expression. Minato pondered over all the details and calculated all the people who knew about Kushina's due date. Indeed, he did not find any loopholes. Minato's slightly anxious heart slowly calmed down. That afternoon, ninja school. Yuuji came to pick up Kabuto and Yamato from school. Hey, isn't this Uncle Ikeku? You came to pick up Irika. Yuuji looked at one person in surprise. Domino Ikeku also looked at Yuuji in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here. I haven't seen you for a while. They left the ninja school and came to a barbecue shop. The expression on Yuuji's face was extremely normal from beginning to end, without any clues. Even if it were already October 10th. Irika should be able to graduate soon, right? He's already in the 5th grade, or should he wait until he was 6th grade before he graduates? Yuuji looked at this somewhat reserved youth with interest. Irika. The teacher who had a great impact on Naruto could even be said to be an important spiritual pillar for Naruto not to go black. Now, he was just a brat. Irika, I often hear Uncle Ikeku mention your name, but I have never seen you before. This meal is on me, order whatever you want to eat. Yuuji smiled. Irika was still very cautious. He carefully sized up the 3 people before him, and his heart was extremely nervous. Shiranui Yuuji was the strongest newcomer in Konoha's history. These series of names were enough to make the young Irika tremble all over, not daring to look at Yuuji. As for Kabuto and Yamato, needless to say, they were geniuses in the school. Even if they were only in the 1st grade, they had already beaten up the seniors. Compared to Yuuji who was far away, Kabuto and Yamato were the 2 people that Irika was incomparably envious of. In school, he was just a little transparent. His strength was poor, his popularity was bad, and his academic results were barely passable. He yearned to become a star student. While Yuuji and Ikeku were talking loudly, Kabuto pushed some roasted meat to Irika. Irika, right? I've heard of your name, a 5th-year student from Class A. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said gently. You've heard of me. Irika was pleasantly surprised. Yamato picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He said vaguely, of course. He had the names and identities of everyone in the school in his head. This, so powerful. Irika looked at Kabuto, who was much smaller than him. With Kabuto, this guy with high EQ, they would never worry about awkwardness. The 3 of them quickly became familiar with each other. Looking at the state of the 3 of them, Yuuji smiled and looked at Ikeku. So, Uncle Ikeku and your wife have already become jonin. Ikeku tried his best to be reserved, but he could not hold back his pride. That's right, that's right. Although it's only jonin and can't compare to you, it can finally be considered an important force in the village. I see. I really miss the time when I became a jonin when I was 12 years old. Yuuji smiled. Sure enough, Ikeku's old face collapsed. Both sides were very satisfied with this meal. After Yuuji paid the bill, the group walked out of the barbecue shop. Uncle Ikeku, are you interested in carrying out a patrol mission with me? Yuuji suddenly said. Ikeku was slightly startled. Patrol mission? Yes, the Hokage-sama just issued a mission today, asking me to patrol the village. I will be very bored alone. You are now a jonin, if you are interested, you can come with me. So it's like that. Alright, then I'll partner up with you. It's rare for ordinary people to have this kind of opportunity. Ikeku laughed loudly. Yuuji nodded with a smile. He brought Kabuto and Yamato back home. Kabuto, Yamato, rest early. I'll take you 2 to train tomorrow morning. Yuuji glanced at the clock and said lightly. Kabuto and Yamato were a little puzzled, but they still obediently returned to their room. Yuuji muttered to himself for a moment and left 2 clones on the spot, just in case. He turned around and left, then began to carry out the task that 4th Hokage had assigned to him. Today, it was already October 10th. This night, Konoha was fully prepared while Kushina began to deliver. In the delivery room, a series of screams came out. Minato and Biwako were sweating profusely, and they used sealing techniques from time to time to try their best to suppress the Kyuubi's riots. Kyuubi, be quiet! Minato shouted. Hoo-hoo, quiet! Damn it, who do you think you are, the 1st Hokage? Kyuubi issued a crazy roar, desperately trying to break the seal and rush out. It wanted to destroy everything. Konoha bastard, I was first sealed into Mito's body, then sealed into Kushina's body. How long are you guys going to seal me? The Kyuubi was extremely violent and repeatedly hit the seal. The result was that a large black mark was constantly protruding from Kushina's stomach. What Minato could do was use the sealing technique to suppress it. The strength of several people was wasted in this level of confrontation. Outside the barrier, Hiruzen, along with Koharu, Homura and others, guarded seriously. Logically speaking, such a lineup would not be a problem. However, the problem was that there were even more dangerous fellows waiting for this moment. Outside the village, two figures appeared like ghosts and indifferently watched this luxurious village. Konoha, from now on, it will be destroyed. The three Tomo and Obito's eyes stared fixedly. Su, you go and deal with the others. Don't hinder me. I want to personally strip the Kyuubi and capture 4th Hokage alive. Floating, this fellow was definitely floating. Hearing this, Su only shook his head. It was not difficult for Obito, who had Mangekyo Sharingan, to capture Kushina and strip the Kyuubi from her. But the problem was how to deal with 4th Hokage and capture him alive. What kind of confidence was it that made Obito say such words? Is that so? But considering your space-time ninjutsu, maybe you can see a big play. Su nodded slightly, then I'll stall the other guys and try not to hinder you. Obito turned to look at him. You aren't going to go easy on me, are you? You are going to fight your real body with your fake identity. Su paused. You actually found out. I know. I will try my best. Obito glared at him fiercely. Only after a long time did he let out a cold snort. His figure blurred, directly crossing the barrier before him and entering it. Su stood in place and stared for a long time before starting to move. It will be very troublesome to delay Konoha's top combat strength. Su shook his head. Even if he handed 4th Hokage over to Obito to deal with, in principle, Su had to deal with Yuuji, Kazue, Sandame, and others. It was very troublesome. At this time, inside the barrier, Biwako held Naruto, who had just been born, with a face full of gratification. And Obito, who appeared strangely, instantly killed Biwako and other medical ninjas. Biwako-sama. Damn it, who is it? Minato's face changed. He hurriedly turned around. He saw that Obito was already holding Naruto, who had just been born. 4th Hokage, if you don't want this child to die, give me the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Obito looked straight at Minato. I didn't expect to reach this step, Minato-sensei. Minato didn't move. He held a kunao in one hand and protected Kushina with the other. He looked at the other person vigilantly and tried to keep calm. Who are you? You can actually avoid Sandame outside and pass through the barrier to enter here. Not many people in the entire Konoha know how to open this barrier. Minato said in a deep voice. However, Obito did not give him a chance. He directly pasted an explosive tag on Naruto's body and threw it high into the air. Minato! Kushina shouted tiredly. Minato sighed and immediately rushed over to receive Naruto. At the same time, he sent the explosive tag away. It worked. In the next moment, Obito appeared next to Kushina and sucked her away. He also disappeared. This series of events happened in a very short period of time. Damn fellow, who is the other party? And the target is Kyuubi. Minato carefully placed Naruto on the baby bed and stared at him for a second. Then, he activated Flying Thunder God directly and left, trying to track down Kushina. Whoosh! Minato flew out of the barrier first. Minato, did it succeed? Hiruzen frowned. No, Sandame-sama, we have failed. A mysterious enemy has kidnapped Kushina. I am going to save her now. Please be on guard. I am worried that he is not the only enemy. After saying that, Minato left in a flash. Hiruzen's face sank, and he immediately gave the order for the entire village to be on guard. If that's the case, then it's too bad. Who exactly is it that can avoid our line of sight and directly enter the barrier? Hiruzen's face was ashen. When he thought of the scene of the Kyuubi being released and wantonly destroying the village, Hiruzen felt his scalp go numb. Soon, the entire village began to stir restlessly. Many ninjas ran back and forth, searching for all suspicious traces. In this regard, some people who did not know that Kushina had given birth were also alarmed and looked at everything in front of them confused. What's going on? Fugako looked at the N-bus who was shuttling back and forth in confusion. On the other side, Kazue was also standing by the window. She opened her Sharingan and watched the scene in front of her. Did something happen? Instinctively, Kazue planned to look for Yuuji. But soon, the entire Uchiha clan received the 3rd Hokage's order that no one could leave their position. This made many Uchiha clansmen even more confused. It seems that something big has happened. Otherwise, why would he give such an order? Kazue remained calm. She pondered for a moment and waited patiently. If Yuuji needed him to do anything, he would definitely give her an order. Time passed. After waiting for a while, he finally started to take action. It's about time. I can take the Kyuubi chakra later, but I have to get Ashura's chakra no matter what. Su began to move quickly. He constantly moved through Konohagakure and avoided the ninjas one after another while constantly approaching the target. At this time, Naruto should still be staying on the baby bed in the barrier, and no one was guarding him. After all, no one would be interested in a baby, even if this was a 4th Hokage's child. Obito also came for Kyuubi and 4th Hokage. He was not interested in Naruto at all. This was the best opportunity for Su. After obtaining Naruto's genes and chakra, I should find a way to make some noise so as to avoid Obito talking about it later. Su, who was floating, suddenly moved underground. But suddenly, many bugs drilled into the ground, forcing him to stop and emerge. Ah, you are. Su raised his head and looked at him. Sure enough, it seems that there are more than one guys who sneaked into Konoha. Abarameshibi raised a finger, and a bug was crawling in it. Interesting, how did you find me? Su asked. The bugs raised by Abarame clan are never just bugs. As long as we want, we can control many kinds of bugs. Abarameshibi looked at him expressionlessly. As long as one bug sees you, I will be able to get the news. It seems that the Abarame clan has really pulled themselves together. They even dare to raise a lot of bugs that have no fighting ability. He looked at the person in front of him. For a moment, he did not know how to retort. Abarameshibi frowned slightly. It seems that you seem to understand our clan very well. Of course, I understand. But forget it, it doesn't matter. Since you are blocking my path, then I can only finish you off before continuing forward. Su crooked his head. Abarameshibi no longer said anything. He directly activated many bugs, turned them into balls, and rushed towards Su. Boom! 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 One after another, bugs crashed into Su's body, and a large number of bugs pounced on the surface of Su's body, tearing at his clothes and mask. Hey! Abarameshibi's body slightly changed. The information that the bug had sent him made Abarameshibi's heart skip a beat. Hard wood! Before Abarameshibi could react. In the next moment, countless roots suddenly drilled out from the Su's body, and they smashed a large number of insects with rapid movements. Parasitic bugs, what a troublesome thing! Wood release, deep forest emergence. As Abarameshibi's expression changed greatly, a small forest suddenly appeared from nothing. Chapter 139, Yuuji, will never allow Su to harm Konoha. The Sea of Trees was born. A small black forest suddenly rushed out of the ground. One black tree after another tore open the earth and spread rapidly. The sudden sound of the explosion alarmed many people. This caused a deep sense of unease to appear on Abarameshibi's face. His face, which was supposed to be calm and tranquil, also changed at this moment. Wood release. So you are that Mokuton ninjutsu. Why do you know wood release? And deep forest emergence. Abarameshibi was shocked and furious. He quickly retreated and looked at the small forest in front of him in shock. Su tilted his head to look at him. There is nothing wrong with it. As long as I want to use it, I will use it naturally. Shua, shua, shua. A large number of trees poured out and swayed their branches, killing a large number of bugs with ease. There were even a lot of bugs that were swept in by a few big trees and crushed. Brat from Abarame clan, get lost now or be killed by me. Su slowly raised his head and looked straight at the other party. Don't even think about it. Shibi's face sank, and he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He looked at the darkness in front of him that seemed to represent death and ominous. He immediately clenched his teeth and raised his hand to throw several bugs. A large amount of chakra was consumed, and the body of these bugs expanded a bit. They rushed into the forest and immediately began to eat wantonly. Because of the black tree's hardness, the giant bugs were having a hard time eating it. Keith, parasitic giant beetles, this kind of bug has given your clan a method to fight against Bijuu. Su indifferently looked at it. Even more trees appeared in the blink of an eye and rushed at Abarameshibi. One by one, the giant bugs devour the trees wildly at this moment. What a hard tree! Isn't it a bit too hard? Shibi raised his hand. Hihutsu, Mushai Haki, secret technique, beetle's wall. Many bugs gathered to try to stop the trees from invading, but in just an instant, the beetle's wall was broken. Rumble. Giant trees drilled out and destroyed the swarm of bugs. At the same time, they were also entangled by a large number of large bugs. Su said, too weak. A bear maze clan Keith, parasitic giant beetles, this kind of thing is useless to me. This shocking confrontation created a loud sound. This made many Konoha ninjas rush over and look at the battle in shock. Forest. Could this be wood release ninjutsu? Impossible, this is a technique that only the first Hokage possesses. Wood release ninjutsu. Who are you, and why did you attack Konoha? A large number of ninjas gathered and stared at Su in front of them. They stood outside the forest and surrounded this place. Shibi shouted, be careful, all of you. These trees are very difficult to deal with, and their hardness is beyond imagination. Many of Konoha's ninjas had solemn expressions, and deep anger surged on their faces. There was naturally no need to say how important wood release was to Konoha. However, a fellow of an unknown origin controlled their precious wood release and came to attack Konoha. Attack! Many ninjas made hand seals and immediately spat out a large amount of fire release ninjutsu. Boom! Countless flames burst out and shot into the black forest that seeming to devour everything. But soon, everyone's faces changed. Why can't these trees burn? It's not that they can't burn, it's very difficult to burn. The expressions of the ninjas changed. Su stood on a tree and looked up, tisk, in this way, that guy can't blame me for not doing anything. This kind of movement also attracted Konohagakure's attention. Soon, Su launched more wood release ninjutsu. Each wood release ninjutsu seriously challenged the nerves of Konoha ninjas, which greatly stimulated them. Whoosh! Big trees rose from the ground one after another to fight against the incoming ninjas. Roars and shouts were mixed together. No matter how hard the ninjas tried, they could not even get close to the Su. Every time they took a step forward, large amounts of black trees would appear one after another, making people collapse. I didn't see him forming seals at all. What the hell is going on? He can casually use such a large-scale wood release ninjutsu without forming seals. Damn it, these leaves are even harder than my kunao. Byakugan. Hyuga Hisashi rushed over and activated his Byakugan. Let me see what you are. In Hisashi's vision, there was nothing to hide. The moment the figure entered his eyes, Hisashi was shocked. His entire body is covered in chakra. Is he deliberately blocking Byakugan, or is he originally like this? From the mask to the robe, his entire body was covered in chakra, making it impossible for Hisashi to see anything deeper. Boom! 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 The terrifying black forest began to expand and successively defeated a lot of Konoha ninjas. Faced with this level of attack, Konoha ninjas only felt at a loss. It was not easy to cut off a tree, but a new tree immediately emerged from the ground and attacked with an even more exaggerated power. No matter how hard they tried, they could not really break through the forest. Instead, they were forced to retreat step by step by the black forest. Shibi, if we can't see through this guy, what should we do? If we let it go? Hisashi landed beside Shibi and said anxiously. Shibi did not say a word and repeatedly observed, looking for an opportunity. He would lead a team and break through many trees from time to time, but he would often be forced back. Finally, I found a chance. Shibi pushed up his glasses and rushed out. Taking advantage of Su's attention in another direction, Shibi personally rushed forward and threw out a large number of bugs. Keith, Mushikui, parasitic giant beetle, infestation. The large number of beetle hidden in the mass of bugs began to expand crazily, biting down many trees and barely tearing open a path. Die under my bugs! Shibi said in a low voice. Kikaike, Bijuudama, parasitic destruction insects, beetle sphere. A massive number of bugs pounced over and dove into the ground. This technique is. Su lowered his head and took a look. But soon, these bugs pulled Su's body down and wrapped him up. Then, the bugs shrunk inward and exploded. A violent explosion resounded throughout the entire village. Even at the edge of the village, everyone saw this shocking explosion that illuminated the night sky. In this way, even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. A bear Shibi stood on a tree with a cold face. After spending such a huge amount of chakra, he finally found the opportunity to attack the enemy. What a shocking technique, Shibi-sama is really too strong. In this way, the enemy will probably. Many Konoha ninjas had excited expressions. But soon, their expressions changed as they looked ahead in shock. A figure slowly emerged from a large tree. What a dangerous technique! I almost got injured. How could this be? The moment before the explosion, I already confirmed that it was a physical body and not a clone. Shibi's expression changed slightly, and he revealed a look of shock. The enemy's difficulty and strangeness had once again exceeded his imagination. It is clearly a direct explosion, but the enemy came out from a big black tree. This is space-time ninjutsu, a clan secret technique, or soul-type technique. Shibi remembered the spirit transformation technique that Kato Dan had mastered. No matter which one, it was destined that the enemy was very difficult to deal with. The shocking confrontation that erupted here was extremely conspicuous in this night sky. Really, looks like I have to be a little more serious. Su raised his head. Mokuton Hihutsu, Jokaikuton, would release, deep forest emergence. The huge forest earlier began to spread wildly. Countless trees drilled out from the ground, and in a very short time, countless Konoha ninjas were included. Deep forest emergence? Are you really? Hisashi gritted his teeth and trembled all over. In the distance, Hiruzen also looked at this enormous black forest with a serious expression. The mysterious Su is also here. He is also with the enemy who kidnapped Kushina. Hiruzen bit his finger and summoned Monkey King, Inma. Transform into adamantine staff. Tonight, we are in big trouble. Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Inma only looked into the distance and his heart jumped. Would release? Other than the first Hokage, how could there be anyone else who knows would release? Hiruzen did not say anything. He was listening to the report from the ninja who had retreated from the battlefield. We can't see the process of forming seals, but he can easily launch an endless stream of wood release ninjutsu. Just this amount of chakra is already very exaggerated. Hiruzen took a deep breath. Where are Yuuji and Kazue? Yuuji-sama was sent to the edge of the village to carry out a patrol mission. Kazue should be in the Uchiha clan territory. A hesitant look appeared on Hiruzen's face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and planned to move out. At this moment, whoosh! A shocking beam of light came from the edge of Konoha and hit the dense forest directly. The terrifying high temperature instantly ignited the forest. Oh, it seems that Yuuji came back in time. Hiruzen was pleased. At this time, in the large forest, Yuuji stopped it in time and greatly excited the Konoha ninjas. This is Yuuji-sama's forbidden technique, white-hot light. Amazing! The high temperature has destroyed a lot of forests in an instant. As expected of Yuuji-sama, this power. Many of Konoha's ninjas were almost driven crazy by the wood release. At this time, when they saw Yuuji's attack descending from the sky, they all revealed excited expressions. Shiranui Yuuji, this was the existence of Cage Level, who had become famous in the Third Ninja World War. All of you, withdraw. I will deal with this guy. As long as I, Yuuji, am here, no one will be allowed to harm the village. Yuuji shouted loudly, showing his strong courage and determination. Ah, this, as expected of Yuuji-sama. This is the will of fire that can be seen with the naked eye. Let's go. Don't stay and cause trouble for Yuuji-sama. Our strength cannot help. The many ninjas retreated one after another. Yuuji looked at the burning forest in front of him with a serious face, as if he had already made up his mind. He let Ikeku stay and continue to patrol the border while Yuuji hurried back to the village. Humph, the younger generation who holds Godzilla, dare to stand up and fight against me. Su raised his head and looked over. No matter if you are young or old, it is enough to beat you to death. Hand over your life, hateful fellow. Yuuji suddenly rushed out with a strong sense of righteousness. Shibi could not help but shout, "Be careful, this guy is very powerful." Don't worry, Shibi-sensei. Please organize the people in the village to retreat. I will deal with him. Yuuji's expression was calm. He directly entered the half-Godzilla transformation and began an intense battle with the enemy. Boom! 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 A terrifying roar exploded out, and the earth shattered. Where the light exploded, flames burned and shot into the sky. Just this powerful attack alone made people feel at ease. Humph, if it were Yuuji-sama, he would definitely be able to defeat this guy. Many ninjas were delighted. Even Hiruzen revealed a gratified smile at this time. Listening to this heaven-shaking slogan and feeling a kind of realization, the will of fire was clearly blooming. Many people saw the brutal confrontation between Yuuji and the mysterious Su. The power that the two sides displayed far exceeded the scope of what ordinary people could understand. A large number of extremely lethal techniques were used one after another. If Yuuji's strength made people feel at ease, then the mysterious Su and the wood release he used truly made them feel fear. The terrifying dark forest was expanding at a rapid pace. The battle between these two people caused the earth to shake. It seemed that the battle between these two people would not be able to tell the result in a short period of time. Whoosh! Yuuji reached out his hand and tore apart more than a dozen trees with a single strike. His figure suddenly rushed in. It seemed that he was going to directly launch a sneak attack on Su's body. Rumble! Even more black trees gushed out, covering the vision of the outside world. Even Byakugan of the Hyuga clan couldn't see through it because their vision was blocked by the continuous burst of chakra. Many people were sweating on their foreheads while listening to the continuous loud roar in the depths of the forest. They were hoping that Yuuji would be able to defeat the enemy and kill this mysterious Su. However, in the depths of the forest that they could not see, Yuuji sat on a thick tree branch and rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Su continued to control wood release, creating a loud noise and bursting out a large amount of chakra to pretend to be in a fierce battle. In this way, it will be fine. I will only wait for Obito to make a move. I will split into two groups to take Asura's genes and chakra, and then I will take the Kyuubi chakra. Yuuji took a look at his swaying clone. Not bad. No matter how you look at it, it's mysterious. Let those guys outside guess. After a while, Ruoar! A terrifying roar rang out, bringing with it a shocking fluctuation that could seep into one's soul. Everyone who heard this roar felt their bodies and minds instinctively emit a feeling of fear. An incomparably huge Kyuubi appeared within Konoha. Under the strange moonlight, its exaggerated size seemed to devour the entire Konoha. Kyuubi. In the forest not far from Konoha, a group of 6 people was looking at the huge shadow in the distance. Under the vision of 6 pairs of Rinnegan, the chakra that burst out from Kyuubi was incomparably astonishing. This was the first time Pain saw the Kyuubi. Even though they were so far apart, he still felt a heavy sense of oppression. As expected of the strongest Bijuu. Let me see what you two plan to do. Tendo Pain slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 140, Complete Body Godzilla. The Kyuubi was released in the end. Not to mention anything else, just standing there, the pressure it released far surpassed that of the other Bijuu. The title of the strongest Bijuu was not just for show. Ruoar! A terrifying roar resounded through the entire Konoha. The expressions of many ninjas changed. Quick, attack! Why did the Kyuubi appear in the village? Hurry up and stop this monster. Otherwise, the village will be destroyed. Many of Konoha's ninjas were so angry that their eyes almost split open. They roared and tried to stop the Kyuubi. Hiruzen's face was even more gloomy. He used the adamantine staff to push the Kyuubi out of Konoha. Unfortunately, the adamantine staff was unable to push the Kyuubi. Choza immediately used the double transformation technique to turn into a giant. He grabbed the tail of the Kyuubi and tried to stop the monster. Hiruzen, the Kyuubi is too strong. It is not something I can fight against. Inma said in a low voice, feeling depressed. Hiruzen, look at its eyes. Homura suddenly said. Everyone looked up and was furious to find that there were 3 tomo in the Kyuubi's eyes. Sharingan. It's the people of the Uchiha clan who are using genjutsu to control this guy. Uchiha clan, damn it. Could it be that Kazue who has Mangekyo Sharingan? Many people received the news, and their expressions changed. The figure that appeared in their minds at the first moment was clearly Uchiha Kazue. A terrifying eye power that could control Kyuubi was something ordinary 3 tomo couldn't do at all. Could it really be Kazue? No, it can't be. Yuuji is still fighting with the enemy unless Kazue betrayed Yuuji. Hiruzen's face was gloomy. Holding the adamantine staff in one hand, he tried his best to push the Kyuubi out of the village, but it was useless. At this time, in the territory of the Uchiha clan, the elites of this clan gathered. The Kyuubi actually appeared at this time. What exactly happened to Kushina? Fugaku's face was gloomy. This was the worst-case scenario. Not long after the Third World War ended, the village was about to enter the war against the Kyuubi. This was too bad. Konoha military police force, immediately move out, prioritize the rescue of the villagers. Fugaku ordered. But they were directly interrupted. All of Uchiha clansmen stay in Uchiha's territory. No one is allowed to leave. A large number of root ninjas appeared, and one of them shouted in a low voice. What? Do you know what you are talking about? The village is currently in danger, and we, as the strongest clan of Konoha, have no reason to retreat. As the captain of the Konoha military police force, Fugaku immediately became angry. He stared at this guy in front of him. To let our strongest clan avoid the battle at this time. This is a great humiliation to our clan. Iroha slowly raised his head. Something terrible has happened somewhere you did not notice. This is the order given by Danzo-sama. Many of the Uchiha clansmen were a little restless, and they all revealed stunned and furious expressions. They looked up, and under the strange moonlight, they could vaguely see the huge shadow in the distance, as well as the shrill screams and sounds of destruction. In the village, the Kyuubi was raging, but their Uchiha clan was forced to avoid the battle. Was there anything more absurd than this? Uchiha Setsuna slowly walked out from the shadows. Why would Danzo give such an unreasonable order? It should not be to preserve the strength of the Uchiha clan, but should be, suspicion? Could it be that we released the Kyuubi in the perception of the village's top management? Many of Uchiha's elites revealed expressions of shock and confusion. Uchiha clan released the Kyuubi. What kind of nonsense is this? The Kyuubi was clearly in Kushina's stomach. What did it have to do with them? At this time, the sound of a walking stick hitting the ground came. Several root ninjas moved out of the way. Danzo walked over and looked at the angry Uchiha clan in front of him. The matter has not been decided yet. Just in case, no one is allowed to act arbitrarily. Or are you going to attack me? Then I will not show mercy. Danzo clearly had a wounded appearance. One of his eyes was wrapped in bandages, the other arm was broken and looked like it had no fighting ability. However, Danzo still stood in place with great confidence, looking at these unruly fellows in front of him. Many of the Uchiha clansmen were shocked and angrily staring at Danzo. After a long time, Fugaku said in a low voice, "Since this is an order from the village top management, we will naturally abide by it." After he finished speaking, he was about to order the members of the Konoha military police force to retreat. "Where is Kazue?" Danzo said coldly. "I'm not sure. She always has her own plans," Fugaku said. Danzo frowned and glanced at Iroha. Iroha was silent for a moment, then he activated Byakugan and quickly swept through Uchiha's territory, trying to find the location of Kazue. But the only one who responded to him was a Susanoo, who blocked his view. "Don't stare blankly here or there will be problems." Kazue dismissed Susanoo and appeared in front of everyone. The expression on her face was incomparably calm. "Before I get Yuuji-san's order, I won't act rashly." "Danzo-sama." Kazue laughed softly. Danzo hesitated for a moment, then snorted coldly, "There are 3 tomo in Kyuubi's eyes. Sharingan's genjutsu clearly controls it. You are the most likely person to do this, who has Mangekyo Sharingan." Everyone was in an uproar. No matter how arrogant and angry the Uchiha clansmen were, they also widened their eyes and looked at Kazue in shock. There are 3 tomo in the eyes of the Kyuubi and controlled by Sharingan. Only Kazue has Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it really be? The muscles of many Uchiha clansmen tensed up. If it really was Kazue who controlled the Kyuubi. With this kind of power, coupled with Kazue's own Susanoo, it might be. Many people showed hesitation on their faces. Kazue said calmly, "I will say it again, it's not me. If it were me, I would have fully used the Kyuubi's power and not stay here." "Then, you will stay here and prove your innocence," Danzo said in a deep voice. To be honest, even Danzo himself could not figure out the situation. Kazue was indeed the most suspicious, but there were many loopholes, and there was obviously more than one enemy. Yuuji, who was fighting with the wood-release ninja, was the proof. The two sides stood there and fell silent. Danzo brought the route to restrict the movements of Uchiha's clan. In the village, the Kyuubi began to wreak havoc. That masked man actually summoned the Kyuubi in the village. After sending Kushina back to the delivery room, Minato rushed back and stood on Hokage Rock with a solemn expression. He knows that the Jinchuriki was at her weakest when she gave birth. He also possessed the Kyuubi summoning contract and the Sharingan. Combining the above conditions. Roar! The Kyuubi saw Minato at first glance. Instinctively, it condensed a huge Bijuudama and blasted it toward him. The powerful Bijuudama immediately created a ravine in Konohagakure, and all the people and objects that stood in his way were turned into nothingness. Tisk, this level of Bijuudama is indeed worthy of Kyuubi. Minato immediately raised his hand, and a large number of space-time formulas appeared out of thin air, flying thunder god technique. The huge Bijuudama was immediately swallowed by the space-time technique bit by bit and moved to a place far away from the village. A terrifying explosion erupted followed by a powerful shockwave. Hiruzen put away the adamantine staff and rushed over. Minato, who is the enemy? How is Kushina? Minato looked down and said, Kushina is already in a safe place. As for the identity of the enemy, if I'm not wrong, the enemy identity is Uchiha Madara. What? It can't be that guy. He was killed by the first Hokage a long time ago, and his body was collected by the second Hokage. The expressions of Hiruzen, Koharu, and the others changed greatly. Just as Minato was about to say something, swish! A vortex appeared, and Obito placed his hand directly on Minato's shoulder. It's over, fourth Hokage. You can't save this village. Then, the time-space vortex appeared again, and it was about to swallow Minato at an exaggerated speed. The moment his entire body was absorbed into the vortex, Minato launched Flying Thunder God and escaped. Even if it were half a second later, Minato would be locked in a different space. Humph, did you run away? But it's useless. My Kamui has surpassed your Flying Thunder God in all aspects. Obito snorted coldly. He glanced at Hiruzen and the others who were charging at him furiously and disappeared from where he was. Rumble. The adamantine stuff struck the Hokage rock, but it was futile. Uchiha Madara, is that the person just now? Koharu turned around and said in a low voice. Damn it, he can control the Kyuubi using his eye power and can summon the Kyuubi to the village, take the opportunity to launch an attack when Kushina is giving birth, and also avoid us, and easily crack the high-level barrier. It seems that only Uchiha Madara can do it. Homura was extremely angry, and even a trace of fear. Uchiha Madara didn't die. But it was clear that the first Hokage killed him. The second Hokage took care of the corpse. How could the first and second generations make mistakes? Don't say any more. Choza can't hold on anymore. It seems that we can only fight in the village. Hiruzen suddenly spoke. He carried the adamantine staff and rushed to the Kyuubi. Although he did not continue to say, he did think of a possibility. Izanagi. Ever since Kazue had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, Konoha's higher UPS had obtained relevant information that was related to Izanagi. Especially when he was beheading the Yamata no Orokai, Kazue used Izanagi, but her eyes were not blind. Uchiha Madara, I'm afraid he used Izanagi to deceive everyone. Hiruzen was extremely depressed. Because this would extend out even more terrifying things. The masked man was Uchiha Madara, then, who was the guy who had mastered the powerful wood-release ninjutsu? A ridiculous guess came out of Hiruzen's mind, but he quickly shook it off because it was too outrageous. Hiruzen, if that person also didn't die, he wouldn't have come to attack Konoha. Behind him, Koharu hesitated. Hiruzen didn't say anything else. He took a team and personally went into battle to suppress Kyuubi. To deal with such a huge monster, he was destined to launch powerful area of effect ninjutsu. This attack would cause great damage to Konoha. Just as they were deeply worried and had complicated thoughts. Swish! An astonishing ray of light suddenly shot out from the black forest and hit the Kyuubi directly. This is... A look of surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. A figure had already stood on a giant tree and was looking at the huge Kyuubi from afar. Third Hokage-sama, leave this fellow to me. I will not allow anyone who harms Konoha. The half-Godzilla Yuuji had a solemn expression. Hiruzen was gratified and deeply moved by this spirit. Where is Su? Where is that wood-release ninja? I don't know. He suddenly disappeared halfway through the fight. He is like a ghost. Maybe they have other plans. Then let's join forces. If we work together to deal with the Kyuubi, our chances will be higher. No. Third Hokage-sama, other places need you even more. Moreover, I am very interested in Kyuubi. Yuuji slowly raised his head. He looked ahead. He met the eyes of the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi that white-hot light hit fell into a deep berserk state. Roar! Kyuubi roared madly. Just the sound waves alone destroy the nearby buildings. Countless people nearby were sent flying. How can we deal with this kind of guy? Even if we can't win, we have to fight. No matter what, we have to stop the Kyuubi. Many Konoha ninjas shouted at the top of their lungs. At this time, a figure with an indomitable momentum rushed toward the huge Kyuubi. This is... It's Yuuji-sama. Has he dealt with the enemy? Many people were excited. Facing the terrifying power of Kyuubi, their bodies trembled. It was a heroic feat for someone to take the initiative to stand up at this time. Everyone, hurry up and follow behind Yuuji-sama. Listen to his command. If we attack together, we might be able to disturb the Kyuubi and create an opportunity for Yuuji-sama. A person shouted. The next moment, Yuuji shouted, all of you, step back. I will deal with this guy. But... Trust me, I can deal with this guy. Yuuji stared at the behemoth before him and then looked down at his own figure. Yes, just from the size alone, the difference was ridiculous. Roar. The Kyuubi roared and opened his mouths wide to form a second Bijuudama. The purple-black spheres gathered, surging with terrifying coercion and making people desperate. So big, what can we use to deal with this kind of thing? It's over, it's all over. Even if it's Yuuji-sama, how can he deal with this level of chakra energy ball? Fourth Hokage isn't here, he can't use space-time ninjutsu. What should I do? What should I do? Many people were stunned, even their will was forcibly shattered by this invincible Bijuudama. It's Bijuudama again. Hiruzen's face was gloomy, and a trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes. If Kyuubi is allowed to wreak havoc, will Yuuji be able to block it? At this time, the Kyuubi suddenly lowered its head and aimed at the ant-like Yuuji. It was easy to imagine that if this ridiculously large Bijuudama exploded, Konoha would basically be gone. At this time, Yuuji raised his head and felt the terrifying pressure coming from Bijuudama at close range. Normal people would probably be crushed into meat paste in an instant by this pressure. There's no other way. If I want to deal with the complete body Kyuubi, my current form is not enough. A hint of decisiveness flashed through Yuuji's eyes. A half Kyuubi can single out the other 6 Bijuu. The strength of the complete body Kyuubi was simply outrageous. To pluck wool from the complete body Kyuubi. Sure enough, only the further developed Godzilla mode can be used. Only muddy water is easy to fish in. Yuuji chuckled and clapped his hands. Under the eyes of countless people who were in despair, Yuuji finally moved. An incomparably ancient aura suddenly rose up. At this moment, Yuuji's body began to expand crazily. His exaggerated life force rapidly rose. Godzilla mode. Completely body Godzilla. Chapter 141, The Battle Between Eyes. The power of the complete body Kyuubi made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The unimaginably huge Bijuudama was brewing a power that could destroy the entire Konoha. Countless people were terrified, their faces full of despair. Meanwhile, Shiranui Yuuji, who was at the center of Bijuudama's attack, had finally activated that technique. Complete body Godzilla transformation. Rumble. A terrifying roar suddenly erupted. From small to large, a shocking figure began to expand crazily in an instant. The terrifying power surging around his body also emitted a deep and terrifying pressure that made people tremble. However, this enormous power did not come from the enemy, but from the village's hero. What's wrong? What happened? It's Yuuji-sama. His body is expanding. Could it be that his mode really has the possibility of fighting the Kyuubi? That's right, he is the only one facing the Kyuubi. Not only does he not need to retreat, he even charged forward to confront it head-on. Instinctively, many people revealed looks of hope in their eyes. Some of the people who had followed Yuuji to the battlefield recalled that Yuuji was facing off against Bijuu's power on the battlefield. Could it be that this power was not the limit? Boom! 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 Yuuji's body expanded at an astonishing speed. Boom! The continuously expanding Godzilla suddenly extended an arm and placed it on the Bijuudama. The dark purple chakra ball was blocked by a terrifying giant claw that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. This shocking scene was accompanied by the terrifying scene of the sky collapsing. There were also countless cries and whining, destined to be remembered by this world. This was also the first time a creature like Godzilla had truly descended into this world in such a manner. Crack! This intense confrontation continued. The earth collapsed and caved in. The terrifying hurricane that was triggered set off a huge storm. Everyone looked at this scene with shock on their faces. To actually be able to face this kind of Bijuudama head-on with brute force. We still underestimated the potential of this little brat. Homura was blown by the terrible hurricane and his body was unstable. Koharu turned around with a shocked and solemn face, but the opponent is after all the Kyuubi, the largest chakra aggregate in this world. It is still unknown whether the companion beast that Yuuji has mastered can deal with this level of enemy. It was the first time they heard about the concept of a companion beast from Yuuji. This thing had never appeared before. But what kind of companion beast was it that could fight against Bijuu? It was one thing to fight against the Yonbai, but to fight against the Kyuubi, it was not a battle of the same level at all. Homura whispered, Hiruzen, prepare for the worst. If Yuuji can't hold on, then this village. Hiruzen nodded heavily and said in a low voice, I know. No matter what, we should trust him. At this time, under everyone's gaze, Yuuji's body finally stabilized. It turned into a 70-meter-tall Godzilla. Its extremely oppressive body lay across the ground, and its long tail could trigger natural disasters with a casual swing. Sharp teeth were revealed in its sinister and terrifying head, and its fierce gaze was filled with endless rage. The skin on the surface of its body was like the bark of a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. It was ancient and full of ravines. This dark blue behemoth stood under the moonlight and let out a terrifying roar towards the sky. The entire Konoha was shocked. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. This was a fierce confrontation between the two monsters. The central point of the game is the unbelievably big purple-black Bijuudama. A violent explosion sounded. Godzilla pushed Bijuudama with one hand, and his two terrifying feet stepped deeply into the ground, pushing Bijuudama back bit by bit. This was an incomparably shocking scene. Even the fourth Hokage, who had mastered time and space ninjutsu, could at most transfer the Bijuudama. No one had ever thought that such a terrifying thing could be forcefully pushed back. Yuuji! Don't detonate this thing in the village! Hiruzen shouted. Got it. I'll think of a way. Yuuji's voice was transmitted far away under the night sky. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and his face was full of joy. Fortunately, the situation that he was worried about did not appear. Yuuji still maintained his rationality and could control this body. Boom! A terrifying beam of light burst out from the Bijuudama, which was a sign that it was about to explode. Tisk, there is no other way. In this kind of place, if I eat such a big piece of Bijuudama on the spot, it would be a bit shocking. It might even affect my plan to seize Bijuu's chakra. Yuuji looked up, and after a roar, his other hand suddenly held Bijuudama's bottom and then began to exert force. The terrifying force instantly made the ground sink, and countless houses collapsed, triggering a terrible earthquake. But at this time, no one cared about this kind of thing. After a roar, the Bijuudama was thrown high into the sky by Yuuji. Boom! The Bijuudama exploded. The compressed air made people feel pain. It's really dangerous. Kyuubi, I can't give you a chance to shoot another Bijuudama. Yuuji stared at the violent giant beast in front of him and snorted. He raised his foot and controlled the heavy body to rush forward. The two huge monsters collided with each other, and the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was a scene of the end of the world. Yuuji controlled this body. With unrivaled strength, he held on to the Kyuubi hard, strode forward and pushed the Kyuubi all the way to the outside of the village. This was a shocking scene. Great, this way, the village will be saved. Hiss, I really can't imagine. If not for Yuuji-sama, letting the Kyuubi wreak havoc in the village, what kind of destruction would have caused? Although the village has also suffered serious damage and many of our companions have died, this is already the best result. Many ninjas collapsed to the ground exhausted. In the face of the complete body Kyuubi, being able to stand steadily was almost exhausting all their strength and spirit. Everyone, immediately treat the wounded and set up a new defense line. Maybe the enemy will launch a new attack. Hiruzen showed a happy expression and immediately issued a new order. Minato was fighting with Uchiha Madara. What about Tsu? Where did the mysterious wood-release ninja go? What is more important to him than the Kyuubi? Hiruzen and the two consultants did not expect this at all. They also did not know that Tsu's purpose would be a newborn. Under Hiruzen's orders, many ninjas began to act in a hurry. Many new generation ninjas also wanted to participate at this time. Yuuji-san is currently fighting the Kyuubi. We cannot retreat. Guy clenched his fists. Kakashi's expression was cold. Although we do not have the strength to deal with the Kyuubi, we can still deal with other invaders. No one knew the frustration and uneasiness in Kakashi's heart. He vaguely guessed that he had been hit by a genjutsu not long ago. The only people who knew the date of Kushina's labor were Yuuji and the mysterious man who used the genjutsu on him. Could it be that Yuuji leaked it out and caused the Kyuubi to be released? To be honest, if it were really like this, Kakashi would feel a little better. Yui Shinku said coldly, no matter if it is the Kyuubi or the intruder, they are not something you can deal with. Are you able to fight against a space-time ninja or a wood-release ninja? You are still too inexperienced. If you rush up now, you are simply courting death. This made a group of proud and arrogant young people look unwilling. Indeed, the gap was too big. The masked man was someone that fourth Hokage had to treat seriously. He didn't even have the time to return to the village to suppress the Kyuubi. The other masked man was a user of wood release. Even Shibi and Yuuji were unable to kill him. What are they doing up there? To die? Genma said, we can't participate, but there is still one person who can. I'll go find Kazue. He was about to take action. Guy, Kakashi, Anko, and the others held him down immediately. What are you going to do now? Kazue is not a fool. If she doesn't appear in this kind of situation, it means that there is something even more troublesome that involves her. Anko scolded. Guy said seriously, Yuuji should have made arrangements for Kazue. You have to be clear about this. Don't be so rash. Yuuji clearly only needs to send a clone to inform her. Genma was stunned and immediately reacted. It seems that the entire Uchiha clan has disappeared. Even Konoha military police force can't be seen. Genma did not dare to think too much. Yui Shinku had been looking at them the entire time. Seeing that these young people finally calmed down, he nodded in satisfaction. What you need to do now is to evacuate the villagers and treat the wounded. Everyone nodded and moved. No one mentioned participating in the battle anymore. There were only two enemies, but Konohagakure was forced into this state. It was not a level that they could reach. At this time, the Uchiha clan was still in a difficult confrontation with root ninjas. The proud and arrogant Uchiha clansmen stared fiercely at Danzo with gloomy expressions. Faced with this tense atmosphere, Danzo displayed an astonishing steadiness and boldness. It was as if all the people in front of him would lie down as long as he made a move. Even in front of Uchiha Kazue, Danzo was still calm. I advise you to be patient. If you do something that will cause me to misunderstand, I can only act. No one can save you. Danzo's left eye slowly opened a crack. The Uchiha clansmen were shocked by this domineering statement and looked at it in confusion. Although Danzo had a high status, he was essentially a disabled person. Where did he get the confidence? It seems that Danzo-sama is very confident. He has the confidence to suppress our clan by himself. Kazue looked at him thoughtfully. Danzo said indifferently, not really, but this old man does have enough confidence. Humph, there are 10 eyes in my right arm, plus a few eyes that I carried with me. I can insert them at will and play. Even if he were to fight Kazue now, Danzo was confident that he could exhaust Kazue to death. Even if he couldn't win, turning around and running away was no problem. No matter what, Danzo felt that he would not lose. At this time, a figure hurried over. It was Yuji's clone. Everyone is here. Danzo-sensei, clan head Fugaku, Kazue. Yuji landed directly. Danzo frowned. How is the situation? Have you dealt with the enemy? It's more troublesome. My main body barely managed to push the Kyuubi out of the village, but the situation on Yondaime-sama is unknown. I don't know the whereabouts of the mysterious Su. Yuji replied. Everyone was restless. As expected, the giant beast that suddenly appeared just now, was it you, imitating the Bijuu complete body transformation? Fugaku's expression changed slightly. Danzo nodded slightly. Since the biggest crisis has been resolved, then there is no need for the Uchiha clan to participate. Just stay here. Many of Uchiha's clansmen felt aggrieved. Yuji looked at Kazue and said, you stay here as a precaution. Kazue nodded, I understand. Since it is Yuji-san's order, I will naturally obey. The tense atmosphere eased slightly with the arrival of Yuji. Danzo looked at his most proud disciple. As for the main body, try to delay the Kyuubi as much as possible. When the fourth Hokage comes back, use the sealing technique to get rid of it. He was very worried that Yuji would fight to the death with the Kyuubi and end up being killed in the end. After all, the Kyuubi was a body of chakra and could be resurrected even if it died. But if Yuji died, then he would really die. I understand. Yuji's shadow clone disappeared with a bang. Everyone fell silent and waited patiently. But in fact, not long after, they also encountered a powerful enemy. Several figures rushed into Konohagakure. Those two are too slow. It seems that they still can't be ruthless when facing Konoha. 6 figures slowly walked out in the darkness with their voices low. Fugaku's face sank. Who dares to enter the territory of the Uchiha clan? Danzo's left eye widened slightly. Humph, so that's how it is. There are not only 2 intruders, but there are 6 more. Fine, then this old man will. His words stopped abruptly. Or rather, knowledgeable people like Fugaku, Danzo, and Setsuna changed their expressions after seeing the appearances of these 6 figures. 6 figures, 6 pairs of strange eyes. These eyes. Could it be the legendary Supreme Eye that surpasses Sharingan and Byakugan? It can't be wrong. I didn't expect something like Rinnegan to really exist, but why are there 6 pairs? Everyone was moved and looked on in shock. Besides shock, a trace of surprise and greed flashed through the eyes of people like Danzo. Danzo's nature was that he wanted all the good things and everything was for Konoha. In the words of Su, I originally intended to watch the show, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest, Danzo. Tendo Pain slowly raised his head, and those terrifying eyes burst out with a suffocating fluctuation. Shimura Danzo, accept the judgment of God. You are also one of the mistakes of this world, the node of the dark side. You have to pay the price for what you did in the past. When he met his enemy, his eyes turned red. Tendo Pain remembered that there were 2 culprits who caused Yahiko's death. One was Hanzo, who had been killed by him. The remaining one was Danzo. Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Rumble. With a loud bang, a fierce battle erupted in the Uchiha clan. This battle was destined to be a battle between eyes. Sharingan vs Rinnegan. Chapter 142, This old man will also has the sage power. Danzo's expression was extremely ugly. He came for me. On what basis? I don't remember having a conflict with the owner of Rinnegan. Danzo was burning with rage. Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, destroyed the entire street, but fortunately, the already prepared people quickly retreated. Apart from some of the weaker ones who suffered heavy injuries, the main combat power was not harmed. As for Uchiha's other clansmen, they had already hidden in the underground shelter when the disaster broke out. Danzo, like a rat in the sewers, your fate has been determined before the gods. You will die here. Tendo Pain glared at Danzo. Kill this guy, and Yahiko's spirit in heaven will be at ease. Wait, it seems that he can't even remember Yahiko. Feel the pain, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. Tendo Pain roared. Then an even more shocking destruction erupted. The other 5 pains also rushed out. Danzo's face was extremely gloomy. As he unlocked the seal on his right hand, he quickly retreated and shouted, Uchiha clan, hurry up and attack. This old man can't die here. Although Fugaku's heart was extremely complicated and he was deeply confused. He still whispered, Kazue. Yuuji-san didn't seem to tell me that I needed to stand up at this time. Kazue frowned and was a little unhappy. But if this kind of dangerous guy is allowed to wreak havoc in the village, presumably Yuuji-san will also have a headache. Susanoo. Whoosh. A skeleton appeared instantly, and its muscles proliferated rapidly. It entered the second form and appeared in the middle of the street. Rinnegan. I don't know how it is compared to my Mangekyo Sharingan. Swish. Kazue raised his hand and pulled out the Kusanagi sword from behind him. Susanoo also moved at the same time, also pulling out a chakra weapon shaped like Kusanagi sword. Danzo-sama, if you have any hidden trump cards, it is better to use them as soon as possible. The opponent possesses Sage's eyes and not an opponent that can be casually dealt with. At this time, Setsuna directly stared at Danzo. His gaze directly fell on Danzo's right hand. Danzo released the seal on his right hand at this time, but he was unwilling to reveal it. Danzo coldly snorted, I don't need you to teach me what to do. He stared into Setsuna's eyes. This is also a pair of 3 tomo. This kind of radical Uchiha deserved to die. Many root ninjas had already surrounded Danzo as the center. Danzo looked at the 6 pains, and a trace of fear and hesitation flashed through his eyes. Unless it were absolutely necessary, he would never reveal his right arm. The origin of this 10 Sharingan could not be explained at all. Once the war started, even if he won, his position in the village would probably plummet. At this time, Shisui said with a serious face, Danzo-sama, please retreat. The enemy is about to launch an attack. Pain attacked brazenly. Kukiyo no Jutsu, summoning technique. The two hellhounds were summoned and launched a charge. The Azura Path also sent out a dozen or so chakra missiles. The summoned beast actually has Rinnegan. This is interesting. Is he using a genjutsu to control it? Kazue was expressionless. The huge Susanoo immediately ruthlessly attacked, chopping off the two hellhounds on the spot. More than 10 chakra missiles bombarded over, but they didn't even cause the slightest damage to Susanoo. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Rumble. Kazue and Susanoo were sent flying hundreds of meters away by this attack, leaving a deep gully on the ground. It's the same Mangekyo Sharingan. This kind of power of yours can only be said as average, and it is not worth mentioning compared to that guy. Tendo Pain said in a low voice while looking into Kazue's eyes. In terms of eye power, this Kazue is thrown away a lot by the guy Obito. Have you seen other Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku's expression changed slightly. Danzo's expression was gloomy. This guy has been saying some strange things from the beginning. For example, the two who could not attack Konoha ruthlessly. Now, he said that there is another Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, the entire Uchiha clan gathered together and collectively activated the fire release technique, shooting toward 6 panes. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. At this moment, an unprecedentedly huge ball of flame was unleashed. From the looks of it, there was no way for the 6 panes to escape. Humph, how dare you invade the territory of the strongest clan? Being burned to ashes is your end. Many of the Uchiha clan revealed cruel smiles. What a boring trick! Hungry Ghost raised his hands, and all the flames were absorbed one by one, turning into pain chakra. What? He actually absorbed it, that tall guy can actually absorb our ninjutsu. Many people's expressions changed. At this time, Pain launched a surprise attack. His target was only Danzo. The others, including Kazue, were not in his eyes. An intense battle broke out. A large number of Uchiha clansmen began to besiege the 6 panes. The result was also very obvious, they were no match at all. They were just a clan, and they did not have the relevant information about the 6 paths of pain. In the face of Rinnegan's strange eye technique, they were completely at a loss. An unkillable summoned beast, a guy who can release missiles and deform, a guy who can absorb ninjutsu, and a guy who can create repulsion. They had never heard of these abilities before. In a hasty battle, many of the Uchiha clansmen died on the spot. Rumble. Rows of houses were overturned. A shocking roar resounded through the sky, and the entire Uchiha clan fell into unprecedented chaos. No one had ever done such a thing before by directly attacking the Uchiha clan's base camp and wantonly slaughtering. Miserable screams rang out one after another. One by one, the Uchiha clansmen were killed. Corpses littered the ground. The giant summoned beasts that were wreaking havoc everywhere continued to increase, and the number increased to more than a dozen. The scene was extremely chaotic. In addition, Pain's body technique was also ridiculously strong, while Rinnegan's eye power was incomparably shocking. For a time, the entire Uchiha territory was a mess. Whoosh! Kazue was fighting with the animal. She once again killed the hell dogs in front of her, but these ghost things couldn't be killed at all. She even split them up on the spot for them to see. This can't go on. These troublesome summoned beasts alone are enough to hold me back. Kazue frowned. Then there's no other way. I originally didn't intend to use eye techniques other than Susanoo. Her right eye directly stared at the dozen or so summoned beasts surrounding her and silently calculating, then her line of sight fell on a beast. Izanagi. Swish swish. The dozen or so summoned beasts began to show signs of twisting. Their physical bodies gradually began to dim, and they slowly disappeared from their original positions. These crazily splitting undying hellhounds were forcibly wiped out by Kazue from the real world. This shocking scene shocked everyone. The people who were struggling to resist the 6 pain and were badly battered by Rinnegan's power all revealed shocked expressions. Izanagi, can be used like this? Not only can you rewrite your own state, but also the state of the outside world? Danzo, who was being protected by a bunch of root ninjas, instantly had his eyes turn red. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. Damn it, is this real use of Izanagi? Doesn't that mean as long as the eye power is strong enough, as long as I want, I can erase Hiruzen in minutes and change the position of the Hokage to this old man? Subconsciously, Danzo looked down at his right arm. In theory, he could launch Izanagi 10 times and had 10 chances to correct his death. On his right arm that had been unsealed, 10 Sharingan were looking around. This strange scene was thanks to his clothes and bandages. The terrifying eye technique of Kazue being able to wipe out more than a dozen undead hellhounds in one go was eye-catching. Now you are the only one left. Disappear. Kazue's voice was cold. Her right eye was losing its luster at speed visible to the naked eye and turning into a grayish-white color. After wiping away more than 10 hellhounds, Kazue directly used Izanagi to destroy the animal path. The body of the animal path started to change, becoming more and more illusory. In the next moment, Animal Path opened his eyes wide and used Rinnegan's eye power to resist. This caused the power of Kazue's right eye to be rapidly depleted. But in this case, there is no way to stop me. Left eye, Izanagi activate. The state of her right eye was reversed, and the powerful power of erasing was restored to its peak once again. This attack wiped out the animal path on the spot. I temporarily dealt with the most troublesome one. Kazue covered her eyes, feeling the piercing pain that went deep into her bone marrow, and panted heavily. Tendo Pain raised his hand and sent more than 10 root ninjas flying. He turned his head and glanced. This kind of eye technique is a bit interesting, but it's useless. The Hell Path summoned the head of the King of Hell, and a new animal path walked out from the mouth of the King of Hell. This? How could this be? He clearly eliminated one, and now a new one appeared out of thin air. Many people's expressions changed. They couldn't see the King of Hell's head. They only saw a new animal path appear in the air. Kokiyos no Jutsu, summoning technique. A large number of new hellhounds appeared, but they still had the characteristic of not being able to kill. As soon as they were injured, they would split and wreak havoc everywhere. This kind of endless cycle simply made people collapse. All of your resistance is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Tendo Pain's voice was indifferent as he walked toward Danzo. All those who tried to stop him were killed. Even if Shisui tried to use the genjutsu he was best at, it was easily repelled by Tendo Pain. The 3 Tomo Shisui possessed too little eye power and simply didn't have the ability to fight against Tendo Pain. Damn it, this kind of guy. Shisui gritted his teeth. What exactly is going on with Rinnegan's ability? After killing an enemy, a new enemy appears. If this continued, there would be no end to it. The Rinnegan's power caused their hearts to feel a bone-piercing chill. The entire Uchiha clan en route faced the 6 Pain and were forced to retreat. Even if Konohagakure's ninjas noticed the movement and continuously rushed over, they still died under the Rinnegan's power. It was simply unsolvable. Moreover, don't forget that the 6 paths of pain were essentially puppets. Only ghosts would know how many changes and replacements Nagato had secretly prepared. Nagato's original body was not crippled. Although a large amount of vitality had been extracted by the Gedo statue and his body was thin. This was not a big problem. Even if all of pain were destroyed. Nagato can also take action himself at any time. It was easy to imagine just how astonishing his combat strength was as the creator of the 6 paths of pain. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fugaku finally couldn't bear it anymore. On Danzo's side, he had always protected himself and refused to use his full strength. No one knew what trump cards this old fellow were hiding. We can't wait any longer. 30 clansmen have already died in the hands of the enemy. If this continues... Fugaku gritted his teeth. The moment he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them. Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. A huge pale white skeleton appeared, and its 2 arms suddenly grabbed towards Azura Path in front of it. I didn't think that you would also. Azura Path was startled. His figure quickly retreated, and a large number of explosive chakra missiles bombarded its 2 arms. Rumble. A violent explosion erupted. Die! Fugaku roared, stimulating the Susanoo and transforming it into the second form. His combat power rapidly rising. Swish! The Azura Path released a laser, but it still could not penetrate Susanoo's defense. The 2 Susanoo coordinated with each other from a distance, and for a time, it instantly suppressed 4 pain. Clan head actually also has Mangekyo Sharingan. When did this happen? Great, the clan head actually concealed this kind of power. All of Uchiha's clansmen revealed looks of ecstasy. Setsuna, who had been forced to retreat by the hungry ghost path, raised his head and revealed a look of excitement. Uchiha Fugaku actually has a Mangekyo Sharingan. This guy is simply... Danzo gritted his teeth, and his heart filled with jealousy. Damn it, Mangekyo Sharingan, this old man also wants it. You don't tell the old man and deliberately hide it. It's really hateful. Kazue sent several summoned beasts flying with a single blow. She turned his head to take a look and nodded in realization. As expected, the patriarch also has Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder I thought he was very strange back then. He was a little too calm. Yuuji-san even especially reminded me. The appearance of the two Susanoo greatly changed the situation of the battle. However, it further strengthened Tendo Pain's determination to kill Danzo. If we continue to fight like this, the other 5 of the 6 paths of pain will not end well. Tendo Pain glanced at the battlefield. Although the battle has only started for a while, the information of 6 paths of pain was constantly being grasped. I am afraid that the other 5 would not be able to withstand the attack of 2 Susanoo after a while. So, Danzo, die here. Tendo Pain rushed towards Danzo while sending a large number of ninjas flying. Repulsive force in the black rod that could be casually created could disturb the chakra in the human body. Just this alone was extremely powerful enough. Damn it, these people can't protect this old man's safety. Danzo gritted his teeth. Under the protection of several ninjas, he turned around and fled, rushing into the forest at the edge of the village. Tendo Pain chased after him all the way. After he left the line of sight of the Uchiha clan, Danzo pulled off the bandage on his right hand. Although I haven't figured out the relationship between you and the other Rinnegan, I have more or less figured out your eye technique. Danzo revealed his pale right hand, and Ten Sharingan looked around. I'll deal with you here. I will use your eyes well. A trace of greed appeared in Danzo's eyes. If I transplanted one of Rinnegan's eyes on his right eye. Humph, well, this old man has the power of Sage too. Chapter 143, Atomic Breath. Namikaze Minato's figure directly fell into the forest outside the village. What happened just now? That feeling of being swallowed. Minato stood up with a solemn expression. Minato believed that he was very proficient in space-time ninjutsu. But that feeling just now, as long as his reaction was a fraction of a second slower, he would be swallowed into a different space and time, and his end would be very miserable. Swish! A space-time vortex appeared, and Obito's figure stood in front of Minato. He took out a chain, which he had prepared to capture 4th Hokage alive. It seems that 4th Hokage is just so-so. I have already seen through your space-time ninjutsu. Obito sneered. Minato looked at him cautiously. You are Madara, right? Combined with all kinds of information, this is the only possibility. Did you fake your death through Izanagi? Humph, I don't need to tell you about this. Anyway, you are going to be solved by me soon. The Mangekyo Sharingan under Obito's mask slowly rotated, which gave Minato a lot of psychological pressure. Minato glanced at it from the corner of his eye and looked at it directly. Mangekyo Sharingan, it seems that this level of eye power is right. At this time, roar! 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 The Kyuubi began to wreak havoc in the village. A giant beast suddenly appeared and began to fight with the Kyuubi. It also let out an irritable roar. The collision of the two giants caused an explosion that shook the ground. Obito and Minato turned their heads at the same time. This is probably the complete body Godzilla transformation. It seems that Yuuji is also going all out. I have to deal with you as soon as possible and return to the village. Minato said in a low voice. Obito's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed in secret. That bastard Yuuji, what the hell is he doing? His main body ran over to compete with the Kyuubi. What about Su? What is Su doing? Yuuji's actions made Obito extremely angry. The power displayed also made Obito shocked and fearful. Godzilla, this giant beast, was actually able to resist the Kyuubi. Even if he was still defeated in the end, it was still shocking enough. At this time, Minato moved. Swish! A specially made kunai was suddenly thrown out. It directly passed through Obito. Obito's chains, however, bound Minato. Fortunately, Minato directly launched Flying Thunder God to escape. Sure enough, the attainments of space-time ninjutsu are above mine. Minato appeared next to a specially made kunai with a solemn expression. When he suffers an attack, he will instantly fade away, but when you launch an attack, you will be a physical body. Minato launched another attack. A kunai was thrown out, but Obito dodged it. Just as Obito was about to grab Minato, Minato's figure disappeared and reappeared next to the kunai. From top to bottom, a raised nan smashed down. This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Minato smashed down fiercely. In a flash of lightning, Obito turned his head, his eyes staring fixedly at Minato's figure. Flying Thunder God second stage. Humph. Swish. Obito activated his dual Kamui and disappeared from where he was at an astonishing speed. Minato's shot directly hit the ground. This kind of speed is a bit too fast. Minato's expression changed slightly. Shit. Minato felt that he was going to fall into a bitter battle and had no time to return to the village. Two ninjas who mastered space-time ninjutsu in this vast forest had an intense confrontation and were surrounded by danger. If they were careless, they would be killed by the other party. On the other side, under the watchful eyes of all, Yuuji pushed the Kyuubi out of the village bit by bit. The two giant beasts stood under the moonlight, and a terrifying battle erupted. Get out of the village! Yuuji roared. Rumble! With a single stroke, he pushed the Kyuubi out. Then, he stretched out his hand, grabbed a few tails, and dragged the guy away from Konoha. Don't come near me. Be careful not to be affected. Yuuji said to the crowd, his voice deafening. The figures of two terrifying giant beasts stood in the lush forest. Every move they made could create a terrifying disaster. Swish! Yuuji fiercely clawed at the Kyuubi, and with a single slap, he slapped it to the ground. This naturally provoked the Kyuubi. The big fox roared crazily and rushed forward. An incomparably cruel battle erupted between the two giant beasts. The earth quaked and mountains shook. Kyuubi is a chakra aggregate. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Yuuji controlled this Godzilla body and began to fight with the Kyuubi. His eyes revealed a dignified expression. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Just the physical skill level, Kyuubi's strength, speed, and agility were all extremely ridiculous. Moreover, his entire body was covered in chakra, so normal attacks wouldn't hurt or itch it. Whoosh! The Kyuubi suddenly slapped over. Humph! Do you think that you are the only one who has a tail? Yuuji's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. Boom! The huge tail also swung out, and in this instant, a particle cut was condensed. The tail whip struck the Kyuubi, and along with it, the blue light beam that seemed to be able to split the entire country of fire into two struck the Kyuubi. Rumble! In this confrontation, Yuuji staggered backward. The Kyuubi hissed, and a huge wound appeared on his body. But it quickly recovered to its original state. The Kyuubi opened its mouth wide and shot another Bijuudama. Making Bijuudama in front of me, who do you think you are? Yuuji sneered. His huge body suddenly leaned forward and raised his claws. At that time, he held down the Bijuudama, who had not completely condensed, and shoved him into the Kyuubi's mouth. Come on, let me test it out for you. Boom! 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 A terrifying explosion erupted from the Kyuubi's body. This caused the already astonishing figure of the Kyuubi to appear uneven at this moment. It can be seen how amazing the explosion in the body was. At this time, Kyuubi opened his mouth again and aimed at Yuuji. The aftermath of Bijuudama's explosion, which had yet to be subsided, blasted out with a loud bang and directly hit Yuuji. Crash! A huge amount of chakra enveloped Yuuji, directly knocking him to the ground. Surprising scars appeared on the body's surface, but in the same way, Godzilla's outrageous self-healing ability repaired these injuries at speed visible to the naked eye. That's right, Yuuji's current form is not just a chakra body but a real Godzilla body. These two giant beasts immediately began a new round of battle. The casual aftermath of the battle triggered a catastrophe. A large number of dense forests suffered, and towering ancient trees fell down like toys. Many people watched from afar, their faces full of shock and excitement. This level of battle is too terrifying. It is right for Yuuji-sama not to let us approach. If we rashly approach, there will be no bones left. And to be able to fight against the Kyuubi. It is great to have Yuuji-sama. Many of Konoha's ninjas revealed excited expressions. It was hard to imagine what would have happened tonight without Yuuji. Hiruzen stood at a high place and watched with worry in his eyes from afar. Yuuji did not show any signs of decline. This was the best news. He just did not know how far the companion beast in Yuuji's body could last. It has been so long. With Minato's speed, he could not even make it back. It seems that Madara has put Minato in a difficult situation. Hiruzen's expression was solemn. A meticulous person like Minato was actually forced to this extent. The possibility of the enemy being Uchiha Madara had increased a bit. The mysterious Su is nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there was also an intense battle on the side of Uchiha's clan. He only turned his head to look at the huge cloud of dust that soared into the sky and the strange yet large number of unknown summoned beasts. He knew that the enemy there was also very difficult to deal with. It seems that two Susanoo have appeared. One is Kazue, and the other is Fugaku. He really hit it deeply. Hiruzen took a deep breath. The situation tonight was really a headache for Hiruzen. In the past 3 Ninja World Wars, Konoha had not been forced to this step. Moreover, the Uchiha clan still had Mangekyo Sharingan's matters hidden. I need to deal with it properly because hiding it meant that they didn't trust them in the first place. As for Uchiha Madara, is he still in contact with this clan right now? How many members of this clan have participated in tonight's matter? Hiruzen felt that his brain wasn't enough. Sandaime-sama. An Anbu knelt on one knee and said, Uchiha clan en route have suffered heavy losses. There are 6 enemies, and they all seem to have the legendary Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Hiruzen's expression changed. The other 2 consultants also had ashen expressions. Rinnegan? Isn't this a myth? It actually exists? Moreover, how could there be 6 Rinnegan? No wonder the Uchiha clan en route were forced to this step. Koharu shouted, who is the other person controlling the Susanoo? Uchiha Fugaku. It really is him. As the clan head, Fugaku did not tell the village that he had opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that he was forced to the point that he had no other choice, he... Shut up, no matter what, Fugaku is our companion and the head of a clan. What he does is his business. Now that he is fighting for Konoha to deal with the enemy, that is enough. Hiruzen scolded and then looked at the Anbu with a solemn expression, how's the situation? At present, it seems that Danzo-sama has lured away the enemy leader and seems to want to deal with the other party alone. Fugaku and Kazue use their Susanoo to fight against the other 5 Rinnegan possessors. Danzo challenged the other party's leader to a duel and wanted to deal a Rinnegan user alone. Are you kidding me? Hiruzen was having a headache. Shimura Danzo, when did you become so brave to confront a Rinnegan user? His greed for Rinnegan blinded his rationality. Impossible. Danzo would not make such a mistake unless he was really confident in dealing with the other party. Hiruzen took a deep breath. Too many things had happened tonight, and his brain was not enough. Homura suddenly said in a low voice, Hiruzen, it seems that many things make sense. If Sage's eye appears again after 1,000 years, he might really have the ability to subdue those 2. Moreover, Rinnegan's eye technique is still unknown. Hiruzen forcibly interrupted, we are not sure about Madara's identity. The real identity of wood-release ninja might not be what we guessed. They didn't dare to think further. If those 2 were really those 2, then perhaps only the sage had the qualifications to make the 2 of them reluctantly agree. This terrifying guess made the Konoha consultant feel like falling into an ice cave and shivering all over. Wait a bit longer. Now search for Su's whereabouts, we must find out the truth. Hiruzen said in a low voice. A large number of Anbu began to move frantically and search for Su's whereabouts. Eyes with deep worries and expectations looked outside the village and looked at the 2 huge figures who were fighting brutally. Crack! A terrifying cracking sound rang out. A terrifying wound had appeared on Yuuji's chest. Even though the Kyuubi was thrown out by Yuuji. So strong. Yuuji maintained a completely body Godzilla. Every move he took was a huge burden. It was not easy to control this body. Suppose Yuuji used this form to fight other Bijuu, other than the Hakubi, which he could still resist. The other 7 Bijuu would definitely be suppressed by Yuuji. But now, he was facing a complete body Kyuubi. In other words, 70 meters is still not enough. Yuuji looked at the Kyuubi who had climbed up as if nothing had happened and even became even more violent. This is worse. According to Yuuji's estimation, a complete body Kyuubi's power was at least half of Juhobi's. With the level of development of the 70-meter Godzilla, it was still too difficult to fight against the complete body Kyuubi. However, if he further develops Godzilla mode, although it will increase the volume of his body, it will further increase the pressure on him and caused his combat strength to decline. Yuuji felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with it. The first time he activated the complete body Godzilla transformation and developed it to 70 meters was already the limit of his stage. Fortunately, the current Kyuubi was controlled by Obito. It only had the instinct for destruction, and its size did not change. It was not much better than Yuuji. Thinking about the Kyuubi chakra mode, it was really a random change in height and body shape. When Naruto fought with Sasuke, under the Kyuubi chakra mode, its body size was 200 meters tall. There were also many clones, and they rushed up to fight Sasuke, who had used a 200-meter tall Susanoo. If the complete body Kyuubi also played like this, then Yuuji will really be hammered and wait for the third or the fourth Hokage to use their lives to activate the dead demon-consuming seal and seal it. If I want to take a part of the chakra from this wild beast, I still have to take the risk. If I miss this rare opportunity, then it will be troublesome to get it. Yuuji raised his head, his huge and hideous head was clearly visible under the night sky. I can only use that technique. This is really troublesome. I originally planned to secretly cut off the Kyuubi's tails and quickly eat it. However, with the development of Godzilla mode to such a degree, I think it will be successful. Yuuji's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he made a decision. Facing the berserk Kyuubi that was rushing in a straight line, Yuuji took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth as if a Bijuu was about to shoot a Bijuudama. The dorsal fin on his back also lit up at this time as if it were conducted. The first to light up was from the tip of his tail, and a series of conduction lights finally converged on the head. A huge light converged, surging with a terrifying power that made one's hair stand on end. Nuclear release. Atomic breath. Boom. Chapter 144, I am Senju Hashirama. It was impossible to describe this terrifying attack with words. It was as if the entire world had turned into this terrifying beam of light that destroyed everything. The light that surged from the dorsal fin converged on the head. The powerful power burst forth at this moment. Rumble. A terrifying super ray shot out and struck the rapidly approaching Kyuubi. Boom. 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 As the shocking light surged, a temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees began to brew and concentrated on the Kyuubi's body. The terrifying heat condensed into a beam of light and bombarded the Kyuubi. The huge energy shook the Kyuubi's body on the spot, and it was sent flying. It even illuminated the night sky. Even if the distance was very far, one could vaguely feel the suffocating feeling. The indescribable attack method was intimidating. Waves of uproar sounded. What technique is this? It was released by Yuuji-sama. He actually sent the Kyuubi flying in an instant. It looks very much like white-hot light. No, it's much stronger than that, much stronger. Many people revealed deep shock on their faces. In this form, he used a forbidden technique that surpassed white-hot light? Or perhaps, this was white-hot light's actual appearance. Just by looking up, the powerful light beam attack that seemed to cover the entire world made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After the instinctive fear, what followed was endless fanaticism. As expected of Yuuji-sama. This power was truly comparable to the Kyuubi's power. Tisk, chakra life forms are really hard to kill. Yuuji's eyes were cold. He strode forward, and just as the Kyuubi was about to get up, he stomped it down. Kaka. With a stomp, Yuuji immediately imprinted the earth that had already melted with the Kyuubi shape. Yuuji fired another shot of atomic breath while looking down from above and directly engulfed the entire body of the Kyuubi. The high temperature that incinerated everything engulfed the Kyuubi. The ground couldn't bear it and melted down at an astonishing speed. Soon, a huge pit more than 10 meters deep appeared. Large amounts of liquefied matter flowed in the pit. The Kyuubi let out a painful roar, but the endless stream of atomic breath suppressed it. It was extremely injured. Taking advantage of this gap, Yuuji stepped on the Kyuubi, and at the same time, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the Kyuubi's tails. Kyuubi, give me your strength. Yuuji's eyes were indifferent. He stretched out his arms and grabbed the three tails. Behind Yuuji, the long and oppressive tails suddenly swung, and a particle cut was produced, cutting off the three tails. Whoosh! The three tails turned into pure chakra and were instantly swallowed by Yuuji. The 9 tails turned into 6 tails. Just the amount of these 3 tails was several times more than the total amount of the chakra of other Bijuu who he had swallowed before. Kyuubi, what a good food! Yuuji looked down at this big guy. Kyuubi, whose 3 tails had been cut off, fell into an unprecedented rage. Instinctively, it bit Yuuji in a crazed manner. It created a hideous and terrifying scar on Yuuji. Even if the Kyuubi used his astonishing condensing speed to create a small Bijuudama, he could only be able to cause Yuuji to stagger. However, the Kyuubi still wouldn't be able to kill Yuuji. Yuuji would rather endure the damage and attack the Kyuubi one after another. These two giant beasts didn't have the possibility of killing the other in one blow. As long as they didn't die, their injuries would quickly recover. After devouring 3 tails, I have become stronger. Yuuji felt the changes in his body. More accurately, it was the changes in Godzilla. The more he seized more local resources, the faster Godzilla grew in his body, and the more power Yuuji could use. I really look forward to the day when I devour all of Bijuu. Anyway, everyone is a plant. It is not shameful to graft from one plant to the other. Yuuji and Kyuubi battled. They coldly watched the giant beast in front of them. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. Even if Yuuji was temporarily disadvantaged and occasionally spitting out atomic breath to repel Kyuubi, he could still temporarily not be defeated. On the other side, the 6 paths of pain had been stopped, making it difficult for them to create even greater chaos. The 4th Hokage was still dealing with Obito and did not know who would win. The entire Konoha was seizing this precious time to build a defense line and save the civilians. More importantly, they were searching for Su's whereabouts. Many sensory ninjas moved out one after another trying to find Su's whereabouts, but unfortunately, they did not find any clues at all. Because Su had long hidden in the ground. He secretly passed through the barrier and entered the delivery room. Fortunately, the main body had spent a lot of time learning various sealing techniques and barrier techniques. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to sneak in. Inside the barrier, in the delivery room, the extremely weak Kushina had her life entered the countdown and was looking at Naruto with a reluctant expression. Su passed through the barrier and dealt with the guards at the door. Then, he suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Creak. The door was pushed open. Who is it? Kushina lay on the bed. She held Naruto with one hand and turned her head with great difficulty. She saw a mask covered in a black robe with red clouds floating over. Are you Kushina? Konoha's Kyuubi Jinchuriki. What a pity. Jinchuriki, who has been stripped of Bijuu, will only end up dead. Even if you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and have strong vitality, you can't escape this fate. Su floated over and stopped 2 meters away from the bed. He tilted his head, and the eyes behind the mask calmly watched the scene in front of him. Of course, he was not looking at Kushina. He was not interested in a person who was about to die. He was staring at Naruto. This kind of clothing, are you Su, the mysterious person who controls the Blackwood release ninjutsu? What do you want to do? Kushina used her last bit of strength to form a seal and hold the intention of dying together. Su tilted his head. Don't worry about it. I'm not here to kill you, mother and son. With your current state, there is no room for you to counterattack. Even if you set up a shallow sealing technique around you. As he spoke, thorns emerged from his body. He then accurately pointed at several key nodes, destroying the seals around her. These seals were quite heterogeneous, and most of them were binding-type seals. Many of the seals here are Uzumaki clan secrets. How can you be so clear about them? Kushina gritted her teeth and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. She was not afraid of death herself, but she had to protect Naruto. There is no reason. I just know that I know all the seals you know. Su moved a meter closer and poked his head out. The white mask gave off a hollow feeling. Don't struggle. I told you before that I am not interested in the life and death of you and your son. As long as you don't ask to die, I won't do anything unnecessary. You are not here for the sealing technique, not for the Kyuubi. Is it Uzumaki clan's genetic code? No, it shouldn't be. It is Asura. I am here for this generation's Asura. Your son is the reincarnation of Asura. Su replied. He extended several thorny vines and slowly surrounded Kushina. He approached her little by little. Get lost. I have never heard of Asura. I will not let you hurt my child. This greatly stimulated Kushina, but she was too weak. She hesitated and wondered if she should fight to the last step. After all, if he wanted to kill the two of them, there was no need to explain it deliberately. Just as Kushina was hesitating, the thorns suddenly stretched out and rolled up Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, what a nice name. He'll be a great ninja, but equally tragically, he's doomed not to be himself. Su quietly looked at the child who was so close to him and stared at the few whiskers on his face. He did not do anything to hurt him. Adamantine sealing chains. Several chains were thrown from Kushina's hands, but after piercing through the black robe, they directly passed through without touching a physical body. Kushina, you don't know anything about Asura, and you don't know anything about the changed fate of your descendants. As Su spoke, he used the thorns to roll out a sealed scroll. He directly summoned a vessel, which contained a mass of living flesh and blood. This was Sasuke's Indra cell. What are you talking about? And what is Asura? Kushina was completely in despair. The guy who can't even be restrained by the adamantine sealing chains has no physical body at all. Su carefully took out the mass of flesh and blood and said indifferently, seeing that you are about to die, I will let you die more clearly. Asura is one of the descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths. His real body already died 1,000 years ago, but his chakra has been reincarnated from generation to generation. That's right, this time, his chakra has been reincarnated into your son. It has already changed your son's genes, character, and thoughts from the beginning. Because Asura himself has a sunny and cheerful personality, this will distort everything about Naruto from the root and assimilate Naruto into the new Asura. Kushina. Your son is no longer your son. Su took out flesh and blood cultivated from Sasuke's cells and said coldly. At the same time, his body squirmed and put this flesh and blood into his body. He stimulated this flesh and blood using his chakra and carry out a chakra refinement. Kushina was already shocked. What Su said was beyond her knowledge and bombarded her will. You attacked Konoha not only for the Kyuubi, no, in essence, but it was also for Asura. Kushina gritted her teeth. That's right. The last time Asura reincarnated, he was Madara's sworn enemy. Su said with a deep smile. He wantonly refined Sasuke's chakra and then injected it into Naruto. He also activated a part of Sasuke's genes that was wrapped by his cells and stuffed into Naruto. These special cells would constantly affect Naruto. This was destined to be a slow process. At the same time, his cells would wantonly plunder Naruto's original cells. Naruto cried loudly. However, Kushina was no longer in the mood to comfort Naruto. Her entire body trembled, and her body gradually became cold, became even colder. Madara's sworn enemy. Wasn't Asura's reincarnation the god of ninja? Minato said that the masked man who captured her and took away the Kyuubi was Madara. So you are the first Hokage, the husband of Granny Mito. Kushina seemed to have lost all her strength as she said bitterly. My god! How many times has your brain spun before you came to this conclusion? Humph, what a stupid woman. Uzumaki clan always comes up with this kind of careless and rough conclusion. Su sneered in his heart. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, You found out all of this. That's right, I am Senju Hashirama. But it is too late. You are going to die soon. I will personally rewrite Naruto's fate. I won't let him become the next rigid Asura, but I don't know what he will become. This is also something I need to observe. After completing all of this, Su kept his promise and sent Naruto back to Kushina. He directly stuffed him into Kushina's arms. He was indeed not interested in the life of this little baby Naruto. The action just now had already allowed him to obtain Naruto's cells and genes successfully, and he had also poured Sasuke's Indra's chakra into Naruto. As for what the consequences would be, it was no longer important. The change would definitely happen. Su was very willing to watch everything that would happen in the future from a bystander's perspective. What would this world become when Indra and Asura were no longer pure? Kushina loosened her fingers and gave up on the idea of using the dead demon-consuming seal to fight to the death. She looked at Su's figure pleadingly, I am not sure if you are him or not, but if you are really the first Hokage, please take care of Naruto in the future. Su paused and looked at Kushina meaningfully. Yes, this is not a big deal. I am also very curious about the fate of this generation of Asura. Moreover, your husband is only a qualified Hokage. After that, Su's figure sank and disappeared. Kushina looked in front of her in a daze. Minato is only a qualified Hokage. She fell into a daze and subconsciously hugged the crying Naruto tightly. Naruto, you will definitely become yourself, not Asura. And Minato, you. In the outside world. Minato's figure appeared outside the delivery room in a sorry state. His entire body was covered in wounds. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood the moment he appeared. Minato. Hiruzen hurried over and supported him. He said with concern, How is it? Have you dealt with the enemy? Minato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, No, I was almost seriously injured and almost couldn't come back. It can only be said that he is worthy of being called a legendary ninja who suppressed Ninja World. Madara is too powerful, and his attainments in space-time ninjutsu are even better than mine. Minato recalled the battle just now, which was full of dangers. The confrontation between space-time ninjutsu was very dangerous. Is Yuuji still unable to defeat the Kyuubi? Is Kazue still being held back by a powerful enemy? Minato nodded repeatedly and listened to the information provided by Hiruzen. In that case, I can only use that technique to seal the Kyuubi in one go. Minato was about to make a hand seal. Suddenly, Kushina staggered out of the delivery room while breathing heavily. Wait, Minato. At the same time, in Obito's secret base. Swish! Obito appeared from the vortex and almost turned into a blood man. The moment he appeared, he was lying on the ground. Damn it, as expected of Minato-sensei. I underestimated him too much and was almost killed. Chapter 145, One Knife Divides Yin and Yang. Minato planned to use the dead demon consuming seal. As the fourth Hokage, he did not mind sacrificing his life for the village's sake. The complete Kyuubi is too powerful. If I can seal half of the Kyuubi into a human body, I can also leave the Kyuubi power for the village. Minato thought. However, his plan was directly stopped by Kushina, who rushed out. Wait, Minato. Kushina leaned against the wall and said weakly, I'll do it. I'll seal the Kyuubi. What? Kushina, you. Hiruzen and Minato were shocked, and their faces showed hesitation. If a Jinchuriki was stripped of her Bijuu, her life was almost ended. If Kushina can really seal the Bijuu, in your current state, can you still use adamantine sealing chains and the 8 trigram seal? Minato supported Kushina and said in a deep voice. No, but I can use the dead demon consuming seal to seal it off. Maybe I can succeed. Anyway, I am going to die soon. Kushina looked tired. The life force in her body was rapidly depleting. Understood. Minato nodded solemnly. Hiruzen suddenly said, Minato, the dead demon consuming seal can only be used at the cost of sacrificing one's soul. You are the fourth Hokage, you have to make a decision. Hiruzen's voice was somewhat meaningful. After the dead demon consuming seal was used, and even if the Kyuubi were successfully sealed, what then? Kushina would die, and the Kyuubi sealed in Kushina's body would also die, not the kind that would revive after death, but most likely enter an unknown world. Konoha would forever lose Kyuubi's power. Minato's expression changed, and he was silent for a moment. I understand. He was the fourth Hokage. He had to make a difficult and painful choice. Kushina, as if she hadn't heard anything, said, let's go. Bring Naruto along. Naruto. Are you planning to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto? But Naruto has just been born, so he isn't qualified to be Jinchuriki unless. Then just seal half of Kyuubi to Naruto. Kushina interrupted Minato. Although she was so weak, her consciousness was frighteningly clear. No one knew what she was thinking. Soon, Minato brought Kushina and Naruto outside the village and looked at the two giant beasts fighting in front of them. At this point, everyone could see that Yuuji was gradually being suppressed. There are still 6 tails left. It seems that Yuuji cut them off and used this method to weaken the Berserk Kyuubi. Minato glanced at it and did not think too much about it. In the past, Yuuji had done the same on the battlefield by cutting off Bijuu's tail and using this method to weaken Bijuu's combat strength temporarily. However, those dissipated tails would recover soon. Scattering a portion of Bijuu's chakra was just an emergency measure in Minato's knowledge. Minato, I am going to make a move. Kushina took a deep breath and looked at little Naruto with reluctance. However, this time, she did not look at Minato. Minato also vaguely noticed that there seemed to be some unspeakable changes in Kushina. However, neither of them said anything. This was because there was another method to solve the problem. That was, Namikaze Minato used the dead demon consuming seal to seal the other half of the Kyuubi into his body and then stuffed the other half into Kushina. With Uzumaki clan's vitality, if she could seal the Bijuu back into her body in time, it would be able to save the lost life. But the problem was, Minato was not sure whether Kushina could live or not, and he was more inclined to give Kyuubi's half to Naruto because he firmly believed that Naruto was the child of prophecy in the mouth of the great Toad Sage. If his son could become an existence that could change the entire ninja world, half of the Kyuubi would be of great help. Minato looked at Kushina, who was constantly forming seals, and for a moment, he was a little speechless. He did not know what to say. Is the village more important? Was Naruto, the child of prophecy, important? These two things are more valuable than Kushina, more suitable to live and obtain the Kyuubi's power. This was torture to Minato's heart, torture to the fourth Hokage. As for Minato, it was obvious that he had given up on Kushina psychologically and was inclined toward Naruto. Yuuji, think of a way to hold the Kyuubi. Minato shouted. Rumble. Yuuji, who had been slapped to the ground by the Kyuubi, quickly jumped up and knocked over the Kyuubi. He nodded and said, I understand. Although I don't know what you will do, please hurry up. Kyuubi was simply ridiculously strong, and this was still the brainless Kyuubi controlled by Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! Yuuji spat out another shot of atomic breath and overturned the Kyuubi. He immediately rushed up and dived down, then he ruthlessly smashed toward Kyuubi and firmly pressed him to the ground. The long tail behind him even crazily wrapped around Kyuubi, binding the Kyuubi's movements. This was an extremely difficult process. At this time, Kushina moved. Minato, give me your chakra. Minato put one hand on Kushina's shoulder, and the other hand through a kunao. The two followed the kunao's coordinates and appeared in front of the Kyuubi. The next moment, Kushina began to extract chakra from Minato's body. In this case, it should be enough. Finjutsu, Shikifun, sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. Swish! In the darkness, a strange existence descended. Its body was huge, but it could not be observed by the naked eye. Only Kushina, the caster, and Minato, who transmitted chakra to Kushina, saw this legendary existence. Shinigami. This is the Shinigami. Minato's expression changed slightly. This strange, indescribable, mysterious existence made people instinctively tremble, even quietly standing there. A hand covered in strange runes slowly emerged from Kushina's stomach. This was the Shinigami's hand. The target soul that this hand grabbed along with the caster's soul would be devoured by the Shinigami. At this time, the Kyuubi sensed some kind of danger and instinctively began to struggle. Yuuji, who was pressing down on its body, simply opened his mouth wide and fiercely bit the Kyuubi's head. At the same time, his eyes widened as he stared behind Kushina and Minato. He could not see the Shinigami's figure. However, he could barely detect a silhouette. Is it because I have swallowed Bijuu's chakra? A mysterious creature like Shinigami? No, I can't even be sure if it is a creature. A trace of surprise and caution flashed through Yuuji's eyes. He was also very curious about this thing. There were too many secrets in Ninja World that had not been cracked. According to the original work, Shinigami was more like a sealing tool with no feelings. Orochimaru, the scientific madman, has released the swallowed soul, and it was really played ruthlessly. He can't be sure if the Shinigami has self-awareness or not. Kushina said, Minato, you know that Sandaime Sama can also use this technique, right? Logically speaking, he is the one with the most reason to use the dead demon consuming seal to seal it. Indeed. Yuuji had to nod in agreement. Hiruzen was currently in his old age, and his strength was gradually declining. However, Minato was not even 30 years old. He was still in the stage of constantly becoming stronger. He can master Mount Myuboku Sage Mode. In addition, the Flying Thunder God and all sorts of Flying Thunder God derivation technique. In terms of life-saving means in the ninja world, he was definitely the third. In terms of price, Hiruzen was the one who had the most reason to use the dead demon consuming seal, but the problem was, it was impossible. Don't say any more. Just do what we need to do, Minato said in a low voice. Kushina slowly closed her eyes. She no longer wanted to say anything more. Swish! The strange arm that stretched out from Kushina's stomach suddenly grabbed out and grabbed at the Kyuubi. Whoosh! This arm that was covered in squirming runes did not seem to be real, but it could touch matter. It grabbed a piece of flesh on Kyuubi's body surface and then suddenly pulled. Kyuubi's whole body was being torn apart. The chakra all over its body seemed to have encountered a dimensional attack. It was instantly suppressed by the Shinigami arm and became silent. Obito's genjutsu also lost its effect at this moment. The three tomo in the Kyuubi's eyes slowly disappeared. Its own consciousness finally came online. After understanding what had just happened, it was incomparably angry. Roar! 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 Damn Uchiha. Why is that fellow still not dead? That bastard actually used me as a summoned beast again. The Kyuubi was so angry that its eyes glowed red as it struggled desperately. However, the double suppression from Yuuji and Shinigami pressed it to the ground. Yuuji bit down on Kyubai's head and said calmly, "It seems that you have finally regained your consciousness. You still know what you did after being controlled. I never thought that you would have such a tragic experience. Was Uchiha Madara using you as a summoned beast?" The Kyuubi was furious. This was one of its black histories. Throughout the ages, Uchiha Madara was the only one who had forcefully controlled it and forced it to sign a summoning contract. During the battle in the Valley of End, Uchiha Madara controlled it and fought a decisive battle with Senju Hashirama. There was no need to think about it. That masked man just now was undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. Only that person could control it with a single glance. Only that person had its summoning contract. "You damned human, you controlled a strange creature and even stole my..." Bang! Before the Kyuubi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yuuji's tail. The matter of the three tails being swallowed by him could not be known to the fourth Hokage, although, according to Minato's temperament, he will not pursue it if he knows it and at most remind him a few words. "Kyuubi, follow me to eternal sleep. Eternal death will be our home." Kushina took a deep breath and began to drag the Kyuubi's soul. "Stop, Kushina, how can this old man enter that damned place? What exactly is going on with that Shinigami? Let go." The Kyuubi struggled, but it could only watch as its soul was slowly dragged toward Kushina. The closer it got to Kushina, the more uneasy the Kyuubi looked at the Shinigami standing behind Kushina with a mouth full of saliva. Kyuubi did not know much about Shinigami. Kyuubi did not know when Shinigami was born and why it existed, or whether it was alive or dead. Kyuubi did not know. "Go. Seal." Kushina and Minato worked together. The Shinigami giant phantom picked up the knife and chopped it down. This knife contained the power to cut yin and yang and easily split the Kyuubi into two. The yin attribute Kyuubi was pulled into Kushina's body. The yang attribute Kyuubi was sealed into the body of the young Naruto. "Minato, you have to protect Naruto," Kushina said with the last bit of her strength. But in fact, she already had no hope for Minato. Kushina was very clear about the treatment of Kyuubi Jinchuriki. He would be used as a strategic weapon and was closely protected. There was no freedom, only responsibility and obligation. Even if Naruto was the fourth Hokage's son. "I hope that person can keep his promise. If he is really him, he will definitely..." Kushina murmured at last. "What?" Minato was startled and was about to ask. However, Kushina was already dead. The Shinigami behind her was also drooling at this time. He couldn't wait to use his handful of runes to pull out Kushina's soul and swallow it. The Shinigami revealed a satisfied expression. With the half of Kyuubi's soul being sealed, it seemed to suit the appetite of this mysterious existence. Then, the Shinigami's figure began to dim and gradually dissipated. When it completely dissipated, it was unknown if it were an illusion, but Yuuji felt that this thing looked in his direction. Everything was settled. The Kyuubi disappeared, half were sent into the Shinigami's stomach, and the other half was sealed into the body of young Naruto. Naruto was crying loudly. The complicated seal formula appeared on his stomach and silently told everything. Minato carefully picked Naruto up, and for some reason, he felt his heart was empty. What exactly did Kushina's last words mean? And who was that person? With his powerful intelligence, Minato quickly thought of a certain target. If it wasn't Madara, could it be Su? And what Su did that Kushina would rather put her husband aside and believe him? After thinking for a while, Minato revealed a bitter smile. As the fourth Hokage, he couldn't even care about his own wife. At this time, Yuuji's figure also slowly shrank. After returning to his human form, he sat on the ground exhausted. Too tired. Although Kushina-senpai sacrificed herself, the final result is already fortunate. "Yondaime-sama, please restrain your grief," Yuuji said tiredly. Minato nodded silently and hugged Naruto tightly. "Looks like this disastrous night can finally pass." Minato sighed. While he was holding back Madara, he suspected that Su had a conversation with Kushina. The village also gradually stabilized. Well, it seemed that there was no problem. Yuuji also nodded repeatedly, as if there was no problem. At the same time, in the forest not far from the Uchiha clan, root ninjas were lying on the ground in disorder. Danzo panted heavily. 8 of the 10 eyes on his right arm had been closed. At this time, he looked at Tendo Pain, who was still in a good state. "Damn it, why has no one come to support me even now? Have they forgotten about me?" Chapter 146, Pain's true identity is actually Danzo's mentality exploded. After fighting for so long, other than the root ninjas, could it be that no one remembered that I was still alive? This old man had clearly delayed the enemy's leader and contributed greatly, yet he was actually ignored. In addition to his anger and sorrow, Danzo also realized that his one-on-one action was definitely a major mistake. He didn't expect the sage eye to be such a strong eye. Danzo stared at his bloodshot eyes and glanced down. There were only 2 Sharingan left on his right arm. The chakra in his body was also severely exhausted. The strength of the enemy far exceeded Danzo's expectations. What's wrong? Konoha's Danzo, in front of the power of a god, are you afraid? Tendo Pain stared at Danzo expressionlessly. The fierce battle just now seemed to have no effect on him. Relying on Sharingan's strange eye technique to deal with me to this point, you should feel honored. Tendo Pain slowly opened his hand and struck Shinra Tensei, almighty push, sending Danzo flying. Another Sharingan closed. Danzo glanced at the last eye and panted heavily. He had used all his methods, and neither a summoned beast nor ninjutsu could truly harm this guy in front of him. Pain, your eye technique is nothing more than gravity, repulsion, and eye power deterrence. To put it bluntly, this is all you can do. Danzo was incomparably angry. Tendo Pain looked at him indifferently, that's because you are only qualified for me to use these abilities. You, who can't even crack my most basic eye techniques, what right do you have to talk about this? Swish! Tendo Pain suddenly rushed over and threw out a large number of black sticks at Danzo. The 2 of them engaged in physical combat. The result was also obvious. Danzo was completely crushed. Bang! Pucci! A black stick had already been nailed onto his body. The last Sharingan was used up, and the right eye was closed. Danzo's life had entered a countdown. Regret it, Danzo. Pain looked at him coldly. Everything about you is nothing more than dust to me, but you don't even have the qualifications to admire me. But you won't be lonely. Akatsuki will clean up all the filth one by one. You are just the beginning. Pfft! Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood. He could faintly sense that his right arm was about to lose control. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered, Akatsuki? So you're an Akatsuki member? No wonder you stared at this old man and refused to let go. This way, I understand. Although you tried your best to hide it, but, this old man already knows your true identity. Tendo Pain paused and looked at Danzo in surprise. While stalling for time, Danzo changed his position in hope that someone would find him. With 10 eyes, he was invincible. Even if the sage of the 6th path appear, he was not afraid. But now, 10 eyes were obviously not enough. Damn it! Are all of Konoha's people dead? And the evil Uchiha clan, don't you know how to help? Interesting, can an ant like you spy on the domain of the gods? Tendo Pain said coldly. Danzo said coldly, previously, I joined forces with Hanzo to eliminate Akatsuki in the country of rain and stabilize Hanzo's rule. In order to prove my sincerity, I even sent my disciples there. In the end, I failed. I only killed 1 Yahiko. At that time, someone used an extremely powerful soul secret technique to wantonly slaughter Hanzo's subordinates. Danzo slowly raised his head, his face ferocious. This old man has been thinking about what kind of technique this is. Now, combined with your hatred, this old man already knows who you are. Tendo Pain stared at him. Could it be that this old bastard really knew his true identity? He said in a deep voice, then my real identity is. That's right, your real identity is that person. The expression on Danzo's face was filled with coldness. Kato Dan. In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the battle fell into a deathly silence. Tendo Pain's face stiffened. Kato, who? I have never heard of it. Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique. In the entire ninja world, soul-type secret techniques are extremely rare. Konoha relied on the accumulation of the 1st generation and 2nd generation to make progress in the soul forbidden technique. After you, no one had successfully learned the spirit transformation technique. However, the technique you used when you slaughtered Hanzo's subordinates was this, so I can't be wrong. Danzo sneered, do you know how you were exposed? My disciple, Shiranui Yuuji, reported to me after returning from the country of rain. He was not sure of your identity, but he clearly said that the technique used by the long-haired man was very similar to the spirit transformation technique. According to the information Mount Mayuboku sent over, the child of prophecy would appear beside Jiraiya. Therefore, it was highly likely that he appeared in Konoha. After 1,000 years, the Eye of Sage of the Sixth Path appeared again and combined with this prophecy. Humph! This body of yours right now is essentially just a shell, carrying part of your soul? Humph! After you died in the country of rain, you came into contact with the power of reincarnation and then returned from the Pure Land with the power of Rin-Egan? Then, you sought revenge from this old man because this old man led your actions back then and even joined forces with Hanzo to kill Akatsuki members. Beads of sweat appeared on Danzo's forehead. He stared at Tendo Pain's expression, and his heart sank. Could it be that? I guessed wrong. Kato Dan was Tsunade's lover, and Jiraiya was also one of Tsunade's companions. There is no problem with this logic unless that bastard Jiraiya did not tell the truth. The information that the child of prophecy would appear around him was a lie. How baffling, Banch Tenin, Universal Pole. Tendo Pain was impatient. He raised his hand and directly sucked Danzo over. His other hand pulled out a black stick and stabbed Danzo's heart. This way, you won't be able to revive again, right? Danzo, with your stupid and absurd guess, die. Tendo Pain kicked Danzo away and glanced at Danzo's corpse. Then, he stared at his strange right arm for a while. He snorted coldly. Although Danzo's brain doesn't seem to be very good. But Sharingan, I didn't expect to be able to use it like this. The strength of Uchiha and Senju. At this time, a figure slowly appeared. I heard something fun. He was shocked by Danzo's speculation. Was he inadvertently lost in thought by a sentence he casually said back then? And it was logical and self-consistent. Tendo Pain said coldly, have you guys achieved your goal? Madara seems to have achieved his goal. He ran away first. Let's retreat as well. He controlled the fourth Hokage. No. He only killed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and forced Konoha to change to a new Jinchuriki. Tendo Pain was obviously dissatisfied. You two old fellows killed a group of people, changed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and then retreated. Danzo is already dead. There is no point in staying in this place full of pain. Tendo Pain snorted coldly. There were some things he had to deal with when he returned. Tendo Pain raised his hand and threw out a few more black sticks, nailing them onto Danzo's corpse. They flew up and left. The other Pains, who had already lost 3. At this time, they also moved and left Konohagakure. After Tendo Pain left, Su that had originally left, drilled out from the ground again and stared at Danzo. Time passed second by second. Danzo, who was originally killed, suddenly sat up the next moment. He panted heavily, he constantly pulled out the black stick while bringing out large amounts of blood and looked warily at Su. The right eye under the bandage, the last Sharingan, also turned grey and become permanently blind. It seems that your last hidden eye worked. It modified the fatal wound on your heart, but Pain's attack seriously injured you before he left. Only the last few seconds. Shaking his head, he clicked his tongue in admiration. It was unknown whether he was praising Danzo's good luck or praising Danzo's bad luck. In the last few moves, he really pretended to be dead and endured the attacks of several black sticks. Are you Su? What do you want? Forbidden technique? Treasure? As long as this old man has it, I can give it to you. Danzo gasped for breath and tried to refine chakra, but unfortunately, this body had already exhausted its strength. This was too bad. I can have what you have, so I am not interested in what you said at all, Su said in a low voice. Danzo was extremely regretful in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought the enemy leader and left the territory of the Uchiha clan. According to Danzo's plan, he had 11 Sharingan, and he still had a sealed eye. He could exchange them for one more life. However, he did not expect to meet a guy like Tendo Pain. In melee combat, he was crushed. He used vacuum waves and summoned beasts to fight over long distances, but he was abused by Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and Banch Tenin, Universal Pull. In front of Rinnegan's few simple eye techniques, Danzo clearly realized how weak he was. It wasn't easy to fake death to get through, but he didn't expect to be targeted by Su. It's not impossible to get rid of Su, but the risk is very high. Danzo clutched his right shoulder and gritted his teeth. He took out a sealed scroll and summoned a Sharingan. This is... Su paused. Pucci. The right eye of the blind was dug out, and Danzo quickly stuffed the intact 3 tomo into it. Plug and play, the Sharingan was such a good thing. Danzo suddenly rushed to Su. At this moment, his entire right arm began to squirm. Let's die together, Akatsuki's fellow. I should have gathered all of my strength back then to join forces with Hanzo to completely destroy you all. Mokuton, Jubaku S, would release, tree bind flourishing burial. Danzo roared. His right arm began to expand crazily, turning into a giant tree that devoured the two of them. The tree then exploded. This was a mutual destruction technique. This would release devoured both sides. Danzo activated Izanagi and reversed his own death. Hoo, this is no problem. Although I can't get Rinnegan, I can at least kill a dangerous guy. Danzo sat down on the ground. He had completely exhausted all of his strength. Soon, Danzo's expression became stiff. A thorn suddenly drilled out and cut off Danzo's right arm. Su slowly emerged from the ground. It's really dangerous. It's a good technique, but it's useless to me. Danzo fell into despair and was determined to activate the reverse 4-symbol sealing. This was his last resort. He would use his life to seal everything around him. I didn't expect that this old man would actually die twice. How ironic! Danzo roared. A series of marks appeared on his body and a large amount of black liquid shot out. The reverse 4-symbol sealing could devour and seal everything around it. However, this was still useless. Even though Danzo had predicted that he would not be able to kill Su, he had no other choice. His chakra was exhausted, and there was no room for him to resist. At this time, Su slowly said. I clearly didn't do anything. Why are you in such a hurry to die with me? Danzo paused, a trace of shock and astonishment flashing through his eyes. He didn't intend to kill this old man. However, it was too late for Danzo to go back. He was powerless to deactivate the reverse 4-symbol sealing. Damn it! Damn it! This old man died with a grievance. Danzo roared angrily. He felt that he was a fool. Then, he turned into a shocking black light curtain and sealed all the substances in the light curtain into his body. After everything was silent, Danzo was already lying on the ground, dead. His eyes were wide open and staring at the sky. Su silently stood in place, speechless for a long time. What was he doing? He clearly did nothing. It was so bad that this happened. Su stood there hypocritically and paid respects to Danzo's corpse. Swish! You killed Danzo-sama. Shisui rushed over with a group of Uchiha clan and looked at the scene in front of him with eyes that were about to split open. In fact, it wasn't. Su hurriedly denied it. It was clearly suicide. Shut up, you hateful fellow, I will not let you go. Shisui activated his body flicker technique and genjutsu, wanting to get rid of Su. But unfortunately, these attacks are nothing to Su. Katon, Senkitsumabeni, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. One after another fireballs carrying a shuriken shot out quickly. Su just stood there and took these attacks without any damage. I clearly told you the truth. Why don't you believe me? Su sighed. Rumble. Another shocking attack came. Shisui, retreat. You are not this guy's opponent. I will do it. This guy killed Danzo-sensei. I will not let him go. Yuuji rushed over and shouted righteously. Su hurriedly shook his head, it wasn't me. Don't talk nonsense about me. He committed suicide. However, Yuuji had already charged out with a loud shout and looked extremely furious. But Su just drilled into the ground and disappeared. Yuuji transformed into a semi-Godzilla. One of his hands turned into a giant claw and ruthlessly smashed into where Su was just now, creating a deep pit. He escaped. Yuuji looked sad. Shisui comforted him, Senpai, don't mind it too much. You have already done your best. Shisui looked at Yuuji with admiration and worry. It would be a major loss for the village if something happened to Yuuji. Shisui would also lose the direction of his life. Yuuji collected Danzo's corpse and sighed, go back. Chapter 147, Roping Yuuji is equivalent to seizing the future. This terrible disaster was destined to be remembered by everyone. The 8 intruders nearly caused a terrible disaster to destroy Konoha. What was worse was that many people kept talking about it, but they did not know who the enemy was and why they attacked Konoha. However, they only needed to know that this disaster was over. Dawn. The sunlight began to disperse the darkness that made one's heart palpitate slowly. Many people stood in ruins. They carry out reconstruction and treat their injured companions. It's over. The enemy has been repelled. The Kyuubi has disappeared. It is said that they were taken care of by Yondaime-sama and Yuuji-sama. Fortunately, there was Yuuji-sama last night. He transformed into a terrifying giant beast and fought against the Kyuubi with unparalleled strength. Otherwise, our village would have. The giant figure standing under the moon is simply the pillar of the village. Many people looked tired, but their eyes were still shining. Indeed, last night, Konoha suffered a great loss, but it was not so unacceptable. Thanks to the fact that the Kyuubi was knocked out of the village by Yuuji in time, it did not cause much damage. This was already a blessing in misfortune. Godzilla, who Yuuji had transformed into, fought the Kyuubi head-on. It had already caused a sensation, and every person took delight in talking about it. As time went on, it would inevitably shock the entire ninja world. All of Ninja World would know that a mysterious giant beast that could fight with Bijuu had appeared. At the same time, other than Yuuji being fervently admired by Konoha villagers, the performance of the Uchiha clan was also impressive. They have faced 6 enemies, but the Uchiha clan has fought against 5 of them. Clan head Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kazue both have Mangekyo Sharingan. They fought to the death to stop the enemy. Yes, although the people of the Uchiha clan are annoying, they are unexpectedly reliable when we encounter things. Many villagers were talking. Only by experiencing death could one open their eyes and see things that they had never noticed in the past. Konoha was beaten into a frenzy in the situation last night, and the 8 enemies made Konoha uneasy. However, even if such a thing happened, the Uchiha clan dedicated their strength to repel the enemy. It's not just the Uchiha clan. I heard that Yuuji-sama's sensei Shimura Danzo lured away the enemy's leader and died in battle. What? Yuuji-sama's sensei is really a selfless hero. Many people had solemn expressions on their faces. For the first time, Shimura Danzo's name was praised and remembered by people in a positive manner. Many people even spontaneously went to the memorial stone to offer flowers in front of Danzo's tombstone. The Hokage building. The higher UPS of Konoha gathered together. Everyone had tired expressions on their faces, and the entire atmosphere was silent. Because of the death of his wife and Danzo, Hiruzen did not say a word and just smoked frequently. Minato sat silently in his seat. His hair was messy, and his eyes were a little dull. Only Homura and Koharu were still full of spirit. The reconstruction of the village requires money. There are 424 ninjas who died in battle. The pension needs to be paid. The civilian casualties. At this time, Hiruzen put down his smoking pipe and whispered, "How is Danzo? Are you sure?" Homura pondered for a moment. "I can confirm that the first Hokage cells were found on the right shoulder of Danzo's corpse. Considering that Danzo's right eye is a blind eye. So, Danzo secretly conducted a forbidden experiment and applied the experiment's results to himself to obtain the Senju and Uchiha bloodline limit." Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes. He didn't expect his good friend to do such a thing behind his back. Yes, our people wanted to check the root base, but Yuuji refused. Hiruzen, his behavior. Koharu turned around and was a little angry. After all, Yuuji is the hero of the village. At the most critical moment, he risked his life to block the Kyuubi. His sensei died in battle for the village. Don't go too far. Hiruzen's face sank. Koharu turned around and nodded silently. Even she herself did not notice that her attitude towards Yuuji had changed slightly. This was the change brought about by absolute strength. "Call Yuuji over." Minato rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said. Yuuji walked into the office. "How much do you know about Danzo?" Hiruzen looked at him and asked. Yuuji looked a little pale. After a moment of silence, he said, "If Sandaime-sama wants to ask about the first Hokage cell, I must admit that I do know a little, but I did not participate in the specific experiment process. I did not expect that Danzo-sensei transplanted the first Hokage cells in order to heal his body. It's not just the problem of the first Hokage cells. His right hand was cut off by the enemy and taken away. We don't know what kind of secrets there are, but there is no doubt that he secretly transplanted Sharingan." Hiruzen took a puff on his smoking pipe. Hiruzen had already vaguely guessed what Danzo had done. In theory, all the people who transplanted the first Hokage cells would be eroded by the first Hokage cells and eventually swallowed. Unless there was something that could resist the cells. Moreover, if it were just placing a 3-tomo Sharingan in the right eye, it would absolutely be impossible to resist the corrosion of the first Hokage cells. So, did he transplant more Sharingan on the right hand made from the first Hokage cells? This is a horrible thing. Hiruzen slammed the table. By now, the Uchiha clan probably already knew that Danzo's right eye was blind Sharingan. After all, when Shisui and the others arrived at the battlefield, they had seen Danzo's corpse. They would definitely suspect that the grayish-white right eye was clearly the result of using Izanagi. Because he had Sharingan and the first Hokage cells, he was so confident that he could deal with the enemy's leader alone, but he was killed. Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain. Yuuji could only hold on to silence. Just pretend to be stupid. What Danzo-sensei did has nothing to do with me. Yuuji said, Sandame-sama, Yandame-sama, I will inherit the roots and Danzo-sensei's will. He gave his own conditions. He had already taken the initiative to gather some of Danzo's secret research. The rest seemed secretive, but in fact, he no longer needed them. The Konoha higher UPS looked at each other and did not speak for a while. It was still Minato who spoke first. Okay, but Root has to obey my leadership from now on. At the same time, I want to send Anbu to collect the secret research done by Danzo when he was alive. Please do as you please, Yandame-sama, Yuuji said respectfully. He was about to leave. Yuuji, regarding Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan, do you know? Hiruzen stopped him. Yuuji paused and nodded calmly, I guessed a bit. When we fought against the Sanbai, the two of us took the initiative to stay behind to fight. At that time, I had already guessed that he had great power. After Kazue opened her Mangekyo Sharingan, I was even more convinced. It was just that there was no evidence. Is that so? Fugaku would rather let you notice. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Yuuji. Minato gestured to him that he could leave. They wanted to reevaluate the relationship between Uchiha and Yuuji. Let's not talk about Kazue. Shisui was already Yuuji's brain-dead fan. The younger was deeply influenced by Shisui and was very close to Kabuto and Yamato. Now, even Fugaku, the patriarch, had some tacit understanding with Yuuji. This was simply... It was amazing. Yuuji was too important. It was equivalent to affecting the Uchiha clan by roping him in. This was a very important matter. After Yuuji left, the Konoha higher UPS invited some key people to appease them. In the end, they even called Fugaku over to ask him about their well-being. They didn't mention anything about Mangekyo Sharingan at all. In regards to this, Fugaku always maintained a calm attitude as he faced these higher UPS. Moreover, it seemed that he knew nothing about Danzo secretly obtaining Sharingan. It was just that both sides did not announce their intentions. After everyone left, the four higher UPS fell silent once again and thought about their own matters. To put it bluntly, the most troublesome thing now is not Danzo, nor is it the Uchiha clan, nor is it the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Homura broke the strange silence, the real problem is who the enemy is. Minato sighed, it's almost certain that the man in the swirl mask is Madara Uchiha. It's not the most terrifying thing. If that would release ninja is really the one we think. They frowned and a trace of panic appeared in their hearts. The people who attacked Danzo all have Rinnegan. Perhaps only Sage's eyes can make those two submit. But they are already dead. The problem is that Rinnegan appeared. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that these eyes might have the ability to revive. They began to panic. Could it really be Senju Hashirama? The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, what exactly did they want to do now? Konoha's current situation made them feel dissatisfied. There were thousands of thoughts. The heads of the four higher UPS almost exploded. In the end, they could only secretly block the news. And when the Anbu began to bring back the related research that Danzo had conducted in secret from Root Base, the four of them kept looking through it day and night. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. Bastard! Colluding with Orochimaru, secretly contacting Hiriko, winning over Hanzo, secretly stealing the corpses of the Uchiha clan. These things. Hiruzen was both angry and sad. But at the same time, a message attracted their attention. Kato-dan? What's going on? Why did Danzo specifically list a file for Kato-dan, who had been dead for a long time? Koharu asked doubtfully. The file also mentioned that he sent a team of ninjas to cooperate with Hanzo. It is suspected that there is a spirit transformation secret technique in the country of rain. Homura felt a headache. Why did Kato-dan appear again? He is just an outstanding Konoha Jonin. He died in the Second Ninja World War. It was Danzo who sent Kato Dan to the country of rain. What conspiracy is there? The Konoha higher UPS could not understand, so they could only put it aside. Just the things they found already showed what Danzo was secretly doing. This was simply beyond their bottom line. I allowed him to carry the darkness, but I never thought that he was already a part of the darkness. Hiruzen shook his head. Minato said, at least his disciple did not become the next him. Yuuji is still on our side. Giving him the few ninjas at root is enough to make us rest assured. Well, if it is Yuuji, inheriting the power of root and becoming the leader of root is no problem. Hiruzen nodded while separating shadow clones and quickly flipped through the information on root. Whether it was his teacher, willpower, or ability, Yuuji was a natural candidate for the root leader. Moreover, Minato had already taken back root and turned it into another Enbu. As long as he did not die, Yuuji would listen to him, and the village could naturally use root to do some dirty and tiring work that even Enbu could not do. Soon, the appointment letter for Yuuji as the leader of root was officially approved. This was a process, and it also indicated the change in the authority of leadership. From then on, root was nominally incorporated into 4th Hokage's faction and also enriched 4th Hokage's faction power, which was not abundant in the first place. Yuuji also officially became one of the higher UPS of the village, and this relevant information would be reported to the major clans. Not only in terms of strength, but even in terms of power, Yuuji has officially mastered a force of his own, which was at the same level as the patriarchs of such wealthy families as Hyuga and Uchiha, or even a level higher. The only problem was that root had lost too much strength. A large number of elite ninjas were taken away by Danzo and finally killed by Tendo Pain. But this was not important. As long as root was there, Yuuji could recruit people himself. As long as Yuuji did not fall, root would not fall. Hiruzen suddenly stopped moving and looked at the information in his hand in astonishment. This was the information of a human experiment. The record above shows 60 children with water or earth chakra transplanted with first Hokage cell. Originally, this was nothing. Back then, the village was even more fierce. Many Senju clansmen and volunteers were sent to the operating table and transplanted the first Hokage cells. But they all suffered a terrible backlash. Considering the madness of Danzo and Orochimaru, using 60 children to do human experiments would at most make people angry, and it was not surprising. But there is actually a successful one. Now he was registered in the household registrar, named Shiranui Yamato. There is actually a child who survived that terrible experiment. What? Is this really possible? Even the members of the Senju clan can't withstand this kind of experiment. Yamato is indeed very outstanding. He is one of the top 3 newcomers in the new generation of the village. I have not found out that he has the wood release ability for the time being. The Konoha higher UPS were overjoyed. In a pile of bad news, suddenly seeing a happy event was too gratifying. Yamato. Since he survived, it means that he has adapted to the first Hokage cell. His aptitude is so outstanding. I wonder if it is related to the first Hokage cell. I can't be sure how much power he has inherited from the first Hokage cell. If he can have wood release. Even the Konoha higher UPS felt their hearts racing. If Yamato could also use wood release, not to mention other things, the village would have a wood release ninja who could restrain Bijuu many years later. Humph, Yuuji should have taken the initiative to report this to us early. Koharu turned around and said with dissatisfaction. Homura shook his head, how would he report this? His teacher is Danzo. Danzo will not allow him to do this. Now that Danzo is dead, the fact that we can get this information is the result of his report. Although there were some problems with the process, the result was good. Since he has been accepted as Yuuji's student and his surname has been changed to Shiranui, then we will treat him as Shiranui. We will just observe him closely. I will find a chance to test him and see if he has really awakened wood release. Minato made a decision. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku paid a visit to the manor. Yuuji, it's all thanks to you that we managed to turn the tide in the Kyuubi rampage. No, Fugaku-sama is the one who worked hard. In order to prevent the enemy from destroying the village, he did not hesitate to expose Mangekyo Sharingan to fight to the death. Yuuji is too modest. Fugaku-sama is the one who is polite. The two of them blew at each other. This time, Fugaku was here to test the next step of the higher UPS. Yuuji said lightly, the most important thing now is not this. The territory of the Uchiha clan has been destroyed into a complete mess, and there is also the matter of the Kyuubi being controlled. Many people have seen the Kyuubi's 3 Tomo eyes. Rumors will appear sooner or later, and the Uchiha clan will be very passive. Fugaku-sama, are you interested in changing the clan territory? Yes, he has a lot of land in his hand, and it can finally be used. Chapter 148, Sage of the Sixth Path, What is Godzilla? Konoha 51 years was destined to be an unusual year. In this year, because Indra and Asura had successfully reincarnated one after another, the other cockroaches were also born. This year, a mysterious enemy invaded and triggered the Kyuubi rampage. There was also the Konoha hero, Shiranui Yuuji, who attacked and suppressed the disaster. No one knew who the mysterious enemy was and what his purpose was. Even the Konoha higher UPS were confused. They were terrified and uneasy. At the same time, they sealed up the information about Kato-dan. The things that Yuuji had to deal with were complicated. He, who was valued by the 4th Hokage, had to travel day and night. He often shares the pressure for the 4th Hokage. He still had to deal with the problem of Root. Root, which had been washed by pain, was not as strong as before. All kinds of strength and funds had been severely reduced. All these need to be handled by Yuuji. Recently, Yuuji had been very close to the Uchiha clan. I feel that Sasuke has grown up a lot. Yuuji praised as he hugged Sasuke and praised his student. While talking with, he secretly played tricks just like how he did to Naruto. Some of Naruto's genes and cells were carried into Sasuke's body, and he continued to exert influence. In this way, the chakra they refined in the future would no longer only be their own chakra, but they would also have the other side's chakra. The chakra has its own information and can change the genes and temperament. Then what will become of Indra and Asura after a few years? I am really looking forward to it. Yuuji had a smile on his face. He was really looking forward to it. As for how far this kind of achievement can advance, it will depend on the next few years. He only needed to wait patiently. It seems that Sasuke also likes Senpai very much. Stared at Sasuke, who suddenly began to cry. His whole body was tense, and he was obviously a little nervous. He even opens his Sharingan. Yuuji returned Sasuke as if nothing had happened and sized up the nervous. Are these eyes opened in the Kyuubi rampage? It really makes me full of anticipation. Yes, it was all thanks to Senpai for turning the tide that day. You can't say that. It's all thanks to everyone's joint efforts and the efforts of the 4th Hokage. Yuuji had a solemn expression. This caused to feel deep veneration for him, and he sighed with admiration, as expected of Yuuji Senpai. After a while, Fugaku arrived, and the two of them conversed. It was clearly about changing the clan grounds. After fermentation, a major doubt and debate about the Uchiha clan had appeared in the entire village in the past few days. There were too many people who saw the 3 Tomo in Kyuubi's eyes. The appearance of this Bijuu was clearly related to the Uchiha clan. However, many people had also seen how the Uchiha clan had risked their lives to fight against the enemy that night. In the past few days, there were even some people who had wandered around outside the Uchiha clan to observe. Their hearts jumped when they looked at the formerly bustling area that was now almost in ruins. This caused an argument. What exactly was going on with the Uchiha clan? Who was the enemy? Why was there Sharingan? How is it? Do you have any conclusions regarding the mysterious enemy? Yuuji picked up his teacup. Fugaku hesitated for a moment. There are indeed some results. We have searched through the records of all the clansmen in the last few decades. No one defected, and we have not found any evidence of who betrayed the clan with fake death. However, the one who controls the Kyuubi is undoubtedly Sharingan. To put it bluntly, you already have a suspicious target. But it is not convenient to say it out loud because this guess is too ridiculous. Yuuji lightly said, to be able to penetrate the barrier, summon the Kyuubi, control the Kyuubi, and make the 4th Hokage return empty-handed. It seems like only that person is possible. Fugaku maintained his silence. Sure enough, the Konoha higher UPS side had long suspected this. We have nothing to do with the enemy, Fugaku said. Yuuji said, I know, the village higher UPS also know. There is no need to worry too much. Moreover, I am now in charge of the route. To put it bluntly, the most hostile party to you has been eliminated. Although the Uchiha clan is inevitably criticized now and there might be a dispute. It just shows that the situation of the Uchiha clan is good. Fugaku nodded. Indeed, if it were in the past, there would not be any criticism or arguments at all, and they would just directly curse. Then, the clan has already passed on the matter of purchasing a portion of land from Yuuji, Fugaku replied. Yuuji nodded in satisfaction. He was elated. He could easily obtain 100 billion ryo. In the future, he would not lack money. After a long time, Yuuji left the Uchiha clan. Fugaku still did not get up and waited patiently. After a while, Setsuna really came. This guy, who had always been gloomy, was obviously unable to suppress his emotions at this time. Patriarch, if the other party is really Madara, then it is our clan's opportunity. Opportunities? I think it's a disaster. Even if he really didn't die and retaliated against Konoha, he would only push us into the abyss. Fugaku said calmly. With his powerful strength, how is it possible? He is strong, but Konoha is not weak. Fugaku emphasized, even if the Sunin is gone, there are still Sandame, Yandame, Yuuji, Shibi, Kazue and me in the village. With so many cage level, wouldn't it be more than enough to protect themselves? Even if Uchiha Madara were revived, according to Fugaku's estimation, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to defeat several of them, right easily. Moreover, on the night of the Kyuubi rampage, the guy who was suspected to be Madara was not even able to kill Yandame. Only Setsuna, who boasted of inheriting Madara's will, would be so excited. Fugaku sat on the tatami with a calm expression and stared at the other party with a calm gaze. Setsuna clenched his fists and sighed deeply in the end. Are you starting to believe in the village now? Because Danzo is dead and that bastard is promoted, so you feel at ease. Elder Setsuna, you have to calm down. If the other party is really Madara, it means that he has joined an organization. There is him in that organization, there is also Su, who is suspected to be related to the first Hokage, and there is also Sage of the Sixth Path. Where is the position of our Uchiha clan? Fugaku looked cold. On one side, the situation is unknown, and on the other side, the situation is good. Even fools know how to choose. Setsuna finally left. Fugaku stared at his figure and knows that this old man would not let it go. The old man who could survive all the way from the second Hokage generation to the present was extremely dangerous. In short, my judgment will not be wrong. As long as there is no problem with Yuuji, our clan will be free of worries. But once there is a problem with Yuuji, it means there is no turning back. Fugaku suddenly sighed and a bit of worry appeared on his face. Their clan was too tightly tied to Yuuji, almost unable to break free, and could only gamble on it. But now, it seemed that there was no need to worry too much. The entire Uchiha clan faced the doubts of all parties, and after some discussion, they decided to move from the most prosperous area of the village to a street not far from Yuuji's house. This place was all Yuuji's land. The entire Konohagakure clan was focused on, and more people talked about the Uchiha clan. They confirmed that this clan had indeed sacrificed a lot for the village, and even the clan's land had been smashed into pieces. This way, the matter of this clan will be temporarily resolved. Yuuji began to focus his attention on the route. Currently, the one he favored the most en route was a guy called Yamanaka-fu. Although he was still very young, he could use mind-body switch technique skillfully. I don't need to be responsible for so many things like Danzo after I take over route. Instead, it is more of a place to help me with chores. Yuuji walked into the route base. There were dozens of figures of different sizes kneeling on one knee on both sides. Most of them were very young and were still in the process of training. A few of them were either medical or scientific ninjas or were very weak. So, they were not taken out by Danzo and survived. From now on, I will rule you. There are not so many rules under my command. As long as you are stupid enough to betray me, I will not deliberately target you. This is the rule set by me, route leader Yuuji. The first task is to protect Kabuto and Yamato. Yuuji ordered. Several route ninjas immediately presented the relevant plan and were approved by Yuuji. Everything was orderly. In addition, Yuuji had a huge amount of money that he had taken from the Uchiha clan, so it was not a problem for him to operate the route normally. At this time, the village higher UPS should have noticed Yamato. At this critical juncture, the value of a wood-release ninja was too great. Yuuji sat in his seat and overlooked the route ninjas who were working hard in their training. His eyes were calm. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. A trembling figure was working hard in his training. This guy is Abarame Shikuro. Yuuji got up with an inexplicable expression. Abarame Shikuro had mastered the existence of a nano-bug. Back then, he was crippled by Yuuji and then mercilessly abandoned by Danzo. Shikuro, are you still working hard? Even in this state, you still haven't given up on yourself. Yuuji walked over and said lightly. Shikuro stopped moving and just knelt on the ground. He buried his head deeply and not said a word. Yuuji said, I remember that when Danzo-sensei was still alive, he specifically let you go back to the clan. You, who lost your value, also know many root secrets. Logically speaking, you should be cleaned up. Shikuro whispered, I have already lost my position and existence in the clan. I beg sir to give me a chance. I am willing to accept any form of a human experiment. Is that so? I remember that you also begged like this last time, but at that time, I said that it was not time yet. Yuuji lowered his head and looked at this guy who was trembling all over. This guy had become a tool that Danzo noticed and was abandoned after using it. Nano bugs. This is a very useful ability, Yuuji said lightly. This was especially true for the poison enchantment, which directly spread countless poisonous bugs into the air. Shikuro's son Torun also became a root ninja and was resurrected in the Fourth Ninja World War in the original work. He also used this technique. Fortunately, he was stopped. Otherwise, who knew how many people would die in the allied shinobi forces? Since you insist. Terai, you are the ninja in charge of the experiment, and you will lead this human experiment. Yuuji waved his hand. A man wearing a mask appeared silently and said respectfully, I wonder what kind of human experiments are going to be conducted. Hashirama's cells? Sharingan? Or the bloodline limit of other families? Yuuji glanced at the extremely excited Shikuro and pondered for a moment, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Just use cloning technology. The cloned guy is called Abarame Torun. He will become a root ninja and arrange it as Yamanaka Fu's partner. The two of them will be trained together. Yuuji issued an order. Ignoring the stunned Shikuro, Terai directly dragged Shikuro into the laboratory. Although the cloning technology of root was not very mature, it did not matter. It would be fine after repeated experiments. Yuuji left the hall and stepped into a room full of seals, isolating all methods of prying. Yuuji took out a sealed scroll and summoned Danzo's right arm. This right arm still maintained a strong vitality. The power of Hashirama's cells combined with Sharingan. Yuuji looked at the arm. To tell the truth, this arm looks ugly. Combined with the ability to activate Izanaga many times, and use the wood release power. It was indeed very good. I just don't know where Uchiha Shin is. If it is him, he must be able to perfectly control Senju and Uchiha's power. Yuuji remembered Uchiha Shin. This guy's body was very strange. It could perfectly accommodate any cell that was transplanted into his body. Since he could fill up his entire body with Sharingan, stuffing some of Hashirama's cells into his body would not be a problem. Uchiha Shin. I really want to find this guy full of miracles. Yuuji shook his head. He didn't want to think about this problem anymore. Ninja World was so big, who knew where this guy was? Then, Yuuji sealed Danzo's right arm again and carefully carried it with him. He opened a secret scroll from the root, which recorded many forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. Yuuji didn't care about other techniques, but there was one technique that he had already set his eyes on. Edo Tensei. This was a forbidden technique that could summon the souls from the Pure Land back. In the future, if he wanted to pry into the secrets of the Pure Land, this technique was very important. Pure Land. The world where the dead rested. Most of Ninja World's dead souls had entered this domain. A strange figure stood silently in the Pure Land, looking at Ninja World. There seems to be a problem with the reincarnation of Indra and Asura. Sage of the Sixth Path looked for a while, only to see that Ninja World's chakra pathway was even more chaotic. The most crucial two paths, the reincarnation chakra of his two sons, showed signs of confusion. Although it was still unclear, it really did happen. He hesitated for a moment and did not interfere. Since it had already happened, it could be seen as a change in Ninja World. He, a dead person, had no reason to interfere. Compared to this, what he needed to care about more was Godzilla, what exactly is it? The Sage of the Sixth Path was dumbfounded. Chapter 149, Shisui. In Ninja World, there were always some strange things hidden. There would inevitably be some strange things as long as there was chakra. In the Kyuubi rampage, it was the first time that Sage of the Sixth Path truly noticed a creature like Godzilla. This was because he was staring at the Asura's reincarnation and unexpectedly saw Godzilla in the form of a 70-meter behemoth fighting with the Kyuubi. Although I knew there was such a strange creature before, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The Sage of the Sixth Path seemed to be deep in thought. His chakra was spread out in the ninja world and could be used for monitoring. He knew that Godzilla was in Yuuji's body. But he didn't expect that it was actually so strong. In terms of strength, it was ranked in the top 5 among Bijuu and could barely fight the rampaging Kyuubi a few times. Furthermore, he was the one who confuses Indra and Asura's chakra, but I just don't know what exactly he wants to do. Sage of the Sixth Path revealed a trace of doubt. Yuuji's actions clearly knew some ancient secrets, but he was not the reincarnation of anyone. He wasn't closely related to that guy, Black Zetsu. A creature like Godzilla seemed to have popped out of thin air. And is it my illusion? This monster seems more like a plant. The Sage of the Sixth Path fell into deep thought and didn't come to a conclusion for a long time. He simply didn't want to. After all, it was a matter of the Yang world. He just needs to sit in the Pure Land and guard the place that would turn the tables in the end. Even if Black Zetsu really released his mother, there would still be room for resistance. The problem of the Yang world had to be solved by living people. Yuuji was not clear about the Sage of the Sixth Path's confusion. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off and not take it to heart. He was focused on cultivating Kabuto, Yamato, and Yamanaka-fu. These were the juniors that he had high hopes for. Especially Yamato, he had obviously received more attention recently. Some passers-by who happened to pass by were all Anbu disguised to observe Yamato. In fact, Yamato, who had obtained Yuuji's permission, did not need to hide it. Ninja School, Practical Combat Class. Mokuton, Jubaku S, Wood Release, Tree Bind Flourishing Burial. A small sapling suddenly broke through the ground and drilled out from the ground. It caught the enemy child and scared the other person to cry out. What? How can a tree suddenly appear? Is this a ninjutsu? At Yamato's age, he can actually use this kind of powerful ninjutsu. Yamato can actually control plants. Many students who did not know what was going on shouted excitedly. Yamato, with his powerful strength and qualifications. He was an influential figure in the school, so he naturally had a lot of fans. Admit defeat, I admit defeat. The opponent was frightened. Yamato controlled the tree and slowly put it down. The two of them formed a seal of reconciliation. However, Yoshino Masada did not announce the next combatants for a long time. This school teacher, who was proud of nurturing Yuuji and Kazue, was now looking at the scene in front of him in a daze. Wood release. Is it really wood release? Yoshino Masada was short of breath. He rushed up and stroked the young sapling. Alive. Looking at this green sapling, it really was a wood release. Yamato, how did you? Yoshino Masada looked over excitedly. Yamato was stunned. Actually, it naturally will. Soon, the whole ninja school almost exploded. The teachers from all grades rushed over to see the wood release. Is this child Yamato a descendant of the Senju clan? He is not an ordinary member of the Senju clan. Don't forget, even the second Hokage-sama and Tsunade-sama can't use wood release. I heard that he is a homeless child adopted by Yuuji. Could it be that the first Hokage-sama left a bloodline in the outside world? Shut up, don't randomly make up things for the first Hokage-sama. But what you said seems to make a lot of sense, Hais, I'm afraid. Moreover, this wood release is green, a symbol of vitality, not the black trees that appeared that night. On the windows of the entire teaching building, a lot of teachers were looking down at them, and he was very excited. Yoshino Masada took a deep breath and only felt that the pride in his chest was about to explode. Could it be that after I nurtured Yuuji and Kazue, I will have new experts under me? Next group, Shiranui Yamato vs Kitajo Iragi. Next group, Kawai vs Shiranui Yamato. The next group. Yoshino Masada immediately arranged for Yamato to go on stage. Every time they fought, a wood release ninjutsu would defeat the enemy with one move. This completely shocked everyone and made them even more sure that it was indeed the wood release. Even the few Senju clansmen who worked in the ninja school were shocked at this time, and their faces were full of ecstasy. This message was reported to the Hokage in an even more urgent manner. Hey! Yamato really awakened wood release. Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, attached great importance to it. He personally took action and immediately mobilized Flying Thunder God to rush to the ninja school. It was just in time for the confrontation between Kabuto and Yamato. These two people are Yuuji's favorite students. There is a reason for Yamato's aptitude. What about Kabuto? Minato was very interested. During this period of time, he had personally arranged for people to keep an eye on Yamato. Of course, it would not be too excessive. For example, after Yamato returned home, those Anbu consciously stayed outside and waited for Yamato to leave before monitoring him. This was a show of respect for Yamato, and also respect for Yuuji. It could be said that the Anbu would occasionally bump into root ninjas. After the first few awkward encounters, both sides were used to it. When they met, they nodded in tacit agreement and then carried out the task of protecting and monitoring Yamato. The wood release was too important, and Konoha needed this kind of power too much. Whether it was on the level of strength or on the level of political publicity, it was necessary. Now, Minato watched the contest curiously. Mokuton, Mokusi no Muki, wood release, wooden whip. After forming a seal, Yamato quickly reached out his hand. A piece of wooded whip suddenly emerged from the ground and whipped toward Kabuto. Swish! Kabuto pushed up his glasses and suddenly bent down. He raised a hand, and a layer of bluish chakra attached to his finger. Kabuto raised his hand and cut a gap on this piece of wood. What happened just now? Body technique. Yoshino Masada subconsciously frowned, and then his face was full of astonishment. It should be a chakra scalpel, but it is extremely thin and can only last for an instant. To be able to achieve this level of chakra control at this age is really amazing. Minato showed a look of admiration. Now it seemed that Kabuto was still very young and weak, and his physique had not grown. However, it was precisely because of this that it proved that Kabuto was even more outstanding. Do is the second super-skilled student in the theory class after Yuuji. His performance in the practical combat class was second only to Yamato, which was too rare. Countless eyes gathered on the playground. Everyone stared at the fight between the two people and commented from time to time, making waves of praise. It's amazing, the keen sense is not even worse than some genin. The timing of his attack is also very accurate. It is really hard to imagine the level of his growth after a few years. Is this talent? No, don't forget, these two are the student of that one. The reason they can have this level must be because of Yuuji-sama's teaching. Many people suddenly remembered that Yuuji was never just a strong person, but also a theoretical person. Presumably, he was very good at teaching. Time passed. In the end, Kabuto was still defeated by Yamato. In terms of age, physique, and chakra, he was inferior to Yamato. Not to mention, Yuuji had been giving Yamato special treatment and regularly transplanting a few Hashirama's cells to strengthen his wood release's bloodline limit. In the battle, Kabuto was hit by a wooden stake and had to withdraw from the arena. A large amount of applause sounded, and everyone looked at Kabuto with looks of admiration. Even Minato was filled with admiration. He suddenly raised his head and looked up into the sky. A faint stream of chakra could be felt. Is this Sandame's telescope technique? Even he was alarmed. That's right, whether it is wood release or the outstanding newcomers in the village, they are all worthy of attention. Minato took a deep look at the two people who had formed the seal of reconciliation. He could not be more satisfied. Is Yuuji's teaching ability so amazing? The two children are both geniuses. It should not be an accident. If Minato pondered that after the war was over, the combat-type missions would definitely be reduced sharply. At that time, he could arrange for Yuuji to work in the ninja school. Well, just be a theoretical teacher. Taking away the distribution of power and other things, Yuuji's theoretical class level is unquestionable. Sandame had already said that he was inferior to him. Soon after, the entire Konohagakure was shocked. The news of the wood release that spread from children in the ninja school stunned everyone. So much so that many old people were in tears. The significance of wood release to Konohagakure was too great. Is that so? Yamato, is he also Yuuji-sama's student? It's really great. Yuuji-sama is still so young, and he has even cultivated a wood release ninja. So, Yamato is a member of the Senju clan who is stranded outside, and has the bloodline of the first Hokage-sama. Some of the surviving descendants of Senju couldn't sit still. Even though the words "the first Hokage had a bloodline in the outside world" made them feel angry and ashamed, this wasn't important. As long as it was confirmed to be wood release. Presumably, even if the first Hokage-sama is still alive, he wouldn't care, right? Although Senju's clan could be said to have disappeared, Senju's power still circulated in the village. Minato returned to the Hokage building and took the opportunity to call Yuuji over. So, how far can Yamato's wood release go? Compared with the first Hokage? Yandere, you should know that just relying on wood release is impossible to compare with the first Hokage. Yuuji shook his head. Senju Hashirama was the previous Asura. With Sage's body, how could Yamato compare to him? The wood release was indeed powerful and was able to restrain Bijuu and extract Bijuu's chakra. However, the wood release was not the only one that was powerful. Yuuji said, if I train him well, in the future, I can train Yamato to the level that can fight against or even suppress the weaker Bijuu. It will be no problem. Yes, he had transplanted the first Hokage cell to Yamato since childhood. When he grew up, he could only activate the threshold of deep forest emergence. The next step was the level of the wood dragon technique. The wood dragon technique could deal with the weakest Bijuu like the two-tailed cat and the three-tailed turtle. As for the stronger wood human technique, he might be able to do it if he barely used all of his strength. If he broke through another level, Yuuji would not think about it. He doesn't expect this. To fight against the weaker Bijuu, this is already amazing enough. Minato praised and looked at Yuuji with a more kind gaze, to be able to nurture a child abandoned by Danzo and Orochimaru into the village genius. Yuuji, thank you for your hard work. In Minato's knowledge, the strongest power in his faction was Yuuji en route, followed by the 4th Hokage Anbu Guard and some of Anbu. Most of the other forces are from the 3rd Hokage's faction, especially the 2 consultants. There was no way to say. Minato said, ever since the Kyuubi appeared in the village did not suffer that much loss. It was all thanks to you. However, it was also because we did our best to keep it a secret that the hostile village misjudged our actual situation and became restless. So, there's going to be a war again? No matter who wants to invade Konoha, I will personally cut off their outstretched claws. It's just a conflict at the border. It's not a war. Do you have any suggestions? Who will you send to deal with the invading Kirigakure team? Minato asked Yuuji for his opinion. Yuuji thought for a while, send Shisui. The hearts of the Uchiha clan are a little unstable now. The village also needs to put on a trusting attitude. This is a very important matter. Moreover, the title Shisui of the body flicker is something Shisui earns against Kirigakure. Minato smiled, then it's decided. Send Uchiha Shisui. Soon, Shisui, who received the 4th Hokage command, was very excited and immediately got ready to go. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had been the captain and commanded an operation. This made Shisui extremely excited. He even knew that this was the village showing their attitude and still trusted the Uchiha clan. Shisui, although this mission is to fight against Kirigakure, you must not slack off. Only success is allowed, no failure. Fugaku looked at the young Shisui with a serious face and said in a deep voice, as far as I know, this is an opportunity that Yuuji has fought for us, and he wants you to carry it out. You know what this means. The evaluation of the Uchiha clan in the village recently was full of controversy. Now was the time to give themselves a proper name. Their clan was Konoha's strongest clan, not the Uchiha of Uchiha Madara. Yes, Patriarch, I will fight to the death to complete it. Shisui was excited. Yuuji-senpai has already become famous on the battlefield at my age. I don't expect to surpass him, but I have to follow him no matter what. Thank you for your hard work. Go. Fugaku looked at Shisui, who suddenly burst out with a fanatical face. He resisted the desire to ridicule him and ordered. Shisui took a group of ninjas from the village and began to move. In his team, there were Uchiha clansmen, people from other clans, and even ordinary ninjas. No matter what, I can't fail. I didn't play my role in the Kyuubi rampage. I relied on Yuuji-senpai, Kazue-senpai, and the others to stop the enemy. Shisui, who was shuttling through the forest, slowly raised his head, and the 3 tomo in his eyes spun faster. That night, Shisui was also in danger and had grown a lot. In addition, Yamato had awakened wood release, was growing, and the new generation was growing at an astonishing speed. This made Shisui feel a sense of crisis in his heart. More importantly, my eye power has become stronger. Shisui covered his eyes and whispered. On the other side, Yuuji, who walked out of the Hokage building, also began to move. Kazuma, it's time to lay hands on this tumor. The Kyuubi's power cannot be easily handed over to you. Chapter 150, Kota Amatsukami, Bang. Kota Amatsukami, Bang. As one of the 12 guardians, Kazuma had been staying in Konoha recently and looking for an opportunity. However, he never thought that he would run into a raging Kyuubi. The raging Kyuubi frightened Kazuma. The strong people that emerged from Konoha made Kazuma realize the reality. Namikaze Minato, who was fighting against Masked Man, Shiranui Yuuji, who had transformed into a giant beast and fought with the Kyuubi, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kazue against 5 strong enemies, and Shimura Denzo, it was said that he was fierce enough to fight against the leader of the other party and sacrifice himself for the village. Kazuma had never seen so many strong people. Similarly, his heart also produced greater greed. This was his obsession with power and his obsession with controlling Konohagakure. Alright, I almost got all the chakra leaked from the Kyuubi. These Kyuubi chakras can create a small Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Kazuma closed the scroll. In the Kyuubi rampage, the raging Kyuubi leaked out a lot of chakras. Most people would not care about the chakra that leaked out. However, Kazuma noticed and seized the opportunity to collect a considerable amount of Kyuubi chakras. My son Sora is already born. If I can seal these chakras into his body. Kazuma left Konoha and shuttled through the forest of the country of fire. At this moment, whoosh! A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly struck, and Kazuma hurriedly dodged it. You are... Kazuma's expression sank. He then revealed an expression of shock and uneasiness. Kazuma, right? I can't let you leave. Kakashi looked at him indifferently. Someone needs you to stay here forever. Hatake Kakashi, what are you doing here? I am one of the Daimyo 12 guardians. How dare you attack me? If you move aside now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Kazuma said in a deep voice. Kakashi's gaze was indifferent. At a time like this, are you still playing dumb? You secretly took something that doesn't belong to you from Konohagakure. Hand it over. Kakashi stared at him. Although Kakashi didn't know what Kazuma had taken, since it was Yuji's order, he would naturally carry it out. To him, there was nothing more important than carrying out a mission, and it was also more valuable. Especially, this was a mission that Yuji had issued to him. Raikiri. Kakashi's palm flashed and lightning gathered in his right hand. It seems that there is no way to solve the problem peacefully. You will pay the price for attacking the daimyo messenger without permission. A trace of ferociousness flashed through Kazuma's eyes. Sorry, the daimyo or something, I don't care at all. Whoosh! Kakashi moved. He turned into a shocking bolt of lightning and suddenly pounced toward Kazuma without any hesitation. You think you are Yuji and Kazue? Doton, Dorieki, Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A layer of earth wall appeared. By the time Kakashi managed to pierce through it with a single move, Kazuma had already dodged far away. What exactly is the problem? I clearly did it in such a secretive manner. Kazuma was both shocked and furious. Although he did not know where the news leaked out, once the matter was exposed, he no longer concealed it. With lightning speed, he opened the scroll and fused the Kyuubi chakra into his body. Kyuubi's chakra? So that's how it is. Is this what Yuji-sama wants me to get? Kakashi's eyes lit up. He was even a little excited. That's right, ever since Yuji became the leader of Root, not only did he surpass him in strength, but he also surpassed him in power. Kakashi naturally changed his way of addressing him. In any case, he was more and more enjoying being an emotionless task tool. He didn't need to think about other problems, such as companions, friendships, and other troublesome things. In the Kyuubi rampage, I don't know what kind of despicable means you used to steal a portion of the Kyuubi chakra, and then you wanted to secretly take it away. Kakashi's eyes were cold. He already knew the purpose of Yuji sending him here. Kill Kazuma, seize the Kyuubi chakra, and then, these Kyuubi's chakra will most likely become his, Kakashi's, power. When Kakashi joined Yuji, he did not hesitate to tell Yuji about the Kyuubi, and now it was finally time to reap the harvest. This Kyuubi chakra in front of him was what Yuji wanted to give him. He, this is the power of the Kyuubi. It is really a happy thing to be a Jinchuriki. Kazuma lowered his head and looked at himself. A layer of red and translucent Bijuu chakra coat had already covered the surface of his body. A steady stream of powerful energy poured out, giving him an endless amount of power. With this kind of power, even if he could not kill Yuji and Kazue, It was more than enough to kill Kakashi, right? They were both geniuses, but Kakashi was a little weaker compared to the two of them. Swish! Kazuma pounced over, his speed so fast that it was frightening. With a single strike, he scratched Kakashi's chest, which was hastily dodging, and leave behind a terrifying scar. Fresh blood dripped. The two of them erupted into a physical battle. Kazuma, who possessed a Bijuu chakra coat, was enough to resist ordinary physical attack. This layer of Kyuubi chakra brought him a terrifying power. Bang! 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 Kakashi continuously retreated, and a large number of depressions appeared on the ground. Doton, Taijutsu Dorieki, Earth Release, Multiple Earth-Style Wall. Suten, Suish Ha, Water Release, Water Colliding Wave. The ninjutsu power had greatly increased. This power made Kazuma intoxicated. Reikari. Kakashi was forced to use a second lightning strike, and the consumption of chakra in his body increased. He found the right time and suddenly rushed over, breaking several earth walls in succession. At the moment when the other side launched the ninjutsu, he stabbed out. Puchi! Bijuu's chakra coat was pierced. Kakashi's right hand directly pierced through Kazuma's shoulder. Humph, I was careless. The evil will in the Kyuubi's chakra pollutes my mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been hit by you. Kazuma's eyes turned into the shape of a fox's eye. A chakra claw grabbed out and forced Kakashi to retreat. The wound on his body that had been pierced by Reikari was repaired by the Kyuubi chakra at a speed visible to the naked eye. This guy, the ability to control Bijuu's chakra coat is increasing, is he getting more and more familiar and adapted to it? Kakashi gasped for breath, his gaze was stern. It's troublesome. Compared to an old-fashioned ninja like Kazuma, the 14-year-old Kakashi did not have much advantage. Moreover, Kazuma was eager to kill Kakashi and forcibly used the Kyuubi chakra. Kakashi's situation became more and more difficult. Damn it, in the end, Kakashi gritted his teeth. I can't even deal with this kind of enemy. Yuuji and Kazue have already left him far behind. Don't hesitate, Kakashi. In the past, you just didn't find the correct method. Now that you have found it, there is no reason to hesitate. Suddenly, a voice came. A coffin suddenly sprang out from the ground and violently knocked Kazuma away. Boom! The coffin board was overturned, and a figure inscribed with the word Shu, Vermilion, came out abruptly. Thanks to you stopping this guy. The Suzaku mini version. This was the third summoned beast that Yuuji created using Uzumaki clan cells to cultivate. Kakashi said, Yuuji-sama, is this Cumin J, 9 masked beasts? You are. Yuuji? Some kind of clone technique? Although I don't know how you noticed me, no one can stop me today. Kazuma looked at the strange mini version in front of him and thought of the huge monster that night. His heart instinctively panicked. Then he turned around and ran. You can't escape. Binding technique. Suzaku mini version attacked brazenly. It directly restrained Kazuma for a moment. This short period of time was already enough. Suzaku mini version suddenly attacked. This little monster stabbed forward in a straight line, smashing all the rocks and trees along the way. He fought with Kazuma. When Kakashi saw this, his expression turned cold. He hurriedly used a third Reikari and charged over. 3 figures erupted into a shocking confrontation in this deep forest of the country of fire. Kazuma, who had reached the level of an elite jonin, tried his best, but he was repeatedly shaken by Suzaku mini version again and again. His attacks were completely unable to deal fatal damage to the mini version in front of him. No matter if it was using ninjutsu or body techniques, even with the support of Bijuu's chakra coat, the effect was limited. This is what you forced me to do. You will be fortunate enough to see Earth Release's strongest secret technique. Doton Sosia Hutsu, Shishidaje, Earth Release Resurrection Technique, Corpse Soil. Kazuma shouted. Soon, the soil around them immediately began to move. One by one, the dead corpses nearby were resurrected and rushed towards Kakashi and the other. Earth Release's ultimate secret technique? What a big tone! However, this technique is somewhat similar to Edo Tensei, but its power is too far off. Yuuji used the vision of Suzaku mini version to observe everything. In the original work, Kazuma gave the Kyuubi chakra to his son. He wanted to use the imitated Kyuubi Jinchuriki and this Earth Release secret technique to attack Konoha. Unfortunately, this guy was destined to have no chance. The bodies of these resurrected people were extremely fragile and easy to kill. The mini version took the opportunity to tear open the defense line of these dead people and hit them fiercely. It reached out its claws and grabbed Kazuma's neck. The next moment, a large number of seals were used one after another. Finjutsu, Gaji Fin, Seal Technique, 5 Elements Seal. Fyahin, Evil Sealing Method. Fgahin, Fire Sealing Method. Shikoku Fin, Finger Carving Seal. Shishijay Fin, 4 Limbs Weighting Seal. A series of sealing techniques were pulled out at an astonishing speed and ruthlessly smashed into Kazuma's body. Kazuma struggled in anger, and the Kyuubi chakra went berserk. But in the face of this series of sealing techniques, these unconscious Kyuubi chakras were powerless. Each time it is hit, a layer of sealing is applied. This Kyuubi chakra was a little weaker to begin with. So the Kyuubi chakra in Kazuma's body was forcibly suppressed by continuous sealing techniques. Well, it seems that the creation of this summoned beast was relatively successful. Suzaku's voice was hoarse and strange. Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Especially looking at the dense sealing technique on Kazuma's body, he subconsciously felt his scalp numb. To use such a dense sealing technique, chakra consumption is extremely high. This body. Kakashi was bewildered. Yuuji's voice sounded out, I can only blame Kazuma for being too careless. He doesn't have enough Kyuubi's chakra, and he still dares to fight me in close combat. Sealing techniques were a technique that greatly restrained Bijuu. Moreover, the concept of sealing techniques was extremely broad. It wasn't only a sealing technique that could be considered as a sealing technique when it was inscribed with messy runes. Those techniques that used powerful methods to restrict the other party's ability to move were all considered sealing techniques. There was also the same principle in Gaara's desert burial seal. Simple and crude. Now, Yuuji controlled the mini version from a distance and applied the last powerful seal on Kazuma in front of him. He rushed up and bit the guy hard, refusing to let go. Seal technique, Godzilla bite. There was nothing more powerful than this seal. Kazuma let out a wail and fell to his knees. There was no room for resistance, and his eyes showed deep despair. I am the brain of the Daimyo 12 Guardians and the guest of Konoha, you can't kill me. I want to see the 4th Hokage. Kazuma's eyes were red. He was grabbed by the mini version and pressed by his 2 claws. He did not dare to move. You are mistaken. No one will care about your life. You have already violated Konoha's great taboo by prying into the power of the Kyuubi. Kakashi, kill him, and then you will carry this guy's head and apologize to 4th Hokage. Pucci. Kakashi did not hesitate to attack and cut off Kazuma's neck with one blow. The mini version also took the opportunity to extract all the Kyuubi chakra, seal it in the scroll, and throw it to Kakashi. A large amount of Kyuubi's chakra rushes onto Kakashi's body. Shishfin, seal technique, 4 symbol seal. The mini version struck Kakashi in the stomach and sealed the Kyuubi chakra inside. For my summoned beast, activating the Shishfin, seal technique, 4 symbol seal, is already the limit. Although the Hakken no Fin Shiki, 8 trigram sealing style, is safer, the difficulty of this seal is too great. The mini version said indifferently. This third summoning beast of his was made from Kushina's cells and specialized in various sealing techniques. Thank you. Kakashi looked at the layer of faint red chakra on the surface of his body, felt the power coming from his abdomen, and solemnly said. The mini version waved his claws and stood back in the coffin, close the coffin lid for me. This experiment is very successful. Shisui is fighting with Kirigakuer. You can go and support him. If you find Kagaya clansmen who have awakened the Shikatsumayaku, dead bone pulse, try to bring back a corpse for me. Rumble. When the coffin lid closed, the coffin drilled into the ground and was summoned back by Yuuji's main body. How much power is Yuuji-sama hiding? Kakashi took a deep breath and stopped thinking about this problem that was destined to be unsolvable. He changed directions and rushed to the battlefield. Show this power in the form of a Bijuu chakra coat. This Kyuubi chakra is at most 3 taels? That's definitely enough. Kakashi charged into the battlefield. Kirigakuer's battlefield. Shisui fell into a bitter battle. The strength of the enemy had exceeded his expectations. Terumi Mei, Hojiki Mangetsu, Kagaya clan. I didn't expect that Kirigakuer would actually send you guys out. Are you guys crazy? Shisui glared and struggled to resist. To be honest, I also think that the people above us are crazy, but orders are orders. Mangetsu sneered. He held the kabutori in one hand and shivuki in the other as he chopped wantonly. As Kirigakuru's strongest genius, he had the ability to control 7 ninja blades at will. Unfortunately, he had only found 2 ninja blades, and the other one was nowhere to be found. Kill, kill, kill! A Kagaya clan member screamed. He was bloodthirsty and crazy. He was so excited that he pulled out his spine and smashed it fiercely at Shisui. On Konoha's side, the situation seemed a little dangerous. Shisui himself was also attacked by several Kirigakure geniuses. I will not be defeated by you. I will definitely not let you enter the country of fire. Shisui's eyes were bloodshot, and he desperately tried to urge his Sharingan to dig out more powerful eye power. The power of these eyes was suffering extreme pressure. His companions fell one after another and were killed. The 3 Tomo in Shisui's eyes were constantly approaching. His eye power was slowly increasing, and when he broke through a certain node, boundless eye power gushed out. The 3 Tomo continuously gathered and faintly appeared around his pupils. The 4 curved blades were faintly discernible. Not good, this kind of eye. Terumi May spat out a breath of boiling gas and dissolved a large area. However, when she looked up at Shisui, her heart turned cold. She felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that this eye was Mangekyo Sharingan? At this time, a figure quickly rushed over. He smashed the craziest Kagaya clan to the ground with a punch with astonishing speed. The ground caved in, accompanied by a terrifying roar. Kakashi, whose entire body was surging with a Bijuu chakra coat, firmly held down the Kagaya clansman to the ground. This bloodline limit, it seems that you are a member of the Kagaya clan. My luck is not bad. Kakashi? Your form. Shisui was pleasantly surprised. The strange eyes in his eyes moved, and only he could perfectly capture the speed of Kakashi. This red chakra, behind it, was a chakra tail. Ah, something happened. I have the Kyuubi chakra, and I can enter Bijuu's chakra mode. Kakashi firmly grabbed this Kagaya clansman. Die! Die! Everyone must die! The Kagaya clansman screamed. On his body, a large number of bones turned into a ferocious forest of bones and rapidly expanded. If it were someone else, at this distance, they would be instantly pierced by these bones into sieves. But Kakashi had Bijuu's coat and grow 2 tails from one tail, then relied on this thick coat to barely block it. Die, I need to bring your corpse back. Kakashi raised his hand and struck out with Reikari. The Kagaya clansman died. When Kakashi stood up with the dead Kagaya clansman in his hand and looked around coldly, the chakra coat on his body formed a great deterrent. Bijuu's chakra coat. Could it be that Kakashi has become the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki? 4th Hokage has given the Kyuubi and transplant to his disciple, Kakashi. Damn it, to deal with something like Jinchuriki. Kirigakure's ninjas were a little flustered. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Terumi May turned around and fled. Mangekyo Sharingan and Kyuubi Jinchuriki, only those who had a hole in their heads would stay and fight to the death. When the Kirigakure ninjas intended to escape. After killing so many of my companions, I won't let you escape so easily. This was the first time Shisui used the genjutsu using Mangekyo Sharingan. When Shisui used it a little, his eyes stung. The few Kirigakure were controlled and froze on the spot. They were then killed one after another. Only Terumi May and Hojiki Mangetsu fled in a sorry state, leaving behind a pile of corpses. I won. Shisui was exhausted. Your eyes. It seems that something interesting has happened. Kakashi glanced at it. Was it another Mangekyo? The strength of this clan was truly terrifying. However, Kakashi was no longer afraid. Because of Yuuji, he obtained a powerful power. With his talent, Kakashi was confident that in the next few years, he would be able to improve at an astonishing speed and increase his strength. After returning to Konoha, Shisui and Kakashi reported the situation of the mission to the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage did not speak for a long time. It was just a border mission, why did such a big thing happen? Kakashi killed Kazuma who plotted to seize the Kyuubi chakra, and in the end, he successfully grasped the Kyuubi chakra. Uchiha Shisui opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though Minato had a tough personality, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. He did not know what to say for a moment. It's been hard on you, Shisui. Go back and rest first. Take good care of your eyes. Kakashi, you stay. Minato rubbed his forehead in pain. Things were a little troublesome. After Shisui respectfully left and returned home, he did not look for Fugaku nor did he look for Yuuji. Instead, he immediately studied his eyes. Naturally, he knew the name and ability of his eye technique. This was a response engraved into his eyes and calling out to him from the depths of his heart. It was also something he subconsciously sought. My eye technique. I roughly understand. It is related to controlling emotions and thinking, but the left and right eyes are slightly different. The eye technique of the right eye can be considered normal, and it seems to be able to erase part of the mind. It is not simply to erase memories but to leave a blank area in the mind that can be applied and written. The eye technique of the left eye is a bit strange. As long as it is activated, the opponent will be stamped with a thought stamp in the shape of Yuuji. The name is even more wrong, it is called the Kota Amatsukami, Guardian Yuuji Senpai. Why did I awaken such a strange eye technique? Why did Yuuji Senpai appear in my eye technique? Shisui fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, Shisui couldn't figure it out, so he decided to try out the eye technique of his right eye first. He picked up a mirror and stared at his demonic Mangekyo Sharingan in the mirror. After taking a deep breath, he activated his eye technique. Kota Amatsukami. Bang! Shisui fell down. A few seconds later, he sat up again with a confused look on his face. What was I going to do just now? Oh right, I was going to test my right eye's eye technique. Kota Amatsukami. Bang! Shisui fell down and sat up again a few seconds later. What was I going to do just now? Why does my head hurt a little? Kota Amatsukami. Bang!